When the protagonist was just a child, his heart blazed with a desire that shone brighter than any star. Ever since he was a child, he was fascinated by architecture, and when he got his hands on a game that allowed him to realize his dreams, he could not resist and began to design and build. And so, after much labor and perseverance, he finally erected a building that existed only in his imagination, a building that was the realization of his most cherished dreams. His building became a perfect haven where every detail reflected his inner world. He logged on to the game system to begin his exciting journey into the world he himself had created. Every day, the protagonist watched as new couples found their happiness, as dreams became reality before his eyes. Seeing their happiness, he felt satisfaction and pride knowing that his labors were bringing joy to others. Such moments became commonplace in his life, but each time they remained special and meaningful to him, filling his heart with joy and confidence in his chosen path. This concept of turning dreams into reality, especially in the virtual world, was truly impressive. Virtual reality, where one could fight exciting battles or create amazing architectural masterpieces, became popular in Japan. Its possibilities were huge and attracted both beginners and experienced users. The freedom of creativity available in this world inspired many artisans around the world to create amazing works of art. The protagonist devoted all his free hours to this endeavor, becoming one of those who are completely immersed in the virtual world. And when his dream, the building, was built, it became a beautiful shelter for lovers, a place where feelings blossomed and the space was filled with tenderness and joy. At first, the sight of couples irritated him, but in time he accepted it. After all, in real life he was a simple employee of a company. The idea that his creations could bring happiness to others seemed amazing to him. He realized that even ordinary people can create something amazing in the virtual world and share their dreams with others. The player hoped that the protagonist would also find an equally beautiful wife, and thanked him for everything he had done. The protagonist felt deeply grateful and proud of his labors, wishing the lovers happiness and joy on their journey. The system received an unexpected notification of a new message that was different from the usual news of weddings and events. The protagonist discovered that these were manuals and remembered that it was too early to announce the results of the event. The letter thanked him for his magnificent architecture that helped many people find love. It was appreciated for its ability to bring people together. The protagonist wondered if he was credited as Cupid and realized that it was okay to be appreciated and praised for his works. The letter said that he would like to be invited to a special server as a token of appreciation, and the protagonist thought about the possibility of a special dedicated server. All that was required of him was his data, and the protagonist decided that if he could do crafting on that server, he would accept. With hope and confidence, he pressed the button, sending his data. At the end of the letter, a certain goddess of love expressed her best wishes and wished him good luck. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself sitting on the ground, at the foot of a tree, as if instantly transported to another server. The protagonist suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost consciousness and could not understand what was happening with this strange entrance to the server. Suddenly, he heard sounds nearby and an order not to move. The protagonist looked around and noticed some guys who looked like bandits standing nearby. Sitting behind a tree and gazing at them, the protagonist tried to determine if they were bandits and pondered the fact that such people did not exist in the dream world. He assumed that this was probably some sort of innovation or upgrade. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the girl who was being attacked, and she met his gaze. The protagonist noticed that the girl cast a glance at him. The protagonist had a feeling that this was the beginning of some quest, and he did not understand how to act in such a situation. Suddenly, he realized that he should probably distract the robbers and set about doing so. He jumped out from behind a tree and turned to the robbers and asked them what they intended to do. The moment the robbers turned their attention to him, and one of them ordered them all to be destroyed, the protagonist suddenly realized that he may have made a mistake. Suddenly, the girl thanked him for distracting the robbers and entered the battle, holding something like a staff. The girl surprised the robbers with her sudden attack as suddenly one of the stones flew back toward the protagonist. The protagonist stood bewildered, feeling a sudden sharp pain. He thought about the fact that despite how real the game seems, it is still just a game and cannot cause real harm. He concluded that something was going wrong. Suddenly, The protagonist realized that what was happening was more like the real world than virtual reality. The girl distracted him from his thoughts by ending the fight. The protagonist looked at the robbers and noticed that they were all sitting on the ground, tied up. The girl stated that it was time to turn the robbers over to the town, and then remembered that she had not introduced herself and introduced herself as Liz. She apologized to the protagonist for getting him involved, but he assured her that it was okay and introduced himself as Miyabo. Miyabo stated that it was a very interesting fight, and admitted that it was the first time he had participated in something like that. Liz was surprised to hear that it was his first fight, and asked if he was an adventurer or an ordinary person. Liz apologized and admitted that she thought as if he had experience in battles. Liz remarked that Miyabo looked like an experienced adventurer, to which he apologized for misleading her. Liz asked if Miyabo was headed to Angelum and offered to go together if it was on their way. Miyabo was pleased and remarked that she would be a great help to him, admitting that he was a little lost. Suddenly, he asked her to stay for a while, announcing that he needed to finish something. Liz asked him not to go far, and Miyabo, thanking her, assured her that he would be back soon. Miyabo gathered a few twigs and a small mountain of rocks, concluding that it would be enough. No matter how many times he tried, he couldn't get the VR helmet off, and he no longer had any doubt that he had entered another world. He decided that he should be more careful not to arouse suspicion. He remembered that he had read the letter before immersing himself in this world, and decided to start by exploring what he could do. Attempting to call up the inventory, he found the system unresponsive. Realizing that it wouldn't work in this world, he thought of another way. Miyabo thought about the possibility that things were a bit simpler in this world, and one only needed to think about it. He began to ponder about opening the inventory. Suddenly, a huge room with a huge number of shelves appeared in front of his eyes. He thought about the fact that things happened a little differently in the dream world and pondered how he should handle the situation. He then noticed that he had 42 branches available and realized that perhaps he could now interact with the inventory only within his mind. Miyabo discovered that the branches and stones he had collected were also in his inventory. He decided that he needed to try something else, so he used crafting. A table suddenly appeared in front of him. Miyabo realized that there was automatic crafting in this world, which was convenient since he didn't have to do everything himself like in the game. He noticed that he was getting the recipe for an item just by thinking of it. Of course, there were some differences from the game, but everything worked about the same as in Dreamworld. Miyabo, in search of a new weapon, was inspired to create a stone axe. The stone axe would allow him to greatly increase his efficiency in chopping trees and gathering, and would provide a reliable weapon for defense against enemies and wild animals. Miyabo rejoiced when he discovered that he needed nothing more than 10 twigs and 30 stones to create a stone axe, resources he had already recently gathered on his adventure. Seconds flew by, and Miyabo was already holding his new stone axe in his hands. He could feel its weight and strength, knowing that he was now armed not only with his willpower, but also with a mighty weapon ready to serve him in his adventures and battles. With a small movement, Miyabo tested his new stone axe, confident in its power. In a matter of moments, he cut down the tree, easily penetrating its hard bark. Success in this test confirmed that his new weapon was not only effective, but also a pleasure to use. Miyabo watched in amazement as objects were automatically reassembled after a few blows with the axe. This discovery changed the way he looked at the world around him. Now he didn't have to spend a lot of time gathering resources, which freed him up for more interesting and enjoyable activities. He realized that it was possible to build not just a survival, but a real comfortable life in this world. Miyabo felt the excitement of being able to make his dreams come true. He decided to enjoy every moment of his adventures, creating his dream objects and building his home with his own hands. This was a new phase of his journey, full of opportunity and freedom. In his eyes, the world became a place where he could realize himself and live by his own rules. Miyabo approached Liz, and she, noticing his delay, inquired what kind of stone axe he was holding. Liz asking why Miyabo was smiling made him realize that he needed to be more careful in expressing emotions. Miyabo made a serious face and announced that he was considering the stone axe as a potential weapon. Liz admitted that it was causing her anxiety. Liz exclaimed that Miyabo didn't have anything with him, and where did he suddenly get a stone axe from? Surprised by her reaction, Miyabo explained that he had gathered branches and stones and made this axe himself. His unexpected skill amazed Liz. Liz remarked that Miyabo, in her opinion, had the skill of an artisan. She emphasized that no one would set off empty-handed and observed that Miyabo used his inventory skillfully. In response to his question, she confirmed that she was unable to use her inventory, explaining that this was due to her magical abilities. Liz's attendants began whispering about the need to hire an attendant, given the work Miyabo does. One of them expressed the suggestion that perhaps Miyabo simply didn't have the money for it. Liz scowled at them and stated that it was rude to treat someone they were seeing for the first time like that. Miyabo took Liz's hand and calmed her down, showing his capacity for tolerance and diplomacy. The attendants apologized to Liz, acknowledging their rudeness, and Miyabo thought about the fact that perhaps they were just a little rude, but perfectly normal people. The thought occurred to him that artisans might not be in as much demand in this world as they were in others. One of the attendants approached Miyabo and apologized, expressing the hope that Miyabo was not offended. When the wagon was ready to leave, Liz politely suggested that Miyabo place his luggage inside to ease his way. With heavy wheels squeaking, the wagon slowly trotted off, leaving behind footprints on the sandy road. Miyabo and Liz looked forward to the new adventures that awaited them ahead. Along the way, Miyabo and Liz had many adventures and battles. They faced various dangers, from being attacked by wild animals to encounters with hostile opponents. Suddenly, Liz urged everyone to turn their gaze forward. The seriousness in her voice made Miyabo and everyone else freeze in anticipation. Ahead already stretched the city of Angelum, slowly revealing its contours as they approached it. It was a majestic sight, with towers and domes rising above the surrounding lands, and the walls of the city reflecting the rays of the setting sun. To Miyabo and Liz, it was a sign that new adventures and opportunities awaited them in this city. Miyabo was amazed by the huge and majestic gates of the city of Angelum. Their scale and grandeur made him feel like a small particle in this vast world. He could not refrain from admiring in front of this gate, symbolizing the grandeur and power of the city that lay ahead, full of mystery and possibilities. Miyabo noticed that the majestic size of the city of Angelum matched the seriousness of its guards. He realized that before them stood a city where austerity and order ruled, and that he would have to be vigilant as he entered its domain. As the guards surrounded Miyabo and Liz, Miyabo began to shout indignantly that they had done nothing wrong. However, Liz calmed him down by explaining that this was standard procedure for entering the city. She emphasized that the guards were simply doing their job, keeping the city safe and orderly. Liz explained that the bandits had not been caught without difficulty. When the commander of Angelum's soldiers introduced himself, he stated that the leader of this squad, referred to as Liz, was needed. This recognition of Liz as the leader of the squad confirmed her strength and skill. Miyabo realized that their meeting with the guards was to hand over the bandits. At this point, Liz introduced herself to the guards as the squad leader, emphasizing her role in this successful assignment and establishing her credibility in the eyes of the city authorities. The commander of the soldiers asked Liz to produce her secret card, and when she provided it, he read that she was a C-rank adventurer and leader of a 6-man squad. Liz looked at Miyabo and stated that he was not an adventurer. Miyabo was stunned that Liz was a squad leader, but she asked him not to be surprised and explained that she possessed the highest rank. According to an unspoken rule among adventurers, leadership is often determined just by rank. This new knowledge made Miyabo reconsider her ideas about how the adventure community is organized and accept the fact that rank plays a key role in their hierarchy. Liz's companions told Miyabo that Liz was of great help to them and was skillful at finding their enemies. Liz apologized to Miyabo for the possible embarrassment this situation caused. Miyabo admitted that he was surprised to hear that the leader was a girl, but added that if even more experienced adventurers obey her, it speaks to her amazing qualities and abilities. Miyabo saw that his words surprised Liz a little, and he noticed that she became shy. This moment showed him her true nature, and he felt even more respect and warmth for her. The guards said that they would take the bandits away and Liz could get a reward for their capture at the guild. Liz was thanked for the work she had done. She then announced to the squad that they could now safely sell their goods in bulk, as they had been delivered safely. Liz's companions expressed their desire to leave, stating that Liz and Miyabo would be fine. Left alone, Miyabo asked Liz if he could ask her a question. This gesture showed his interest in her opinion and his desire to start a conversation. Miyabo asked if he needed an ID card to enter the city, and Liz confirmed what he said. She asked him not to say that he had lost it and asked if it could be in his inventory. However, Miyabo replied that he didn't have one at all, and Liz explained that in that case he would have to pay for a new one, which would cost 5 bronze coins. In response, Miyabo stated that he had no money at all. Seeing the surprise on Liz's face, he explained that he was a unique case. No money and no ID. Liz expressed her anger at Miyabo's irresponsibility. He responded by laughing and running to the guard, asking for help until he was hit with something heavy. He then shouted that if the guards let Liz do this, Angelum would turn into a lawless zone. Liz calmed down and stated that she was not going to use physical violence against Miyabo. Miyabo was given a temporary permit to stay in the city for 3 days. He was informed that for a longer stay, he needed to apply for an identity card from the Adventurers Guild. Miyabo and Liz entered Angelum. Miyabo thanked Liz for her help and money for expenses. Liz stated that she had just lent him the money and asked him to return it when he could. Liz reminded Miyabo that she also expected him to honor the terms. Miyabo expressed understanding, for earlier Liz had given him 2 conditions. The first requirement was to register with the Adventurers Guild. This would allow Miyabo to form a team, and the guild would be aware of their whereabouts, which would help prevent him from escaping. Miyabo felt an urgent need to gather crafting materials and register with the guild as soon as possible. The second condition was to work for Liz for a while. While they were walking through the city, Miyabo noticed a real forge and wanted to look around in it. Remembering how Liz had voiced her request, he also remembered that she had asked him to help her with her luggage. Liz called Miyabo's name, and he apologized and explained that he was engrossed in shopping. Upon reflection, Miyabo realized that the battles would not be easy, but if he took a supportive stance, he might be able to succeed. Suddenly, they approached an inn, which made Miyabo surprised. After entering the inn, Miyabo turned to Liz, asking if they should have gone to the Adventurers Guild first. However, Liz explained that the basic rule of an adventurer was to secure an overnight stay. She added that the available inns were filling up quickly, so they needed to act quickly, especially considering her heavy luggage. At the counter, they were told that they needed to pay 5 silver coins for the night. Miyabo fumbled in his pocket and laid the money out on the table, thinking that borrowing the money was a good idea. In a world where 1 gold coin equaled 10 silver coins, staying in a business hotel cost 5,000 yen. This caused Miyabo to be surprised, because 1 gold coin was equivalent to 1,000,000 yen. It cost 5 copper coins to enter the city and 2 gold coins for expenses and lodging. Lying on the bed in his inn room, Miyabo reflected on the fact that he was now indebted to a girl who was younger than him. He reflected that despite her status as an adventurer, she could still be naughty and defiant. Miyabo came to the decision that he should eventually thank Liz for her help. After a while, they finally ended up at the Adventurers Guild. Miyabo was shocked at what the guild looked like from the inside. Liz noticed his amazement and asked if he had seen the guild before, since they were the same in all cities. Miyabo was familiar with guilds from games, and explained that he had lived in the countryside for a long time and hadn't been able to visit cities. He then assured Liz that everything was fine, and asked her not to worry about him. Liz offered to go to Eleanor's office to report the escort order. Eleanor greeted Liz and thanked her for her hard work and escorting. Noticing that it was getting chilly, she asked Liz to be more mindful of her health. Liz expressed her gratitude for her care, and Miyabo remarked what a beautiful girl Eleanor was. Eleanor asked Liz who the young man next to her was, and Miyabo introduced himself. He announced that he had come to the guild to register as an adventurer and help Liz. Miyabo expressed his joy at meeting Eleanor and thanked her for taking care of Liz. Eleanor introduced herself and said that she was an employee of the Adventurer Guild, also expressing her joy at meeting her. Liz, looking at Miyabo, wondered if his nose had grown a bit. Liz was a little embarrassed, realizing that Miyabo took the usual greetings too seriously. Eleanor politely asked Liz for her adventure card and asked her to wait while she checked the status of the request. Eleanor turned to Miyabo and informed him that he needed to fill out a form. Miyabo looked at the form and saw that it was a registration form for adventurers. Although he had never encountered such letters, he understood everything. Miyabo wondered if this was the effect of being transported to another world. He noticed that there were only 7 steps in the adventurer ranking system, from F to S, and that his rank depended on the contribution of requests and guilds. The adventurer's card could also be used to confirm identity, as well as to deposit money, similar to a bank card. Miyabo observed that carrying all his money with him would be unwise, as it could lead to fees or loss. Miyabo was surprised to find in the rules a reminder of the importance of courtesy and cooperation. He pointed out that some adventurers were not very humane. Liz reminded him to read all the rules carefully. Miyabo stated that he had already familiarized himself with all the rules. He thought about the fact that misreading the contract could lead to unpleasant consequences in the future. It reminded him of his experience at his previous company. Liz noticed that 90% of people do not read the rules, and out of her entourage, she was the only one who read them carefully. Miyabo asked her to calm down and stated that he didn't think it was that important. Eleanor thanked Miyabo for reading the contract carefully and added that Liz, as a serious girl, also knew that. Miyabo thought about the hard times he was going through now and started to sign the contract, but suddenly Liz stopped him. Miyabo was surprised by this and suddenly noticed that he had written his name in Japanese without thinking. He was frightened, assuming that trouble now awaited him. But Liz informed him that he should write assistant in the specialization column. Miyabo breathed a sigh of relief, and Liz explained that long-term requests and escorts create difficulties in maintaining weapons and armor, so currently assistants are only hired temporarily. Miyabo breathed a sigh of relief that this world understood Japanese. He then asked if that meant he would be behind the group, and Liz confirmed his assumption. She explained that it was not that he would be out of the battle, but that he would be doing the water collection and cooking, which would make the camp guards' jobs less hard. Miyabo asked if it was too easy when everyone else was fighting. Liz rebutted him by explaining that the longer the assignment, the more they would need such support. She added that even adventurers needed a certain comfort zone, so helpers were necessary. Miyabo realized that, in other words, his job would be to help others with their assignments. He realized that through him, his colleagues would be able to relax, which plays an important role in relieving tension at work. Miyabo decided to register as a helper. Liz announced that that was all she wanted to talk about and added that she had given Eleanor the paperwork to join the group. She then asked if he could do the rest, adding that she was too tired from the escort order and would go to bed. Liz apologized for not being able to stay, but Miyabo assured her that it was okay since he had his own things to do as well. Liz smiled and advised him to try his best. Eleanor handed Miyabo his adventurer card and asked if he had a temporary permit. Using his inventory, Miyabo found the temporary permit and handed it to a surprised Eleanor. Eleanor was surprised to learn that Miyabo was indeed a craftsman. Miyabo asked if it was unusual for an artisan to register as an adventurer, and Eleanor confirmed what he said. She explained that there are many different guilds, including commercial and manufacturing guilds. For example, the Adventurer Guild deals with escorting and monster hunting, where swordsmen and mages register. The Trade Guild is for the distribution of goods and land management, where merchants are registered. And the Manufacturing Guild deals with the production of goods, architecture, construction, and road repair, where blacksmiths and artisans are registered. Miyabo was surprised that there were manufacturing guilds in this world. Eleanor stated that it is not just that. Often artisans aren't taken because they aren't too strong physically. Miyabo thought that didn't sound too encouraging, but decided that he could handle it. Eleanor said that the production guild members had been dealing with escort orders more and more lately, and hoped that everything would go well. Suddenly, she asked Miyabo if he knew that time was running out in the inventory. Eleanor informed Miyabo that if he could deliver monster meat or other precious materials, he could get a reward. She also added that he should try not to hurt his head while collecting. Miyabo decided that the inventory would make his life much easier since he would not have to worry about the condition and safety of the materials, and he would always be able to sell fresh meat to adventurers. He replied that he would try his best, and resolved to do his best to pay off his debt to Liz as soon as possible. Miyabo decided that he needed to gather materials to start crafting, and now he could kill two birds at once. It was much better than spending time in a production guild where his interests were unlikely to be satisfied. He concluded that he should spend some time in the Adventurers Guild. Miyabo asked Eleanor where he could find more materials, and she advised him to look to the eastern neighborhood, which was considered relatively safe. Impressed by the information he received, Miyabo decided to work actively beyond just fulfilling orders. Miyabo headed into the forest to get wood and gather materials for crafting. After a while, when he was about to return to the city, Miyabo suddenly stopped, scrutinizing the buildings around him. Miyabo suddenly realized that he had lost his orientation and couldn't remember where his inn was. All the buildings looked too similar to each other. Everywhere he went, everything seemed to be the same. Miyabo thought that maybe he was relaxed because of Liz's presence. He tried to remember the name of his hotel, but to no avail. He couldn't realize how much time he had already spent wandering down this street, and the sun was already starting to set. Miyabo thought about the fact that Liz was probably already starting to worry about him when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Miyabo looked around and saw a girl with ears and a tail. His thoughts stopped at the question of whether she was a beastman. Miyabo noticed the sword at the girl's side and decided that she must be an adventurer. Seeing no other people around, he decided to ask her for help. Miyabo approached the girl and politely asked her for directions to the inn. The girl kindly showed him the way. Miyabo smiled embarrassedly and said that he had not yet specified which inn he was staying at. And wasn't she talking about her inn? The girl looked at him angrily, and Miyabo noticed her confusion. But right now, Miyabo couldn't rely on anyone but her. He apologized for scaring her and clarified that he wasn't some strange passerby, showing her his adventurer card. The girl stated that she was also an adventurer, and Miyabo exclaimed at the unexpected coincidence. Miyabo looked at her adventure card and saw that she had a rank B. Miyabo was surprised that this girl's rank was higher than Liz's. Looking at her, Miyabo couldn't believe how strong she was. The girl looked at him and characterized him as a misguided adventurer with rank F. She introduced herself by the name Mel and assured him that she would help him. Miyabo thanked her and thought about the fact that while it was true, it hurt to hear such direct words about himself. Mel asked for clues, and after a bit of thought, he clarified that he remembered being near the East Gate. He added that he didn't remember the details as he was chatting with another adventurer. Mel looked sternly at Miyabo and asked if the adventurer he knew was a girl. Miyabo explained that Mel was right and that the girl he mentioned was about his age. He was about to add something else, but suddenly Mel showed him the way, and they came to a huge building. She asked if she was correct in assuming it was his hotel. Miyabo exclaimed that that was amazing and asked how she guessed where his hotel was. Mel explained that she had done some thinking. She explained that it was an inn where girls could stay safely, and that there was no other place like it near the East Gate. She then added that since alcohol was forbidden, even low-ranked girls could safely stay at this inn. Suddenly, hearing about the low rank, Miyabo realized something. Miyabo realized that Liz was looking out for his safety by choosing this inn for a stopover. He thanked Mel heartily and recognized that she had saved him. Mel wished him luck by addressing him by rank F, but Miyabo corrected by calling him by his first name, Miyabo. Suddenly, Miyabo said he wanted to thank her for her help and asked if she could wait for him for a while. Mel was surprised but agreed to wait. Miyabo wanted to thank her with money, but found that he didn't have any. Instead, he decided to open his inventory and think of something else to please Mel. Miyabo had managed to collect many trees in the forest and noticed that he had a log in his inventory. He decided to use the decomposition of the material. Miyabo used material decomposition, an advanced inventory function that automatically disassembles materials. He created a block out of the log and, deciding to try his hand at magic, he set about his handiwork. In magical material processing, the most important thing is habits and feelings. It was easy for Miyabo, for he always paid special attention to detail when processing materials. After a while, he handed Mel a small wooden figurine of a cat. The joy that he was able to do this overwhelmed him, despite the pettiness of the gift. Mel stroked the figurine, and Miyabo noticed that she smiled. As she began to move away, he thought about the fact that although he had created many beautiful things in the game, they remained only virtual data. Looking up at the night sky, Miyabo felt the satisfaction of being able to bring joy to others with his creations. In the morning, Miyabo awoke to the sensation of coldness penetrating through the blanket. As he left his room, he noticed that the inn had no stove or fireplace, and the futon was no longer as warm as it used to be. He was coming down the stairs with breakfast in mind when he suddenly saw Liz. When they met, Miyabo noticed that it was a particularly chilly morning. Liz took a seat, and he suggested that she stay while he went to get food. When he finally returned, he apologized for the delay and served her a bowl of soup. He warned her that the soup was very hot and asked her to be careful. When he touched her hands, he suddenly noticed how cold they were. Liz simply said that she was freezing fast, and Miyabo felt sorry for her. While enjoying her soup, Liz remarked that this morning was better than when they had gotten the escort request. She revealed that she did not even have time to eat that morning. Liz also added that there is no cold wind in this place unlike other places, and said that there are days when she gets so cold that she cannot sleep. Miyabo offered her an extra blanket to make her more comfortable. Liz offered to take his blanket and pay him in silver coin per night, but Miyabo exclaimed that this seemed like robbery. Liz smiled and remarked that when the rainy morning came, he would start talking differently. She added that many people complain that the cold prevents them from sleeping. Miyabo agreed and suggested that they look at the escort requests together. As they approached the booth, Miyabo pointed to it and asked Liz, "What is this?" With a smile, Liz explained that it was a bulletin board. Liz explained that requests submitted to the Adventurers Guild were posted on this bulletin board, where one could find orders with ranks from C to D. Miyabo nodded in understanding and suddenly noticed another board nearby, which was approached by several people. Suddenly, at the other board, a fight started between people for the announcements. Liz explained that it was an EF rank order board, and adventurers were fighting for the highest paying assignments. The duel ended, and only one defeated adventurer remained on the floor by the board. The adventurer stood up and sadly noticed that even the extra orders had been taken away. Miyabo realized what it meant to be an adventurer without a team and realized that he might face the same. He only hoped that Liz would not abandon him. Liz picked up the ad that had fallen to the floor and expressed her frustration, noting that the request forms were now mixed up, making it difficult to understand the requirements of the orders. Miyabo helped her, and he remarked that Liz was very surprising. Liz, surprised by such a remark, asked why all of a sudden, but Miyabo silently looked up and asked what about the orders. Liz looked back at Miyabo and suggested to start ordering right now. After all, it would take some time. At this time, one of the adventurers crept up from behind and tried to peek over her shoulder, but upon seeing Miyabo's gaze, he clumsily stepped back. Miyabo, wasting no time, asked Liz about the order, and she announced that it was a request to subdue Earth's sheep. Miyabo, noticing the generous reward for the order, wondered why no one had taken it yet. He turned to Liz, expressing concern for her condition, wondering why no one had taken advantage of such a simple task. Liz reassured him, telling him that everything was fine, but she was feeling a little down. She assured him that it would pass and asked him not to worry. Miyabo asked Liz if it would be free, and she confirmed that it would be. Suddenly, Miyabo noticed Liz looking angrily at the adventurer who approached Eleanor to take the order. As soon as Miyabo saw the adventurer talking to Eleanor, it became clear to him what was going on. Miyabo suddenly realized that Liz was a fan of Eleanor, but when he expressed his thoughts aloud, Liz shouted at him, asking him not to give away her secret. Liz clarified that she is not a fan of Eleanor, but she admires her style and demeanor. She noted that regardless of her clothes, Eleanor always looks mature and demure, and her hair smells nice, which makes talking to her pleasant. Liz emphasized that it didn't mean she was pining for Eleanor or anything like that. She just wanted her to always be there for her. Miyabo remarked that it sounded like a middle-aged man's wish. Liz stated that it was not true and simply expressed her wish to be a younger sister who was always accompanied by a caring older sister. Miyabo remarked that this was troubling. The adventurer stepped away from Eleanor, and Liz approached her to request fulfillment of the order to subdue the sheep. Eleanor expressed her joy that they had finally arrived. Eleanor looked at the order handed to her by Liz and read that it was a request to subdue Earth's sheep. Eleanor clarified that it would be quite a laborious order and it would not be easy. She assumed that they knew that themselves, because the reward of this order was raised because of the C-rank adventurer's previous failure to handle it. Eleanor warned them to be careful of Earth's sheep, emphasizing that this was not as harmless a request as it might seem. Eleanor turned to Miyabo and, noting that this was his first order, advised him to try his best. Eleanor wished them luck and hoped they would not be harmed. Suddenly, Miyabo realized what Liz was talking about when she expressed her wish that Eleanor would always be with her. Now he was beginning to understand her. He noticed that when Eleanor gave him her affectionate words and smile, his soul was filled with motivation. Now he felt much better. Liz angrily noticed that Miyabo was very calm in Eleanor's presence, even though he is usually not good at socializing with people, and he is actually an old geezer at heart. Miyabo smiled, reflecting on the fact that he really wasn't young. Liz and Miyabo began discussing strategy for the assignment. Soon after beginning their journey, they had already crossed the western plains, moving forward to fulfill the assignment. Liz noted that Miyabo, despite his profession as a craftsman, definitely had strength as he sat down to rest. She noted that even though they had been walking since Angelum, Miyabo was not tired at all, and it seems as if he is a true adventurer. She was surprised by this, and Miyabo remarked that he really didn't feel tired. He explained that because of his skills, he could manage his physical strength and reduce his fatigue level. This was the result of long practice and working on himself. Liz was surprised and remarked that magicians do not have such skills. She added that it was much more difficult for mages to develop physical strength than those who specialized in martial skills. While she expressed no desire to become more physically strong or anything like that, she admitted that she sometimes envied the abilities of other adventurers. However, for the most part, she had come to terms with it. Miyabo noted that breaks were important to ensure safety along the way, but Liz stated that she was not tired at all and was willing to continue. She added that she now better understands those who strive to complete a task as quickly as possible. Liz warned that the city gates would close at sunset, and if they did not make it back before then, they would have to spend the night at the camp. Miyabo remembered how often he had to work overtime, and because of that he was late even for the last trains. Miyabo recalled how he had to walk home, which was very difficult. He reflected on the fact that just yesterday this was his daily reality. But now he was so happy to be in this world, thanks to the one who had sent him into it. Liz called out to Miyabo, but he didn't hear her, immersed in his own thoughts. He reflected on the fact that this world had its disadvantages too, but here there were no complaints from customers and no annoying boss. His coworkers were mostly women with children, which had undermined his psyche, and only now had he found peace. Liz suddenly called out to Miyabo, shouting that she had seen an earth sheep. They quickly lurked in the tall grass to stealthily follow it, watching it graze peacefully in the distance. Miyabo exclaimed that this earthen sheep looked like a deer. Liz clarified that it was indeed a deer, but she was not talking about it, but about the sheep behind it. At this moment, the deer suddenly started thrashing around abruptly, scattering in different directions as if they were frightened of something terrible. Miyabo stared in horror at the earth sheep that looked like a huge monster. His heart pounded harder, and Liz tensed up, ready to fight. Miyabo finally learned what an earth sheep looked like, and Liz explained that they were also called roaring demons. This was an unexpected discovery for him, and he felt a mixture of amazement and anxiety. Liz explained that these earth sheep, or as they are also called roaring demons, were not as simple as they might seem. Even if one were to gather 10 strong and experienced soldiers, they still wouldn't be able to handle such a monster. There are even legends that one of these demons managed to destroy the city gates with its power. Miyabo wondered how on earth they would be able to handle such a creature. Liz added that the biggest problem is that these demons are smart and cunning, which makes them even more dangerous. Liz stated that they need to work together like they did in the woods. She also added that there are rumors of earth sheep aiming at the mages behind the team. Miyabo stated that it might be too dangerous to verify this information. Liz replied that the earth sheep could instantly attack him, and so they needed to find cover. Miyabo realized why the guild members had reacted this way to this request. He thought about the fact that if such a monster really roamed nearby, the road would definitely be blocked. So they decided that they had to hurry. Miyabo asked Liz if anyone other than the adventurers had been hurt. and she replied that fortunately no civilians had been hurt. They noticed an obstruction in the road and learned that there was a village nearby, and that road was the only link to civilization. Miyabo realized that they must not be in the best condition since supplies had not arrived since those monsters appeared. Liz stated that they should not be allowed to fail, and even Miyabo, as her assistant, should be on guard. Miyabo agreed with her, and Liz suggested that there was no time to waste. Miyabo asked how they would observe these monsters, and would they need to use magic or throw rocks at them. Liz explained that it was important to not only see them, but to understand their behavior and tendencies. Miyabo asked if their task was only that, and Liz looked at him in surprise. Liz shouted that they needed to observe the monsters' movements, but that was no reason to relax. She added that the Earth Sheep would attack them relentlessly until they killed them, and considering the strength of those monsters, even a B rank would have a hard time. Miyabo was surprised by her saying that the monsters would attack until they killed and asked if it wasn't possible to just stop them. Liz asked what he meant, and Miyabo smiled. Miyabo felt that the Earth Sheep might not be prepared for unexpected situations, which might have been an advantage for them. Miyabo quickly made use of his equipment, using branches and rocks to construct a rock shovel. After Miyabo picked up the shovel, Liz curiously asked what his plan was, and Miyabo replied that he was going to start digging a hole. Liz pointed out the complexities of this approach, saying that monsters are not simple enough to be tricked in this way, and if it were so effective, everyone would have used this strategy long ago. She also pointed out that they do not have time to dig large holes, as even a slight delay could cause the Earth Sheep to notice their presence. Miyabo impressed Liz by digging a huge hole in a very short time. He was conscious of her words, but his actions showed that even a helper could show strength and resourcefulness despite the common perception of them as weak. Miyabo dug a huge hole around Liz, leaving her standing on a piece of ground, and he was confident in the effectiveness of this trap. Liz was amazed and couldn't believe it, and Miyabo had already managed to dig a ladder to climb up to her. She joked asking if Miyabo had been a mole in a past life, and he replied with a smile that he had probably been a dog on a leash. Miyabo stated that he needed to finish this as soon as possible. He quickly took plywood boards and placed them over the holes in the ground to cover them up. He explained that the boards should be carefully covered with soil and then covered with grass. But that could still give away the trap, so he decided to use magic to speed up the growth of the grass and make the deception more realistic. Their trap was ready, and now they could watch the Earth Sheep from a safe hiding place. Miyabo confidently stated that the monsters would not detect the changes and the trap was ready for action. Liz was amazed at how quickly and easily he had accomplished this task. Standing on the ground surrounded by the trap, he noticed that even after being treated with magic, the grass was slightly different, and it could be seen if you looked closely. Liz stated that it was nice of him to warn her, but added that he should have done it earlier. Miyabo thanked her for the compliment and advised her to be careful, because one more step and she would fail. Liz asked what she should do, and Miyabo clarified that Earth Sheep were ferocious. And since they were, if they spotted them, they would come to them themselves. He asked if Liz had any spell that could attract them. Convinced that attracting Earth Sheep was absurd, Liz still decided to trust Miyabo and give them a chance to succeed. Liz used a magic spell to create an earth projectile and hurled it toward the flock of Earth Sheep. The projectile traveled through the air, showering earth and rocks, and crashed to the ground, causing a rumble and dust. The sheep, noticing this, began to roar. Liz screamed that she was scared, sensing danger approaching. The Earth Sheep, seeing where the shell came from, ran towards Liz and Miyabo. Their powerful footsteps rocked the ground, and the air was filled with their roaring. Liz and Miyabo found themselves in the middle of a clash with the monsters, and they were faced with the task of dealing with this threat. Liz shouted that the Earth Sheep were approaching and asked if the trap was sure to work. Miyabo asked her to calm down and assured her that it would work, but there was no way Liz could calm down. Her anxiety was growing by the second, and Miyabo felt himself starting to tense up, but he tried to remain calm, knowing that their safety was at stake now. Liz screamed in terror that she couldn't calm down, that they were doomed to defeat, and she wasn't even able to escape because of the trap. Her screams filled the air with panic, which included a plea for forgiveness to the gods for her association with Miyabo. As the sheep approached with a roar, Liz, struck with fear, could not contain her screams. The sheep approached them, and suddenly the planks under its hooves began to fly apart. Miyabo and Liz watched in horror as the sheep began to fall into the hole, disappearing underground. Miyabo began to cheer as all the sheep flew into the pit. Liz asked him to be quiet and stated that because the sheep would not fall in without noticing anything. She then asked him if the sheep would know about the pit. Liz, with anxiety in her voice, repeated her doubts, as if seeking some confirmation or reassurance from Miyabo. Miyabo explained that the deeper the pit, the more effective the trap, and since the sheep had fallen from such a height, it meant only one thing. It means that the Earth's sheep are definitely out of action. Miyabo, seeing the Earth sheep fall into the pit, realized that their fight was over. He told Liz with confidence in his voice that they were no longer a threat. Liz looked at him with admiration, wondering where he got such skills that could deal with monsters so quickly and efficiently. Miyabo expressed his joy that Liz had come down without injury, but Liz thought it wasn't worth that much attention. Liz turned to Miyabo and stated that she had something important to tell him, asking if she could ask him something. Miyabo was surprised to hear that she wanted to talk about something important, and joked with a smile that they had only known each other for 2 days. However, Liz shouted that it wasn't a declaration of love, and she was talking about how they didn't need the pits anymore. Liz then emphatically stated that she would go first to teach the sheep a lesson. Liz, using magic, summoned an ice spike, and Miyabo noticed it getting bigger and bigger. Miyabo reminded Liz that her opponent was just a wounded animal, and simpler magic could be used. But she insisted, claiming that Earth sheep were very survivable, and that she wanted to kill it in one shot so as not to damage the material. And for that, it was better to increase its strength with a magic charge. Liz threw the ice spear with a powerful magic charge straight at the Earth sheep. The spear rumbled into its body, causing a terrific burst of ice and snow. With a smile, Liz noted that their task was complete. Liz noted that she had never before struck a finishing blow so easily. At the same time, she noticed that her head was not keeping up with what was happening. Miyabo stated that mastery was shown by being able to use his skills correctly, but Liz noticed that his abilities were too strange. Liz suddenly asked if she understood correctly that Miyabo had just put all the monsters in his inventory. Miyabo explained that he was just collecting materials from the monsters. However, Liz thought that it was like sabotage. Liz was amazed. After all, Miyabo had put so much earth in his inventory, and how could he fit massive earth rams in there? Miyabo replied that she herself had told him that materials could be carried in his inventory. Liz admitted that Miyabo was right, but she still wondered how he got such a huge inventory. Realizing that she wouldn't get an answer from him, she suggested taking a break. They had a small picnic on the bank of the river, and while talking, they enjoyed their food. Liz expressed her joy at being able to enjoy warm bread, and Miyabo shared her feelings. He noted that the bread prepared and stored in advance was a good decision. They both agreed that the inventory is a very useful thing. In response to Liz's question about the maximum amount of inventory, Miyabo remarked that she really enjoyed talking about inventory. Miyabo stated that he was not sure how much space was available in the inventory, but suggested that it was only 1% full at the moment. Liz could not believe these words and began to wonder if perhaps she was missing something. Miyabo explained that his inventory was expanding depending on his skill level. Liz didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and Miyabo realized that there seemed to be no concept of level in their world. He explained to her that when a skill is used, the inventory automatically increases. For example, if he added something to his inventory every day, it would become larger. In the dream world, Miyabo could naturally increase his level. In that virtual world, he had the ability to create a huge inventory, which would seem like a cheat to many people, but it was common for experienced craftsmen. Miyabo thought that expanding inventory was a normal practice, but he noticed that this world was too different from the game. When Liz remained silent, Miyabo asked what that meant. Liz announced that she was just thinking about it, since her idea of tinkers was a little different. Liz explained that in her idea, artisans were capable of making anything, but their products were usually not of high quality. They mostly create cheap furniture and repair defenses, while earning low wages. She thought it was one of the most unsightly professions. Liz stated that she had no idea what conditions Miyabo lived in and added that for them, even going outside the city without guards was impossible. Liz explained that even wolves and goblins can be dangerous to people without fighting skills. Sometimes crafters partner with adventurers to protect themselves, but their inventory also fills up quickly. For the average artisan, gathering important materials is a very dangerous and difficult endeavor. Miyabo listened attentively, realizing the complexity of this world. Miyabo, who had traveled to many different places in the dream world, had never experienced difficulties in gathering materials except for the areas where demons dwelt. He was able to avoid dangers due to his experience. However, such feats were not available to the artisans of this world, and they were limited to creating cheap furniture and repairing defense structures. Unlike Miyabo, they had no opportunity to improve their skills. Miyabo sympathized with them, but realized that it was not within his power to solve the problem. Miyabo, focused on his business, recognized that every job has its difficulties, and making money is not easy. He reminded Liz that she herself had recently complained of being cold while working. Liz agreed with him and added that adventurers have a high risk of death, but only a few achieve wealth and fame, so it is important not to get discouraged and keep trying. Miyabo, deciding to change the subject to avoid more ridiculousness, turned to Liz and said that he would need her help. Miyabo realized that he was already in debt, but still asked Liz for some wool from the earth rams they had destroyed. Liz, upon hearing his request, said that he could have it all. She explained that she had originally planned to sell the main parts in bulk and just throw the wool away. Miyabo realized that adventurers usually only take back part of it, and thanked Liz. Miyabo set about sorting out the materials. He had never even imagined that he would ever be able to carry an entire earth ram with him. The horns were used to make medicine, the claws and bones were used to make weapons and armor, and there were also large chunks of meat. Miyabo reflected that this job could be the most lucrative in recent memory. Liz was glad that her labors were rewarded and planned to move to a hot spring inn. Miyabo noticed that she probably wanted a warm bath, and remembered that yesterday she had had enough cold. Liz stated that a hot bath was much more pleasant for the body. She then exclaimed that Miyabo would not be able to leave the team for a while yet. Liz assured Miyabo that she hoped he would stay on the team even after he paid back all his debt. Miyabo realized that she appreciated his efforts to collect materials from monsters for more profit. Perhaps he wished she had expressed her thoughts in a friendlier manner, but either way, he would have stayed with her in the group just as happily. Miyabo, after shaking Liz's hand, confirmed that helping each other was an important part of teamwork and that he was also happy to work with her. Liz apologized for her calculating nature, but Miyabo assured her that it was okay and asked her not to worry. Elena greeted Miyabo and Liz's appearance at the guild with surprise. She stated that from her recollection, the request had only been approved this morning and was pleasantly surprised that they had gotten it done so quickly. Liz suggested that they were lucky as the sheep may have walked separately. Miyabo whispered to Liz, asking why they couldn't just admit that they had trapped them, to which she replied that she had the pride of an adventurer. Elena stated that luck was also a kind of skill and expressed joy for them, asking for materials as proof. Liz suddenly remembered that they still had to sort out the materials and asked for a room to do so. Miyabo was surprised, but then remembered that Liz was not aware that he had already taken care of it. He said that he had already dismantled everything and suggested that they start taking out the materials. Miyabo took out the claws and horns from 3 bodies and the flesh from 2. Elena examined this impressive array of materials, expressing her admiration. Miyabo apologized and noticed that the materials were blocking the entire aisle. He asked Elena if she wanted him to take them somewhere else. Elena replied that was fine and said she would start the evaluation immediately, asking them to wait a bit. The adventurers who saw this were amazed and could not understand where so much meat had come from. The adventurers whispered, trying to figure out what these materials were. One of them pointed to chunks of meat and assumed it was ground lamb. Another suggested calling someone from the warehouse for a more detailed assessment. The adventurer approached the piece of meat and his gaze locked onto a whole earth ram. His reaction was a mixture of surprise and desire. He could not believe his eyes, seeing such an unexpected and valuable resource right in front of him. Miyabo, observing the scene, turned to Liz and asked with surprise if lamb meat was really that popular in this place. Liz explained that ground lamb meat is quite tender and wholesome and is often appreciated, especially by women who even prefer it raw. She also specified that if the meat was delivered within 3 hours of killing the ram, the guild could freeze it. Miyabo realized that this meat was indeed popular. Liz suddenly turned to Miyabo to share her thoughts about the meat. She expressed her desire to try a piece of meat and asked Miyabo not to sell it. Miyabo remarked that Liz also liked the meat, but she added that she would not prefer it raw. Elena approached them and apologized for the delay. She then thanked them for taking the time to provide materials for evaluation. Elena specified that they would receive 45 gold for the fulfillment of the order, 60 gold for the horns. The claws, being in good condition, were valued at 10 gold, and the meat would be worth 85 gold. She then proceeded to calculate the total sum. Elena announced that the total amount was 200 gold pieces. Seeing this mountain of coins, Liz suggested that Miyabo divide it in a ratio of 7-3. Miyabo agreed to Liz's suggestion and said he would accept his 30%. Liz asked in surprise why so little and expressed her desire to give him 70%. Miyabo explained that he was not proud of it, but he was so indebted that taking 70% would get him into financial trouble. Liz asked how many times he was going to pay her back and told him to just take his 70% since he had been very helpful as a mole. Miyabo asked why she was talking about him like that, and then Elena intervened, asking which mole they were talking about. They, smiling, declared that they were not talking about any. Liz remarked that it was funny that Miyabo was so repulsed, but he only said that he was just supporting her and didn't deserve such a big reward. Miyabo pointed out that since Liz was in the vanguard, she had taken more risks than he had, and so he would pay her back most of what he owed her. Liz recognized that even with that share, she would get more than she would for the mission she had completed and his debt combined. They pondered how best to distribute the reward, and Miyabo suggested dividing it in the proportion of 6-4. Liz shouted at him to stop and remarked that he looked like someone trying to extract a discount from a merchant. She offered to split it equally, 5-5. But Miyabo declared that he did not consider himself worthy of such a reward, since he was merely supporting her. Liz smiled and stated that it was okay, because it was her choice. Miyabo and Liz went to the Furite Inn, where they were told that a night's lodging for one person would cost 2 coins. Miyabo was shocked by the cost of a night's lodging at 20,000 yen, but Liz was unperturbed by it. He tried to reassure himself by reminding himself that it was a necessary expense. Suddenly, Liz suggested that he visit onsen, or more specifically, the hot springs. After they defeated those rams, they had some money. Therefore, they decided to take a little vacation by visiting the hot springs. However, Miyabo was concerned about the high prices at the new inn. He was worried that going from an ordinary business hotel to the luxurious onsen would hit his wallet hard. He had 98 coins left, and considering it would cost 14 coins to stay at the inn for a week, he only had 84 gold coins left. He thought about the fact that it might be better to stay at the business hotel. Liz insisted that they should go to onsen sooner, but Miyabo asked her to wait a bit. Miyabo suggested they go shopping and asked Liz what she would like to take. She was indignant, saying they had to go to the hot springs, but Miyabo calmed her down by suggesting she stay and enjoy the water. Liz declined to shop and agreed to stay. As Miyabo left, Liz noticed how much energy he had in him. After Miyabo left, Liz headed to the hot springs to enjoy their warmth and relax after a busy day. Miyabo realized that after completing a rare and arduous task yesterday, he urgently needed to regain his energy. Realizing that the life of an adventurer is full of challenges, he knew that the key to this process was nutrition. Miyabo thought about the possibility that there might be times when there would be no new assignments. Therefore, as long as they had funds, he thought it was important to stock up on food. After all, having a supply of food was essential, especially if the assignments would drag on for a long time. The thought of an earthy lamb in a pan with vegetables came to his mind. Miyabo reflected that even without the spicy sweet sauce, the meal would be great, just with a little salt added. As he approached the counter at the store, he pointed to the entire counter and requested to buy all the items. While inquiring about the price for the entire assortment, the clerk at first thought it was a joke and ordered him to leave if he was just having fun. But Miyabo seriously held out 10 gold coins to him and asked if that amount was enough. The vendor changed his facial expression, agreeing that it was enough, and started packing the food. However, Miyabo stopped him and explained that he would put all the purchases in his inventory, which surprised the vendor. Miyabo headed to another counter and asked for salt and pepper. The old man behind the counter thought he was joking, but when Miyabo offered him 1 gold coin, he immediately gave him what he asked for. When he approached another counter, he asked for linen and the woman started to find out who he was. But as soon as Miyabo offered a gold coin, she immediately ran to get him the goods. As Miyabo looked at his purchases, he thought about it. After paying 35 coins for the goods, he only had 49 coins left. He realized that this was a great investment in his future and decided not to regret spending the money. Miyabo, walking through the city, looked closely at the buildings, searching for a certain place. After glancing at the gun store, Miyabo went inside without too much thought. Looking around, Miyabo noticed a dagger on the counter. He scrutinized the dagger, marveling at its craftsmanship and quality, which he sorely lacked in his own weapon. Miyabo reflected on the fact that crafting a weapon required skills unavailable to him in crafting. Suddenly, he was called out to him. A man asked if he too was a master of something. Miyabo realized that the man in front of him was a gnome. He asked him if he was the owner of the store, and how did he know about his craftsmanship. The gnome invited him to look around the store, pointing to the customers and explaining that they were like normal weapon users, choosing weapons based on comfort and heaviness. Looking at Miyabo, he remarked that only maniacs or craftsmen scrutinized weapons as carefully as he did. Miyabo was embarrassed and apologized, stating that he was actually going to buy something, not just looking at it. The dwarf asked what he was apologizing for and said that he himself often looked at other blacksmiths' work, so there was no need to be embarrassed about it. Miyabo expressed his gratitude and interest in buying a knife for self-defense. He asked the dwarf if he could sell him some iron ore. The gnome asked Miyabo's name, to which the gnome replied, introducing himself as an assistant craftsman. The gnome's gaze clearly changed when he realized that Miyabo was a craft adventurer. Weiss, a hereditary blacksmith, introduced himself and listened to Miyabo's desires regarding weapon making. He expressed his approval of such an attitude. Weiss had Miyabo show him his previous work. Miyabo hesitated for a moment, realizing that he had no samples of his work, nor did he aspire to make weapons. Instead, his goal was to create a cooking device, an oven. He explained that his desire was specifically to create an oven. Miyabo noticed that the atmosphere had become different. He presented Weiss with a stone axe that he had made himself. Although the work was not perfect, he made every effort to make it of high quality. Miyabo hoped that Weiss would not judge him for such work. However, when Weiss looked at the axe, he showed interest and invited Miyabo to follow him. Weiss led Miyabo into a spacious workshop where the sounds of hammers could be heard and the smell of metal and hot roasted steel could be smelled. After introducing Miyabo to the craftsmen working on building weapons, Weiss showed him something interesting. Weiss pointed out huge piles of iron ore, and Miyabo was amazed at the amount of it. It was an impressive sight, lots of metal blocks ready to be the starting material for creating weapons. It reminded Miyabo how labor-intensive the art of blacksmithing was. Miyabo admitted that he was impressed by this amount of iron ore, as it was his first experience with such volumes of material. He reflected on the fact that he could never see real objects in virtual worlds as he could in real life. Weiss generously handed him a crate of ore, and Miyabo expressed his gratitude for such a gift. Weiss announced that he wanted to share his experience with the aspiring blacksmith, and this gesture was an inspiration to Miyabo. Miyabo asked Weiss about the cost of iron ore. Weiss replied that he did not expect to be paid by someone who made axes out of stone, let alone adventurers who, he realized, often did not have extra money. Though Miyabo tended to be economical, he insisted on being paid. Weiss assured him that he should not worry and should not refuse the offer while he had the chance. He expressed his desire to see what Miyabo would get out of the ore and asked him to show him the results of his work. Miyabo decided to start by building a furnace, but did not know how to inform Weiss. Miyabo stated that he did not think it would take much time and promised to create a weapon that would not be ashamed to show. Looking closely at Miyabo's stone axe, Weiss noticed a special sharpening. He admitted that his senile interest was beginning to show. Miyabo stepped outside and looked around, not recognizing where he had come from. This made him think about the possibility of suffering from topographical cretinism, and he realized how important it was to have a map with him. He was glad he had memorized the name of the hotel. Miyabo suddenly noticed Mel and was glad to have met her at such an important moment. Miyabo asked Mel for directions. Upon hearing his words, Mel expressed surprise that he had gotten lost again and willingly showed him the way to the inn. Miyabo apologized for his absent-mindedness and said that he had already checked into another inn called Furite. Upon learning this, Mel told him that she was also staying at that inn and offered to walk him there. When they entered the inn, Miyabo was relieved that they had reached their destination. He was grateful for Mel's help and expressed his appreciation to her. Suddenly, he stopped and looked anxiously at Mel, noticing her strange look and the fact that she would not let go of his hand. Miyabo realized that he should express his gratitude with a gift, just like last time. Miyabo was glad that he had time to buy a lot of things and decided to craft something beautiful. He began to infuse mana and create the desired image in his head. Miyabo, possessing the skill of crafting, began sewing, knowing that each stitch would be imbued with magic and that he would put a piece of his gratitude into the product. As he continued to work on the gift, Miyabo began to visualize the path of magic that overflowed into each thread he inserted into the piece. Under the influence of his magical powers, the thread itself turned into a soft plush cat toy, as if coming to life under his deft fingers. Mel stood beside Miyabo and asked if he had finished. Miyabo replied that he had only a little left and would soon be finished. People gathered around and looked at Miyabo's work and remarked that only skilled artisans could do such a thing. Miyabo continued to cover the toy with a thin layer of magic and then attached the wool of a great sheep to it. Miyabo, almost finished with his work, began to make small adjustments when he suddenly looked up and was stunned by what he saw. A multitude of people had gathered around him, and he did not realize where they had come from. Miyabo answered in the negative when asked if he was a tailor and handed Mel a gift, expressing his gratitude for her help. Mel, cradling the toy in her arms, also expressed her gratitude, addressing Miyabo by name for the first time since they had known each other. Miyabo was pleasantly surprised to realize that Mel had remembered his name all along, but she stated that it had only occurred to her now. When she left, he hoped that she had enjoyed the gift he had given her and wished that she would not forget his name again. At that moment, Liz suddenly walked up to him and greeted him happily. Liz asked Miyabo if anyone had come by and mentioned that she had heard someone's high-pitched voice. Miyabo assured her that he had not seen anyone. He asked if she had been sitting in the hot springs all this time. Liz admitted that she'd visited them 3 times already, and she added that it was incredibly pleasant. Watching her, Miyabo tried not to fall in love, but realized that she didn't look her age. Liz suggested that he visit the hot springs too, suggesting that he freeze outside. Miyabo looked at her and noticed that she looked very mature. When Liz touched his cheek, he felt her warmth and heard her say that he was indeed cold. She added that rest was part of the job and suggested that he go rest. Suddenly, Liz shouted at Miyabo and asked what was happening to him. Miyabo, embarrassed, thought about the dirty thoughts that were visiting his head and remembered that she was younger than him. Struggling to gather his thoughts, he stated that he was going to go get warm, and Liz advised him to be careful not to slip. Miyabo headed towards the hot springs, feeling the tension leave his body with each step. The warmth of the water enveloped him, soothing his tired muscles and mind. Miyabo, standing in the forest, was amazed at the variety of trees before him: oaks, cypresses, and many others. He marveled at this diversity and called this forest Tree Paradise. An hour before the event, Miyabo and Liz stood in the guild house, gazing intently at the bulletin board. Liz expressed her dissatisfaction, noting that the tasks were not the same as usual. There were many of them, but the rewards were too small. Miyabo suggested that it might be because of yesterday's rain. Liz, after thinking for a bit, pointed out that if you consider the situation, today promises to be full of mud, and camping in such conditions is not a very attractive idea. Miyabo asked if that meant taking the day off today, to which Liz replied that it seemed that it would have to be arranged. Liz suggested that Miyabo spend some time together, looking for the materials he was longing for. As they made their way through the forest, Liz noticed that Miyabo seemed to change after they entered the dense thicket. Miyabo explained that he couldn't stay calm when it came to the art of crafting. And besides, there was another reason. Miyabo felt surrounded by an abundance of diverse trees, each of which seemed to be a unique work of nature. His gaze encompassed mighty oaks, graceful cypresses, and other types of plants, immersing himself in admiration before this living world. Miyabo remarked admiringly that it was a true natural wonder where trees with different growing conditions were gathered. He added that when you spend so much time crafting, you begin to notice the differences in the color and luster of each tree. For example, the same species of tree growing in different regions even has different annual rings. Liz supported him, stating that she understood. She added that he could do whatever he wanted, but only in this place. Liz explained that the noise caused by a tree falling might attract monsters, and suddenly noticed that the tree that Miyabo had just cut down had disappeared. Liz apologized and assumed that she had imagined it. However, Miyabo insisted, saying that he had activated his material extraction skill and that the tree had indeed disappeared. Liz brushed it off and stated that it was impossible. She added that a tree couldn't enter the inventory without even touching the ground, and expressed relief that it was just her imagination. Liz turned away from Miyabo and resolutely stated that she would go to look around the area and check if there were any monsters. Miyabo expressed hope for her success and safe return. Miyabo tackled the next tree, but his attempts were in vain. He realized that this tree was too strong for his stone axe. If the strength of the object was greater than the strength of the material, the object would break when it reached 0. Miyabo thought about the possibility of making an iron axe, but knew that iron ore was expensive in these parts. He thought about using other materials, but iron was the best choice for a tool. When Liz approached him and suggested that he move to another place after chopping that tree, Miyabo asked why, given that there were still many trees nearby. Liz explained that forests are home to many animals and cutting too much can disrupt the ecosystem. Therefore, it is important to cut down trees gradually and in different places to keep the balance. Miyabo understood her reasoning, remembering that the forest ecosystem was not an endless source of resources, but he also knew that this rule was most important for large-scale forest operations, not for a single person. Liz suddenly stopped Miyabo and quietly ordered him not to move. She looked around tensely, as if noticing something suspicious nearby, and immediately disappeared into the thick bushes. Miyabo tensed up, sensing the sudden threat, and carefully listened to the surrounding sounds, ready for any development. Liz used ice needle magic with an instant reaction. Miyabo, intrigued, peeked out from his hiding place to see what was going on. In the light of the rays filtering through the foliage, he could make out the outline of a wolf lying on the ground. Sharp needles protruded from its body, standing out against the soft light. As he approached the wolf, Miyabo noticed that it was still small by wolf standards. He expressed his gratitude to Liz for spotting him as he crept up, since he himself had not suspected anything. Liz explained that she noticed him because of a strange sound that mingled with the rustling of the leaves. Miyabo tried to listen in, but admitted he didn't hear anything. Liz smiled and explained that it was a matter of experience, then pointed in the other direction, where she said there was another wolf. Miyabo asked her not to scare him like that, but she assured him that this wolf was not a threat, and that they were different things. Liz looked at Miyabo with hope in her eyes and asked if he had gathered all the materials he wanted. Miyabo nodded in agreement. Then they went for a little more walk in the forest, enjoying the nature and tranquility. After a while, Liz suggested taking a break, noticing that Miyabo was starting to get tired. He agreed with her, but pointed out that sitting on the dirt was not the most pleasant idea. In response, Liz suggested eating lunch on tree roots, but Miyabo assured her that that was what he was for, and that they would find a way to make the break comfortable. Miyabo quickly took advantage of the tree cutting and built something amazing in a matter of seconds. It looked more like a gazebo, and Liz looked at it and sighed as she realized that Miyabo had started his building experiments again. She expressed surprise, thinking it was a full-fledged house. Miyabo explained that his goal was to recreate a home-like atmosphere, but Liz exclaimed, asking what kind of atmosphere are we talking about if you built a real house. Liz suggested that Miyabo take a look around and pointed to the surrounding virgin forest. in the midst of which the elegant house stood. Miyabo wondered if it was just a vacation spot, but Liz exploded and asked if he really knew what she was talking about. Miyabo suddenly realized that this was the real world and he had taken things too lightly. Miyabo, in an attempt to settle the situation, carefully spread the plaid and gently laid it on Liz's lap. He expected that this small attention on his part would make her warmer and cozier. Liz swore at him, and Miyabo, burning with embarrassment, apologized, claiming that he had no intention of troubling her. Liz stated that she hadn't expected such inconsiderate behavior from a tinker. She admitted that she felt uncomfortable, but at least the warm pillow on the chair eased her discomfort a little. Liz warned that if they made things too comfortable, they might miss a real threat such as monsters, and she didn't want to eat lunch with monsters. She ordered Miyabo to be more careful and cautious. Without losing his resolve, Miyabo declared that one couldn't just sit and wait and started cooking. He quickly built the stove and asked Liz for a fire, but noticed that she was just sitting there enjoying the warmth of the plaid. Miyabo realized that he would have to try to do it himself. He took advantage of the fire's magical endowment. Magic flowed through his circuits, which was what any attribute gave. However, Miyabo realized that this could have undesirable consequences, for success depended on the compatibility of the material and the attribute. Miyabo realized that wood and fire were the perfect combination, and the fire was easily kindled. He stood in front of the stove, ready to begin cooking, realizing that he would now have to change tactics, abandoning his habit of using matches. Miyabo, standing in front of the stove, used the craft system to start cooking. He selected the necessary ingredients and started combining them, following his skills and intuition. After a while, there was already grilled meat ready on a plate in front of him. Miyabo smiled contentedly, proud of his skill in cooking. Miyabo prepared lunch, decorating the table with a variety of dishes: grilled meat from the great sheep meat, vegetables, milk bread, and black tea. Liz, expressing her gratitude, admitted that she needed to pass out now. They sat down at the table and began to enjoy their meal, feeling warm and cozy in each other's company. Miyabo enjoyed the dish, noting that the meat was incredibly tender, with no extraneous odors, and the perfect combination of salt highlighted the natural flavor of each bite. He rejoiced, realizing that this was the first meat he had ever sourced himself. Liz noticed that the bread had an unusual flavor, and even sensed a slight sweetness from the milk. Miyabo proudly announced that he had made this bread himself. Liz suggested that from that day forward, he should only craft the bread because it tasted better than store-bought bread. She added that she would pay for the flour herself. Miyabo delighted Liz by stating that he had everything he needed to craft flour, sugar, and various seasonings. Liz was amazed that he was ahead of her. Walking through the forest after the meal, Liz noticed that they were a little late, but saw that Miyabo looked pleased. He stated that the day had been one of the best days for him. Miyabo added that it was all thanks to her. Liz was surprised, and he explained that he couldn't face the monsters alone, and he had no idea about the gathering rule. He said that she was a true professional at what she did. Liz brushed it off, claiming that he was exaggerating. Miyabo reflected on the fact that he had done everything he wanted to do, gathered everything he wanted to do, cooked everything he wanted to cook, and it turned out to be not just a life but a dream for him. Miyabo turned to Liz and asked if she had a dream. She hesitantly asked if he would laugh. Miyabo answered in the negative, and then Liz confessed that she dreamed of becoming an orang adventurer so that she could use her own magic and help people. Miyabo admired Liz's dream and expressed his confidence that she could fulfill it. Liz, however, expressed her doubts, saying that the path to achieving the rank seemed extremely far away to her. She shared that even using mid-level magic brought her difficulties and sometimes proved to be an impossible task. All of this made her doubt her capabilities and abilities to reach this high rank. Liz smiled and said that there was nothing she could do about it, because innate talent plays the most important role for an adventurer. Miyabo, looking at her, confirmed his belief that she was indeed worthy of the rank. Miyabo pointed at the other adventurers, noticing that they were all surrounded by mud. They were fighting monsters, running through the forest, and mud was splattered in all directions with every move they made. Even the archer, who seemed like she should have kept her distance, was soiled from head to toe. Miyabo added that these adventurers, though they had accomplished the task, had not taken the time to clean their equipment. They had to hurry to make it before the gates closed. He emphasized that although they had accomplished the task, they could have been seriously injured. Miyabo continued by pointing out that there are those who take on any task without considering the strength of the team, the weather conditions, and the condition of the roads. Miyabo questioned how can adventurers be trusted if among them are those who lend money to those in trouble. Emphasizing this point, he glanced at Liz, who irritably asked who was to blame when such things happened. With a smile, Miyabo continued, saying that he didn't think that using mid-level magic had any effect on her dream. Miyabo pointed out that although strength was an important quality, it was not the only component of success. Miyabo realized that he was not keeping up with Liz and asked her to wait. He realized that it is important to simply believe in people to make their dreams come true. Miyabo fished fish from the river and cooked it. Liz, setting the table, remarked in surprise that she didn't expect they would be able to enjoy fried fish while on a mission. Liz turned to Miyabo and expressed concern about the abundance and luxury in their daily meals, stating that adventurers usually preferred modest snacks for fear that monsters would be attracted by the smell of food. She added that such a pace was incompatible with their normal lifestyle. After Miyabo and Liz ate, they settled down to sleep, and their dreams turned out to be very exciting. When they stood in front of Elena, she thanked them for their work and remarked that they had worked well together. The 2 weeks in the other world flew by unnoticed by Miyabo. He was grateful to Liz for choosing simple tasks that allowed them to successfully deal with the challenges of this world. Liz told Elena about Miyabo's ability to carry a large number of things with him. Elena noticed that Liz was smiling more often lately, which caused her pleasure and joy. Liz was surprised and said that she had been smiling before. Miyabo noticed that she had, on the contrary, become angrier more often lately. Elena asked if Liz was worried about someone, but Liz stopped her. Elena noticed that Liz was getting angry. Miyabo thought about the fact that it turned out Liz wasn't alone, and she always had Miss Elena's support. He now realized that Liz's ambition to become a good adventurer was not only because of her enthusiasm. Elena noticed that the orders for collecting materials had increased markedly recently. Offering them a new assignment, she added that they could take on another mission. However, Liz deferred the decision, saying they needed time to think about it. Apparently, this assignment seemed overly difficult or beyond their capabilities. Miyabo concluded that it suited him best. He was aware that completing the mission while protecting the aide was not easy since Liz was concerned about his well-being and trying to prevent him from possible injury. However, he was aware of her goals and was eager to help her achieve them. Miyabo decided that he did not want to be an obstacle in the way of Liz's dreams being realized. When she approached him with a question about his plans for later, he hesitated. Miyabo didn't understand what Liz was talking about, and she clarified that they would be free after they turned in the assignment. Realizing the situation, Miyabo stated that in that case, he would exercise magic. Liz added that she, too, should learn some magic spells. Miyabo admitted that she could rest easy, and for him, magic was a hobby. To that, Liz shouted that it was almost a hobby for her too. They decided that they would do what they could, each in their own field. Miyabo practiced magic, trying to master the magical gift of flame. It was not easy, and he realized that no one had promised him an easy path. Magical bestowal, even in this world, was one of the most complex systems. The relationship between materials and attributes required a certain compatibility. This principle of controlling magical energy was becoming the key to successfully utilizing magical endowments. Miyabo realized that even the slightest breach of compatibility could lead to unpredictable consequences. It was important to control the flow of magical energy, for if compatibility was compromised, it could leak out of the chain, ruining the material. Miyabo had previously made the mistake of summoning fire, but now he realized that it was not required. Miyabo deepened his concentration, trying to carefully follow each element of the magic circuits. He realized that even the slightest deviation from the plan could affect the result of his spell. Miyabo felt confident as the cube of magical flame bestowal appeared in his hands. He was pleased that he was able to successfully block the release of heat and control his magic. Miyabo noticed that the cube was very warm even without batteries. He decided to place them around the room. At this time, it occurred to him that even so, the cold outside wouldn't go anywhere. Miyabo pondered the need for something comfortable and out of the way while running errands. He came up with the idea to create thermal underwear, a real body heater. Realizing the importance of this idea, he decided to show it to Liz as soon as possible. Miyabo asked Liz to borrow her underwear to improve its thermal insulation. To his surprise, Liz reacted sharply and kicked him out. Miyabo thought that asking Liz for her underwear might be awkward and inappropriate. Instead, he decided to use some other clothes, such as a robe, to improve his insulation. Miyabo was lying on the ground when a guard came up to him and told him that the gate closing time was approaching and he had better go inside. Miyabo realized that he was always lost at times like this, but this time he decided not to repeat the mistakes of the past. After all, he had learned from them. Looking at the map of the city, he realized that he was at the East Gate, which meant the inn must be nearby. Deciding to make a small detour to Mel's on the way, he headed forward. Suddenly, Miyabo noticed Mel walking towards him. She immediately showed him the way to the inn with her hand, but he noted that he wasn't lost. This made Mel a little angry, but Miyabo quickly added that her surprise was misplaced. Mel looked at him gratefully. As they walked, Miyabo asked where she was going at this late hour, and Mel explained that she was going to take her weapon to be repaired since it was a bit damaged. Miyabo took Mel's weapon in his hands and examined it, finding its durability on the verge of 0 and its magical properties depleted. He pointed this out, and Mel turned away from him in annoyance. Miyabo embarrassedly admitted that he also needed his weapon repaired, but had no idea where to turn. Mel looked at him again, waiting for him to continue. They headed to Weiss's shop. Weiss, upon seeing Mel, expressed his displeasure that she didn't bring the weapon earlier when it wasn't completely ruined. He then turned his attention to Miyabo, trying to remember him. After introductions, Miyabo asked Weiss to look at his sword, and admitted that he hadn't made his own weapon yet. After confirming that they knew each other, Mel sided with him. Weiss informed him that he had a backlog of orders and Mel would have to wait. But Mel insisted on immediate service. However, Weiss remarked that she wanted too much. He then turned to Miyabo, suggesting that his crafting level had increased, and asked if he would agree to use material synthesis. Miyabo realized that Weiss wanted to ask him to restore the weapon. Reconstitution is the process of recreating a weapon or tool by resynthesizing the item using additional material. For example, if you synthesize a worn-out copper sword with added copper, you can get a new copper sword. Miyabo reflected on the fact that the risk of material might not be justified. He suggested that Mel's sword might be made of an expensive material and asked if it should be left as is. Weiss noted that such a unique opportunity might not come again, and that controlling magical energy was one of the best qualities of an artisan. Miyabo, though hesitant, decided to give it a try. Weiss assured Miyabo that Mel's sword would wear out quickly, but that she had enough money for a new one. Miyabo approached Mel and politely asked if he could repair her sword. Weiss handed Miyabo a dragon fang, the material for Mel's sword, and then invited Miyabo to demonstrate his skill. Miyabo realized that this put considerable psychological pressure on him. Miyabo, holding Mel's sword in one hand and the dragon fang in the other, realized the similarity between the algorithm and the magical gift. Miyabo noticed that the sword circuits had opened up and the pairing was successful. Now it was up to him to direct the magic on the dents and scratches. Unlike magical endowment, here he had to control the magic in the material as well, making the process much more difficult. Weiss advised Miyabo to remember to breathe and added that if he successfully synthesized Mel's sword, he would give him some dragon teeth. Miyabo turned around and expressed his gratitude for such an offer. Mel silently supported Miyabo with her presence, motivating him to keep moving forward. After a while, Miyabo announced that he had completed his work. Weiss took the sword and demonstrated it to Mel. This made Miyabo a little angry because they didn't even look at it before evaluating the sword. He noted that he had put a lot more work into it than he had planned. Weiss agreed, while noting that there was nothing surprising about it. Weiss stated that synthesizing with high-quality material was not part of the standard work of an artisan. Miyabo was perplexed, noting that Weiss had previously asserted the opposite, saying that artisans are more skilled in this area. Weiss laid out several dragon fangs in front of Miyabo. Miyabo refused to take them, claiming they were too many, and added that he had already spent 1 fang on a sword. Weiss stopped him and informed him that it usually took 4 fangs for such a sword. Back at the inn, Miyabo felt that his body was simply broken. In the morning, turning to Liz, he complained that everything hurt. Liz remarked that it wasn't surprising, considering he had fallen asleep right in the hallway. She then showed him the task of picking the herb morbus. Miyabo noticed that Liz was offering him the gathering task again. He looked at another assignment on the bulletin board and asked what she thought of it. It was a research assignment on the Jasper Forest. Liz explained that assignments like that could affect the ranking of other tasks, and honestly, she had never taken on something like that. She thought it was too early for them to take on something like this, because there could always be a dangerous monster popping out of the forest. Miyabo approached Liz, feeling some tension in the air. He asked a question about the assignment, asking if she was avoiding something like this because of him. Liz silently looked away, as if weighing all aspects of the situation before answering. Liz explained that the last time they had done a mission with the Great Sheep, she had been extremely cautious and prepared for all possible situations. Although it ended well, she felt that it was that experience that made her wary. She also noted that Miyabo was very good at gathering tasks. Miyabo noted that she needed a lot of experience to reach rank A, emphasizing that Miss Elainer had expressed a similar opinion. Liz agreed, but pointed out the possibility of encountering a monster while exploring. Miyabo suggested hiding from it underground in that case. At the look of surprise on Liz's face, Miyabo reminded her that he had been a mole in his past life. Liz agreed to try it, but warned that it might be difficult. Miyabo acknowledged that the task would be difficult, to which Liz assured him that she would rely on him. As they approached Elainer, she clarified if this would be the first study for Liz. Liz replied that she had decided to try something new. Elainer expressed her confidence in them, but urged them to be careful and to leave immediately in case of a life-threatening situation. Seeing the signs of worry on Elainer's face, Liz couldn't resist asking what had happened. With a heavy sigh, Elainer explained that the team sent on this mission had not yet returned. While walking through the Jasper Forest, Miyabo was surprised to notice that there was a special peace and quiet. He added that they hadn't encountered a single monster in half a day's walk. Liz also appreciated this fact, noting that it was unusual for this forest, which was usually full of various dangers and obstacles. Liz explained in detail that Jasper Forest is known for its diverse fauna and flora, which create a unique ecosystem. Located northeast of Angelm, it is famous for its beauty and dangers at the same time. It is home to many types of monsters, from small predators to large predators, which made it an unpredictable place, and often dangerous for travelers. Liz continued the conversation, emphasizing that the Jasper Forest usually attracted adventurers as a place to gather medicinal herbs. However, after the mysterious disappearance of a group, the authorities had banned access to the forest. She noted that monsters and humans, as natural enemies, play an important role in the ecosystem. She then asked Miyabo what he thought would happen if humans disappeared from an area that had become their usual habitat. Liz remarked that if that were the case, the number of monsters in the forest would increase. Miyabo nodded in understanding and added that they might also breed faster and start migrating from neighboring forests. Liz agreed, noting that there were probably a large number of monsters present in this forest, which was the reason for this task. Miyabo emphasized that the quest to investigate the Jasper Forest referred to the packs of Galawolfs that had appeared in the grasslands of Kreen. These creatures usually dwell in the Jasper Forest specifically, and the occurrence of this environmental problem had led to the creation of the assignment. He expressed his thoughts aloud, noting that it was strange to see the monsters actively leaving places where they would be comfortable dwelling. Liz stated that in order to investigate, they needed to collect samples. Miyabo looked in the direction Liz was pointing and noticed that it wasn't just a bush, but a place where droppings had been left behind. He realized that they needed to collect samples of such traces to investigate. Miyabo was outraged and asked why didn't they just memorize it. But Liz hinted that the sample could just be placed in the inventory. She recalled that Miyabo wanted her to reach a rank. Later, toward evening, they arrived at a local inn, where the host stated that it would cost them 5 silver coins to spend the night, and that was without breakfast. Lying in bed, Miyabo thought about the wood sample they had taken from the forest and concluded that there was nothing unusual about it either. All the ones they had seen were small animals, and they had no clues. He foresaw that the search would take a long time, and even if they went through the entire forest, they would still have to account for the reasons why the wolves had fled. Miyabo thought about how they would have to report back. In missions to destroy a target, it was enough to bring a body part as proof. However, when collecting something, they were not given such an instruction. Miyabo realized that he had been too relaxed by missing this. But he realized that it wasn't anyone's particular fault. This was their first time taking on such a task, and mistakes were inevitable. All of that made them a team. Staring out the window, Miyabo thought about how slowly this night was dragging on. Getting out of bed, Miyabo felt the urge for action within him. He needed the paper, pencil, and map that Liz had given him. Unexpectedly, he began to ponder how he could create these simple but necessary items. It presented itself in his mind. Boil animal bones into glue for paper, use wood and charcoal for the pencil, and take pigments from flowers. It all seemed like an unusual but inspiring task. As he sat down at his desk, he felt that now his hands would be creating something special. Miyabo recalled his days in the company with some nostalgia. At the time, he hadn't thought that the skills he had learned there could be useful in his new life as an adventurer. However, he now realized that adventurers needed to possess many different skills and abilities, and experience from past jobs could be very useful. In the morning when Miyabo handed Liz his creation, she was stunned. She asked what it was, and he explained that he had prepared it before going to bed. It was the results of their research yesterday. Liz was amazed that he had done it all by himself and asked how long it took him to do it. Miyabo smiled back and explained that he had fallen asleep before the date on the report had changed. Liz expressed interest and said she needed to look into this further, then opened his report. After a while, Liz closed the report and said that she would take the job too. Miyabo pointed out that she was getting tired and might make mistakes, so he asked her to give him some of the tasks. He explained that he wanted to help her and share the responsibility to ease her burden and make the work more efficient. Liz stated that she wanted to learn how to write reports. Miyabo remarked that events were unfolding as Eleanor had envisioned, but Liz explained that the problem was not her diligence. Suddenly, Liz clarified by specifying that the report had to be oral. She clarified that written documents were compiled in the guild based on an oral account. Miyabo felt disappointed, realizing that he had wasted so much time for nothing. But Liz reassured Miyabo, stating that this was why his report was perfect. She explained that the map he had given, with clear entries and colored highlights, was easy to read, and it even contained information that she herself had not noticed. Looking at Miyabo with a smile, she asked him not to be shy and to trust his abilities. Miyabo showed Liz something and announced that he had brought it with him. When Liz asked what it was, he explained that it was a kind of backing paper that was convenient for placing paper and could be used to take notes on the go. Liz was surprised and asked if she found any footprints. Would Miyabo write them down? Miyabo confirmed her words and remarked that in that case they would have a more peaceful night. Miyabo announced that they would prove to everyone that Liz was the perfect explorer. The 5th day of exploring was already in full swing when Liz called Miyabo over to look at something. Miyabo and Liz noticed a campfire in the distance. As they got closer, they began to speculate who could have started such a fire, since according to the rules, no one was allowed to enter the forest yet. Miyabo speculated that perhaps it was the same adventurers who had disappeared not too long ago, finding their temporary shelter nearby. Liz remarked that she doubted that they could have just left the campfire and walked away. After all, in order to avoid a possible fire, it was necessary to extinguish the fire with water and bury it. Liz suggested that perhaps they did not have enough time to do this and something could have happened. She suggested that Miyabo watch the fire from a distance to be on the lookout. Miyabo stated that it was time to craft something. To create bushes, he needed to use magic to fasten fallen leaves to the branches. Soon, within seconds, he hastily created a camouflage hut from the branches. Miyabo pointed Liz to a cushion made of goat hair and stated that they could now secretly observe in maximum comfort. Liz confessed that it frightened her that she had stopped wondering. In response, Miyabo asked her to be at least a little excited about her new discoveries. Miyabo opened his eyes and apologized to Liz for falling asleep while on duty. Liz ordered him to be quiet, pointing out a noise outside their hidden hiding place that could indicate the approach of someone or something. Suddenly, an orc appeared in front of them, and Miyabo shuddered and silently covered his mouth so as not to make a sound out of surprise and horror. It turned out to be a black orc, a monster of rank C. Miyabo noticed that those animal trails he thought belonged to another animal. Liz remarked that it was good that she used magic to mask the scent, and added that black orcs didn't usually dwell in this forest. Miyabo suggested that perhaps they were the reason the other monsters had migrated. Liz noted that she couldn't be sure, but it was most likely true given that black orcs are a mutant species with a large mass and sociality, and it was possible that this forest had their nest. Liz suggested that Miyabo report this to the guild and then called him to go after the orcs. While they were watching them, they saw the orcs arrive at the orc settlement and were surprised to see such a large number of orcs. Liz became angry and pronounced that no one could have imagined that so many of them would be scouted. She noted that indeed the number of orcs had exceeded expectations, but the problem was not only their massive presence. Liz explained that as the herd grew, higher-ranking orcs with a corresponding level of intelligence became more common. She stated that rank adventurers were needed in such a case. Miyabo expressed misgivings about the idea and offered to return to inform the guild. Liz confirmed that that was exactly what she was going to do, but there remained one problem. Liz stated that monsters have too fast a life cycle, and in the right conditions, the situation would change in a matter of days, as has been the case in recent days. She added that it would take about 3 days to form an extermination squad, and by then it might be too late. Miyabo expressed his sincere apologies for putting Liz in danger because of him and assured that he would definitely find a way out of the situation. Suddenly, Liz announced that she had an idea. Later, as they sat in the cave, Miyabo began writing the report. He now knew the general structure of the cave and believed that the strategy Liz had suggested should work. However, he didn't think that the orcs would turn out to be so clever. Sitting in the cave, they were in the Sluggish Oak underground settlement, and Liz noted that everything happened very quickly. Miyabo was amazed that the orcs were able to create such a huge underground space. He admitted that he had never imagined that this dungeon would be so cold. Liz hoped that they would be able to hold out at least until morning and advised Miyabo to press his knees together for warmth. Miyabo remarked that Liz was showing exceptional skills and asked if she thought he would let her spend the night in such a dark place. He then suggested that she take a closer look. Miyabo pointed out to Liz the comfortable space, starting at the foundation, where there was an assembly of gently curved beams and columns. He noted that this material was also used extensively for the ceiling and walls. Miyabo used the gift of magic light to illuminate the room with radiant wood. He stated that it would replace the lighting, and a warm light began to fill the entire room. Miyabo did this so that Liz, without freezing, could feel comfortable even underground. Miyabo continued his work by creating a bedroom, light-emitting logs, and a heating system that was as efficient as using firewood but safe for the interior of the dungeon. He also organized the dining area and installed a sink. Miyabo couldn't help but notice how Liz, who was used to needlework, would be surprised by these innovations. Seeing all this, Liz was delighted. She declared that it was gorgeous and expressed her admiration for how Miyabo had built an entire house in such a short time. Miyabo noticed that Liz was not at all surprised by the glowing tree that he had created using gift magic. He explained that he had made that floor warm even without using a hot spring, and that his legs and arms had become pleasantly relaxed. He felt like he was in paradise. Liz marveled and stated that she could not imagine a more comfortable place than this. She confessed that she had even forgotten that there was a black oak tree underneath, and remarked that if they brought a pillow, one could sleep comfortably on the floor. Miyabo responded by saying that he didn't want to sleep on the floor, so he had prepared something special. Opening the bedroom door, he showed her a fluffy bed made of wool. As Liz lay on the bed, she noticed that it was very soft and cozy. As she covered herself with the blanket, Liz noted that the bed reminded her of a futon, which was perfect for this cold season. Miyabo ordered her to stay awake, and Liz yelled that she wasn't going to. As he closed the door, Miyabo reiterated that he understood how comfortable she was, but he asked her not to fall asleep. Liz argued that as a rank C adventurer, she wouldn't be able to oversleep since her body wakes up on its own. When Miyabo returned to the room, he woke Liz up. She gently asked him to just forget about it. Miyabo, grinning slightly, suggested that she just go wash her face. As they left the cave, Miyabo noted that the first light of dawn was already visible in the east, and asked Liz if she was ready to begin further action. Liz stepped out into the light of a new day and confidently declared that after a good night's sleep, she was ready for further adventures and new challenges. The Black Orcs were whispering amongst themselves, discussing the approaching end of the shift and complaining that the night shifts were always the most exhausting. Suddenly one of them was hit by a blow. Their conversation interrupted, and they turned their attention to what was happening. All the orcs turned their gazes to Liz, whom they mockingly called bitch. But in response, Liz did not hesitate to use ice rain magic without hesitation, surprising even herself with her determination. Liz continued to advance, unleashing streams of magic and attacking the remaining orcs. Her determination and strength amazed even Miyabo, who watched her actions with amazement. Miyabo praised Liz for her excellent work, and they discussed strategy for the next similar incident as they descended into the pit. Liz suggested being more careful when retreating, to which Miyabo agreed. He thought about how the tactics Liz had suggested worked perfectly. The code name for this tactic was Mole Tactics. Liz explained that given their difference in strength, directly attacking the enemy was not an option. If they went straight ahead, they would be overwhelmed by numbers. She added that she also needed time to accumulate mana for the next attack, and even a slight delay could be fatal. Therefore, they needed to somehow get rid of this weak point. Liz suggested that they spread out a lot of escape routes all around to avoid a direct confrontation. That way, they could attack the enemy with magic from a distance and hide. She explained that this way the orcs wouldn't be able to determine her exact location, and they could take advantage of their confusion to attack from behind. Then, once the enemies were stunned, she planned to deliver a strong magical strike. Such a cycle of attacks could be repeated several times until they would get rid of the disparity in strength and win. Miyabo remarked that it was similar to the strategy from that game, Catch the Mole. Miyabo added that if a higher level monster appeared and there was no way to retreat, they should examine the entire structure of the cave. This would allow them to find additional escape routes. Miyabo stated that there was only one way out of the cave, and it would be difficult for them to get out if there was a problem. Therefore, he suggested digging more paths or finding another exit. Liz noted that sometimes Miyabo's ideas seemed crazy, but as the planner, she was willing to listen to his suggestions. Suggesting to start in the evening, she then thought about it and decided that it would be better to start at dawn. Liz remembered that she had used magic for hygiene for a long time, and now she didn't have enough mana to attack the Black Orcs. She thought about how wonderful it would be if magic was infinite. Liz attacked the 5th orc and remarked that if they acted carefully, they could control the appearance of the high-level monsters. Miyabo added that in that case, they would be able to defeat all of them. Liz defeated the orc again and, once in hiding, turned to ask Miyabo a strange question. Liz, after thinking about it, stated that she had heard that the Black Orc's meat was very tasty. After looking at Miyabo's perplexed face, she continued, stating that if they killed a lot of orcs, they could get a lot of meat. Liz added that even if they sold most of it, they would still have their own supply. Liz ended her thought with the suggestion that they should kill all the orcs in that case. Miyabo was puzzled and asked if they would have the strength to do so. Liz explained that using a powerful magic like Ice Spear required a lot of mana, and it would only be enough for 5 orcs. In response, Miyabo suggested preparing traps in that case. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of orcs, and Liz began to call out to the magic demon. Liz quickly dealt with the 1st and 2nd orcs, hitting them in a matter of seconds. After Liz dealt with the first 2 orcs, suddenly the other 2 orcs left in the rear shouted that they wouldn't let her get away and immediately rushed towards her, preparing to attack. In pursuit of her, they didn't notice as they began to fall into the hole that Miyabo had managed to dig in the meantime. Liz, turning to Miyabo, asked if he had put everything in his inventory, and he replied that he didn't seem to have forgotten anything. He then showed her the engraved inscription on the sword, "To my husband Theodoros." He explained that the sword had been found from one of the orcs, and probably belonged to one of the missing. Liz agreed, considering it a good sign, which surprised Miyabo. Liz looked at the sword and regretted the death of its owner, but noted that the sword was still there, and suggested taking it to the family of the missing man. Miyabo agreed with her idea, thinking it an excellent idea. Liz yawned and offered to finish the rest of the investigation and return to the guild. Late that night, Miyabo lay in bed, pondering the fate of the missing people. He realized that it wasn't his or Liz's fault, they were just unlucky. Trying to distract himself, he tried to forget about it, but the intrusive thoughts wouldn't leave him. He wondered how to clear his mind of this heaviness. As they approached the guild, Miyabo expressed his feelings of affection for this place, noting that he always felt at home here. Liz noticed that it had been a long time since they had been here. Immediately approaching Eleanor, they greeted her. Liz, turning to Eleanor with a smile, announced that they had come to present her with the report she had requested. A surprised Eleanor greeted them and expressed concern over their delay. However, Liz assured her that they were simply being cautious. Eleanor expressed relief to learn that they were fine and insisted on seeing the report. Miyabo announced that according to the report, the black orcs had settled near the lake by the forest. This news shocked Eleanor, and Miyabo added that Galawolf bones had also been found in the vicinity of the settlement. Miyabo gave the written report of the investigation to Eleanor, and she was surprised to see it in writing. She stated that it was indeed considerate, but noted that the guild had already compiled its report and analyzed it. After reviewing Miyabo's report, Eleanor asked if he had done it alone, but Miyabo replied in the negative. He explained that his responsibility was vegetation and terrain, and everything that pertained to demons was Liz's responsibility. Liz added that she didn't think her efforts had made any difference, but Miyabo claimed otherwise. Eleanor expressed admiration that they had been able to compile such a competent report in only 10 days, and added that even the masters would have taken a month. She emphasized that it was very fast, to which Miyabo embarrassedly replied that they had tried. Pointing to the report, he clarified that it described all the details of the Black Orc settlement. Eleanor, hearing that, was astonished. After reading about the 11 Dark Orcs, Eleanor exclaimed that even a B-rank adventurer or even an A-rank adventurer would have a hard time. She pointed out that such a large number of orcs was a serious threat, even for experienced fighters. Miyabo tried to reassure her by telling her that they had successfully completed the mission. Liz, in turn, embarrassedly added that they had outnumbered all the orcs, and asked if they had done anything wrong. Liz asked if these orcs could be classified as normal orcs, but Eleanor flatly rejected the idea. The adventurers standing nearby suggested that Liz and Miyabo might have confused these orcs with other monsters, which was already considered a false report. Eleanor, turning to Liz, recalled her expert knowledge of basic demons and asked what rank should an adventurer have to have in order to defeat even one Dark Orc. Liz confidently stated that it required a rank C adventurer. Eleanor confirmed Liz's words and said that one Dark Orc could be defeated by Liz alone, but with 11 orcs already, it was a different story. She suggested gathering a group of C-ranked adventurers, but even then, with 2 supports, the task would be difficult to accomplish. The adventurers standing nearby were still discussing and doubting whether Liz and Miyabo were telling the truth, and was it possible that they had mixed up the monsters? Liz and Miyabo could hear people behind them discussing as if they must be exaggerating their merits to earn more considering there were only 2 of them. Liz turned to Miyabo and confidently stated that everything was fine. Miyabo put all the meat they had collected on display and stated that they were going to sell it in bulk. The adventurers nearby shrieked in amazement at such a huge amount of meat. Suddenly, there was an emergency announcement of the return of the meat prince. The adventurers, dumbfounded by the sight of the wall of meat, turned to Eleanor with questions. She informed them that it was the meat of Dark Orcs and asked them to verify its authenticity. As they came closer, they became convinced of its origin, noting its superior quality. One of them even stated that his instincts said it was the meat prince's meat, for his products were always impeccable. Miyabo heard people whispering behind his back, asking if he was the meat prince of the meat state. They claimed they had heard of his endless supply of meat and hoped for an opportunity to purchase it in bulk. Turning to Eleanor, Miyabo asked if they were saying that about him and received confirmation. Eleanor told him that they had been calling him that ever since he had brought back the meat of the Earth's sheep. He remembered his nickname, Cupid, and realized that he now had a double nickname. Eleanor added that Miyabo was becoming so popular that he was already becoming a legend. Liz approached Eleanor and whispered something in her ear, and she nodded, confirming her understanding. Liz then walked over to Miyabo and began to reassure him, telling him that there was no point in despairing because it was rare to find a sapporter with 2 nicknames. She called him Meat Prince, but Miyabo shouted that Mole sounded much better. Eleanor turned to everyone and announced that they had authenticated the Dark Orc's meat. The head of the adventure group confirmed that every piece of that meat pile was indeed Dark Orc meat. However, as Eleanor looked at the meat, she wondered how they had managed to preserve it in such perfect condition without a single cut. She began to speculate that Miyabo has access to another dimension for storage, and his clever battle tactics and even his reporting style is as good as the royal bureaucrats. She wondered who he really was. Eleanor was aware that even among the staff, rumors of this had already begun to circulate. She realized that she had been able to settle the Earth Sheep case, but this time, she would no longer be able to cover for Miyabo and Liz. Turning to them, Eleanor asked if the 2 of them had time for a serious conversation. They asked interestedly what had happened, and Eleanor announced that a dignitary wanted to discuss their report with them. She specified that they had been invited by the guild master, and Liz was horrified at the thought that they might have done something wrong. Liz confidently stated that she was already anticipating the opportunity to taste the Dark Orc meat. She added that they had excellent meat, which meant that they would be able to make a lot of money. Miyabo, with a smile on his face, noticed that Liz was indeed very enthusiastic about the idea of making money. Miyabo expressed his desire to get rich as well, admitting that his wallet was becoming empty as well. He noted that he does indeed spend quickly, which caused Liz to be surprised. She wondered if they should start saving money this time. Miyabo hesitated, noting that they had expected to be rewarded, but things had not gone as planned. Miyabo and Liz took seats opposite the guild master. He introduced himself as Zion, the adventurer guild master, and immediately addressed Liz, suggesting that they get down to business. He asked about the investigation in the Emerald Forest described in their report, and inquired if they had received help from other adventurers or any other individuals. The question caused bewilderment on the faces of Miyabo and Liz. Miyabo felt that they were suspected of dishonest labor. Liz quickly objected, claiming that they had received no help and had only fought on their own. Turning to Eleanor, Miyabo stated that Liz would never agree to such a thing. Eleanor expressed understanding. Miyabo realized that there was a great commotion around, and even Eleanor looked perplexed. He realized that Zion only knew them from reports, their successes not matching their rank, so his questions to them were expected. Zion emphasized that requests for investigation have the highest priority in the guild, surpassing requests for protection and assistance. They were reserved for adventurers of rank C and above. Miyabo realized that Zion wanted to make sure that no one was assisting them. However, it was not clear to him how to prove it. Zion warned them not to dare lie to him. Liz stated with confidence in her voice that they had items that they had provided to the guild. Then, pulling out a sword found from one of the orcs, she announced that the sword had been discovered in an orc settlement. Zion, holding the sword in his hands, declared that he believed them and that they could go. Turning to Eleanor, he asked her to check the data of the missing people and expressed his desire to return the items to their owners. Zion asked if she had any objections and added that he had taken into consideration all the documents and the information they had told him. He expressed confidence in Liz, noting her responsibility and competence, which made Eleanor surprised, given Zion's usual caution in such matters. Suddenly, Miyabo and Liz noticed a score of 98.2% on the report. Zion clarified that the scores they were seeing referred to Liz. Miyabo speculated that Zion intentionally showed them Liz's profile so that they could evaluate her accomplishments. According to the report, Liz had completed 173 orders, of which 170 were successful, for a success rate of 98.2%. Zion emphasized that Liz has always been highly regarded by both customers and guild representatives, and this is evidenced by their current performance. He noted that the freshness of the meat and other materials is proven, and it is unlikely that they are purchased from other sources. Furthermore, He emphasized that it was nearly impossible to compile such a report without directly examining the Emerald Forest. Zion concluded that proving deception is more difficult than proving its absence. Zion stated that his decisions were based on what he could verify, and the report contained all the details. He pointed Liz to a thank you letter from her client attesting to her accomplishments. However, he also pointed out that the attack on the Black Orcs had been reckless. In response, Liz stated that if she had been alone, she would never have risked such an action. Liz stated that Miyabo was with her at that moment. Zion realized that Miyabo was acting as the vanguard. Liz added that everyone on their team had a role, and she was the backbone of the group. Zion clarified that Liz was in charge of the offense, but she claimed that Miyabo was her sidekick. Liz pointed out that Miyabo had definitely killed 2 of the orcs, but Miyabo claimed that he was only fulfilling his role as an assistant. Zion was confused about the whole situation, and Liz stated that Miyabo was incapable of objectively assessing his actions. Liz asked if she could be allowed to be blunt and stated that Miyabo was a walking warehouse. Liz shared that in addition to harvesting black orc meat, Miyabo also digs large holes and stockpiles soil in a matter of minutes. She was surprised to note that he not only kept the food fresh, but also had a huge supply of wood. It even seemed to her that his warehouse was larger than that of the production guild. She finally added that even Angelmus, known for his stockpiles, would be envious of such an organized approach. Miyabo was slightly confused, not understanding why Liz was singling this out. Zion expressed surprise and remarked that such a place could be used to store other things. Liz confirmed his words with surprise, noting that he was listening attentively to her, although she thought he was not interested in her opinion at all. Zion then turned to Elainer and asked if this place was a special storage area for meat. In response, Elainer mentioned that people had said so. Miyabo pointed out that there were other materials in his expanded storage area. Zion looked at him carefully and realized that Miyabo was telling the truth. Zion suggested that Miyabo take out all the unnecessary materials and deliver them to Elainer's warehouse. Liz, turning to Zion, expressed her gratitude and appreciation for the trust he had shown her. She noted that she appreciated his support. In response, Zion said that Liz had always been a trustworthy member of the guild and had never questioned him. Zion's gaze grew sad, however, and Liz inquired what was bothering him. Zion pointed to Liz's wand and noted that she was using it more and more often. He then admitted that he missed her father a little, which made Liz think that Zion might have known her father personally. Zion expressed surprise at how much Liz had grown, comparing her to her father, and noted that she had become a very serious and responsible young woman. As he shook her hand, he acknowledged that he was noticing changes in her character and behavior. Elainer led Miyabo to the warehouse, which he noticed was very large. But she stated that compared to the production guild's warehouse, this warehouse was small. She clarified that adventurers' main income usually came from commissioned work, and everything she kept in this warehouse was just an added bonus. Miyabo turned to her and asked if she had once been an adventurer as well. Elainer shared her story, revealing that she had joined the guild after her team broke up, and it had been 3 years since then. She clarified that as a former adventurer, she knows how difficult it is to obtain certain materials. Elainer noted that the root of the tusk is easily damaged, and asked Miyabo if he had any talent. To which Miyabo replied that he had no such talent, as he could not tell her about his skills, stating only that it was just sleight of hand. Miyabo expressed his desire to talk to Elainer, noting that since Liz was not around, he had a question for her. He asked that his investigation fee be given to the sword owner's family. Elainer noted that the reward for the job was likely considerable, and even if they split it, they would each receive 100 gold. Miyabo assured her that there was no need to worry, as he would get his share from the sale of the materials. To which Elainer replied that he should not think along those lines, and asked if he was going to sacrifice his money every time someone died. Miyabo admitted that he cannot predict the future, but this time he wants to do just that. He explained that this was his attempt to reconcile with himself, and that he did not want to drag this process out. For him, it was a step toward personal well-being. Elainer noted that she was not saying as if it was a bad idea, but cautioned that this approach could lead to financial hardship. She shared a story of people who donated only half of their fee to the families of the deceased rather than the full amount. She also mentioned instances of fundraising for bereaved families. In conclusion, Elena stated that this time she would support Miyabo's decision. As she left, Elena reminded Miyabo that the reward was a fair payment to adventurers who put their own lives on the line. They added that it would be disrespectful to other adventurers to waive that fee so easily. Miyabo expressed his understanding and gratitude. 2 days later, Elena announced that she had detailed information about the evaluation of this request. She asked them to accept 3 bags of gold. Miyabo was surprised, doubting that she had calculated correctly, but Elena claimed that she had checked it 3 times and was confident in her data. Miyabo suddenly realized that the 3 bags contained 910 coins, which was equal to 1 million. This exceeded even his annual income in his own world. He realized that even if he divided it in half, it would still be a huge sum. Elena reminded him that since they had decided to split the fee between themselves, she was accepting their decision. Miyabo thought about the fact that the commission fee would be deducted as an attendance fee, and that might help him somehow. Elena reported that the guild had decided to raise Miyabo's rank, and he was now a rank D adventurer. Miyabo was astonished and asked why his rank had become D and not E. Elena explained that assistants were not usually promoted 2 ranks at once, but this decision was based on Miyabo's contribution to the guild and their expectations of his future accomplishments. She noted that it was the wish of the guild master. Adding that information about his F rank might cause unnecessary controversy, since together they earned more than the B rank adventurers. Miyabo realized that this could certainly cause a negative reaction in the public. Miyabo sincerely thanked Elena for her efforts, and the latter remarked that it would be better for both the guild and herself if Miyabo remained her supporter. Miyabo thought that she might be exaggerating the situation, but he still felt a pleasant warmth within himself. Elena declared that she would now rely on Miyabo and, turning to Liz, expressed her desire to confirm something. She announced that, as always, she was willing to donate half of her fee and asked Liz if she wanted it done anonymously. Liz shouted at her, reminding her that Miyabo was nearby. Elena apologized for her absent-mindedness. Miyabo remembered that Elena had mentioned people who donated half of their fees and realized that Liz had always done so. Liz turned to Miyabo, admitting that her behavior might have looked terrible, but it didn't matter since it was her own money. Miyabo smiled and remarked that he had not reprimanded her about it. Miyabo shook Liz's hand and stated that the matter had already been resolved. Liz noted that they had successfully completed their first serious assignment, from the showdown with the Black Orcs to the challenge from Zion. She admitted that she thought she was going to be finished. Miyabo confirmed that he felt the same way. Now that the task was complete, Miyabo stated that it was time to do something. Liz inquired what exactly. She asked if they would collect the materials again, but Miyabo replied that she hadn't guessed and that they were going to celebrate their victory. After a while, Miyabo pointed to a table and announced that they were going to try the Chinese specialties. Liz looked around the interior and noted its difference from the usual. Miyabo asked her to ignore the small details and assured her that she could choose any dish she wanted while he went about preparing the meat. At Liz's suggestion that she cook herself, Miyabo replied that he was in the mood to cook, so she didn't need to. Liz remarked that Miyabo was spoiling her a lot. Liz picked up a loaf and noticed that she had never seen this kind of bread before. Taking a bite of the bread, she noted that there was something unusual inside. Miyabo explained that these buns were perfect for the cold season, and there were tasty pieces of meat inside. Liz noticed that the tangy sauce and the sweetness of the dough work perfectly together, and the texture is soft and fluffy, not like regular milk buns. This meaty and sweet bread just melted in my mouth. Liz reached out her hand for another plate, expressing her desire to taste the dish, and asked Miyabo to pass it to her. But suddenly, the plate was already beside her. Surprised, she noticed that the table was spinning strangely. Miyabo explained that it was typical of Chinese food. Liz admitted that she didn't know what he was talking about, but found it amusing. Miyabo asked her to stop spinning the table. Liz apologized, explaining that she was just getting carried away, and suddenly they turned their attention to Mel, who was already standing nearby enjoying her food. Liz turned to Mel and Mel explained that she smelled meat. Miyabo asked Liz how she knew Mel's name and if she was familiar with her. Liz replied that Mel was a B-rank adventurer, and in response asked how Miyabo knew about her. Miyabo shared with Liz the story of his encounter with Mel, and Liz realized that their acquaintance was casual. Mel explained that Miyabo was often lost, to which he replied that things had been going wrong for him lately. Mel then turned to Miyabo, mentioning that Weiss was looking for him. Miyabo asked why Weiss was looking for him, and Liz suddenly realized that Miyabo knew Uncle Weiss. Miyabo felt that it was all some strange coincidence. Liz turned to Miyabo and asked if he even knew who Weiss was. Miyabo suggested that it must be the kind blacksmith who runs the forge. Miyabo and Liz appeared together at Mr. Weiss's blacksmith shop. Weiss was surprised to see them together, and Liz announced that they were on the same team as Miyabo. Weiss turned to Liz and asked for permission to take Miyabo for a while. Liz agreed and added that he could take his time. Miyabo was surprised, as their conversation was like old acquaintances. He turned to Liz and asked what was going on, and what was Weiss talking about. Liz explained that it was Weiss Black Iron. Liz explained that Weiss was an outstanding craftsman of his time, recognized by royalty, and yet her adoptive father. This information stunned Miyabo, and Weiss admitted that he did not know they were working together. Miyabo began to wonder about the fate of her real father and realized that he had no way to even ask about it. Weiss then turned to Miyabo and began to explain why he had invited him. Weiss said that the reason for his invitation had to do with the lords of Angerma who had commissioned him to renovate the Duke of Berdini's residence. Then, turning to Miyabo, Weiss asked why he too should not participate in this project. Liz and Miyabo were puzzled by such an offer. Miyabo pointed out that he was just a regular guy off the street, but Weiss explained that he was tasked with selecting employees. Miyabo thought it was too much responsibility, but Liz delightedly stated that it was a great opportunity for him, because that way he could make useful connections. Miyabo exclaimed that she might have ulterior motives. Then Liz, placing her hand on his shoulder, ordered him as the leader of their team. Liz ordered Miyabo to put his best effort into the task, and Miyabo replied that he would do his best. They then traveled to the western district of Angelum. As they climbed up the gentle slope, the aristocratic district opened up before them. In the very center of the city, Duke Berdini's palace towered, where Miyabo and Weiss headed. Miyabo took one look at the palace and realized that they had finally reached the place. Weiss stated that since he had agreed, he should be ready for hard work. Miyabo noticed that everyone had brought a change of clothes and wondered if he should have done the same. He reflected on the fact that he had been invited at the last minute, and he hadn't expected anything to be required of him. But it was a great chance to watch the professionals in action. Miyabo realized that the opportunity to examine the aristocrat's mansion did not present itself every day. He wished to start work as soon as possible, but suddenly his gaze fell on the garden. Miyabo noticed that all the plants in the garden looked wilted. A man stood next to him and announced that it was a shepherd's rose, a type of flower with many petals. He went on, telling of the plant's origin from a warm climate country, and how it didn't take root in the north of Angelum due to unsuitable conditions. Miyabo couldn't figure out who the man was. But suddenly Weiss greeted him, calling him "my lord," and remarked that he had come too early. At that moment, Miyabo realized who stood before him. It was Duke Berdini. He noticed that it wasn't quite appropriate to sit in a room when an old friend came to visit. Miyabo began to recall the events leading up to their departure. On the eve of their departure, Liz noticed that Miyabo knew nothing about the place. She feared that he might do something inappropriate in front of the Duke, so she decided to teach him everything. Liz asked if he had even heard of Lord Angelum. Miyabo admitted that he seemed to have heard, but he wasn't sure if they were talking about the same person. Liz explained that Marquis Berdini was one of the 5 great Marquis of the Forsha Kingdom, belonging to a prestigious noble family that ruled the northern territory of Angelum. Berdini, the current Marquis, is known as one of the most influential and successful members of his family. Liz clarified that he is also a graduate of the Royal School of Magic with the highest rank of nobleman. Miyabo remarked that this showed his high level of intelligence. Liz continued the story and clarified that in Angelum, the 3 major guilds are allowed to freely conduct business, but restrictions may be imposed to increase the prestige of the nobility. These measures are meant to encourage free trade between lords. She emphasized that as long as you have a title, You can charge whatever fees you want, and in turn, those with money can purchase whatever they want. This was the reason behind her decision to become an adventurer in this city. Miyabo opined that this showed a man's concern for his people, but Liz interrupted him. Liz mentioned that there are rumors around that the man is a bit strange. Standing next to the Duke, Miyabo felt a strange atmosphere and began to feel a little nervous. He remembered that Liz had mentioned that the Duke was a bit eccentric, but he thought he was acting quite friendly. Glancing at the people around him, he noticed a few people who were probably students. The Duke apologized for the delay and introduced himself as Transferdini. He approached Weiss and expressed his joy of cooperation. Weiss replied that they were willing to put in every effort to justify his confidence and assured him that everything would be done to the highest standard. Miyabo suddenly felt Duke's piercing gaze on him and wondered if he had looked in his direction. The Duke pronounced that although the palace might look magnificent from the outside, inside it had already been more than 2 centuries since the last restoration, and its walls had long since cracked and faded. The Duke stated that he wished to keep the exterior of the building unchanged, but change the interior to reflect modern trends. He expressed that it is necessary to overcome the past and move forward. Herzog urged them to trust their craftsmen, but not to lose their own thinking. Duke stated that everyone should strive for innovation, and he wants this house to be a source of pride for future generations. Miyabo reflected on the fact that the Duke was showing concern for the welfare of the artisans. The girl standing next to the Duke explained that they would be staying in a small room during the renovation. Suddenly, someone turned to Miyabo. One of the artisans approached him, noticing that Miyabo was the stranger who had joined them. He stated that he did not know what he had gotten himself into, but he was the one who would be Weiss's successor. This tinker called himself Sid, the Iron Heart, and ordered Miyabo to remember that. Miyabo was surprised to find that he also had a middle name. Suddenly, another artisan approached him, explaining that Sid had chosen that name for himself. He introduced himself as Sid's brother named Hank. Miyabo apologized to him for his sudden appearance and assured him that he would try not to disturb them. Hank assured him that no one would complain about the chapter's decision. Weiss ordered them to assemble and stated that now was not the time to relax. He emphasized that they would have to work together with their comrades. He added that they had been personally approached with a huge order, which meant that none of the artisans were allowed to slack off. Weiss said that he had already given them the blueprints and would oversee the execution of each stage personally, going around each one as a supervisor. Weiss ordered everyone to get to work, and Miyabo decided that he needed to contribute as well. Approaching Weiss, he asked how he could help. In response, Weiss handed him a paper and pen. Miyabo asked what exactly that meant, and Weiss explained that there were no blueprints for this part of the castle, and Miyabo had to work it out himself. Surprised, Miyabo asked, would he really have to do it from scratch? Weiss replied with a question, wondering if he would have to repeat every detail. Miyabo was puzzled. How would he be able to build something without blueprints? Weiss explained that they had failed to create an aesthetically pleasing design for the part, so he was assigning the task to Miyabo. Startled, Miyabo shouted that construction had already begun. He looked at Weiss and wondered if this man was trying to get him into trouble. Weiss turned to Miyabo, suggesting that work should begin. Weiss pointed to one of the artisans and informed Miyabo that from now on, he would be responsible for that man and for the big tower. Miyabo felt that something was wrong with Weiss when he suddenly gave him such a responsibility and just walked away. As he looked at the tinker, he wondered, the guy seemed not bad, although his figure looked thinner than usual. But the main problem for Miyabo remained the bathtub he was standing next to. He had never envisioned that he would have to design for something like this. Miyabo reflected on the fact that this was a great opportunity for him. After all, the infrastructure itself didn't have to be changed, just renovations. The main thing was the interior. Miyabo realized that he had the ability to create anything without having to worry about the budget. The craftsman had been calling out to Miyabo all this time, and the craftsman turned to him and apologized, admitting that he had gotten carried away with his thoughts. Miyabo remembered that he had not yet introduced himself and decided to remedy this by introducing himself as Miyabu, the crafter. The crafter responded by calling himself Karen, and then suddenly announced that he had bitten his tongue. Miyabo felt sympathy, thinking how much it must have hurt, and told Karen that since they were both crafters, they could work well together. Miyabo turned to Karen and remarked that the latter had probably already realized that the first thing they needed to do was design. He asked if Karen could start dismantling first, and then he would join him. Miyabo looked at Karen's facial expression and saw that he was angry, but was pleasantly surprised to find that he was easy to cooperate with. Later, when presenting his designs to the Duke, Miyabo recalled the various architectural styles he had studied and proposed two options. The first was in the traditional elven Polish style with elegant wooden elements, and the second was in the style of a dwarven rock cave with stone details and relief patterns. Duke expressed disappointment, noting that the designs presented did not meet his expectations and that they were too trivial. Herzog's words sounded like a blow to Miyabo's self-esteem, and he instantly realized that his creative efforts had not been appreciated. Miyabo, seeing the displeasure on Duke's face, realized that his creativity was unexpectedly ordinary. Duke pronounced that he was expecting something unconventional, innovative, something beyond the ordinary. At that moment, Miyabo realized that his favorite architecture from the sci-fi that he had surprised in the game would seem completely ordinary in this world. The world Miyabo found himself in seemed as if it came out of fantasy games like his favorite dream world. In this world, he found many similarities to what he saw on his computer screen: majestic castles, ancient forests, and mysterious creatures. However, he wondered, what new and unique things could he bring to this world that seemed so familiar? Upon returning to Karen, Miyabo realized that the way to achieve something new and unique was through hard work and teamwork. He realized that they still had a lot of work ahead of them, but he was willing to put in all of his efforts to create something truly impressive and unique. Suddenly, Miyabo noticed Karen dragging a huge pile of stones on a cart, and he realized that it was too hard work. With slight surprise, he asked if Karen could use his equipment to carry those stones. Karen looked at Miyabo puzzled, and then remembered that he only had his lunchbox in his inventory. Miyabo raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Karen explained that his lunchbox held hot and delicious food. Miyabo asked if that was all he had in his inventory, and Karen only nodded in response, confirming his words. Miyabo recalled Liz's words about artisans being the least fortunate among all the production professions. He wondered if that meant that the lunchbox was the only thing Karen could put in his inventory. Asking to borrow a hammer, Miyabo used it to hit the rocks that needed to be broken. As the stones cracked under his hammer, Miyabo thought about how weak the skills of the artisans were. Karen, admiring his strength, called him his teacher. Miyabo asked not to be called that, but Karen insisted that to him Miyabo had become a teacher. He marveled at how Miyabo easily destroyed the floor with just one blow and said that it would remain in his memory forever. Karen asked Miyabo how he had mastered this amazing movement and expressed envy of his skills. Miyabo remained silent, and Karen continued to insist, wondering how he had achieved such skill. Miyabo replied that he did not consider it a special talent, and asserted that Karen could learn it too, which surprised him. Miyabo remarked that Karen had never even tried doing such moves, so anything was possible. Karen sat looking at him in surprise, not believing that he too could achieve such a thing. The next day, Miyabo remarked that he didn't expect to have to destroy so much someday. Karen remarked that they had gotten through it very quickly. Then, turning to Miyabo, he said that he had a question for him. Karen pointed to the door and asked Miyabo what the room was for. Miyabo admitted that he didn't even know about it. Suddenly, the Duke appeared behind their backs and explained that this place was for boiling water, which was then transferred to a nearby bathtub. Miyabo was surprised at his sudden appearance, but the Duke continued, explaining that the water was brought from a well in the courtyard. Miyabo thought that the lack of running water must be a great inconvenience. The Duke explained that this job was usually done by a man with fire magic who could boil water with his abilities, but he had grown old and retired. He emphasized that this task did not require any special skills, but it was not easy to find a replacement. Miyabo realized that it was indeed a problem. The Duke turned to Miyabo and asked if he had any good ideas. Miyabo replied that he already had a design he wanted to show him, but before that, he needed to add some things. Duke reacted to Miyabo's statement with a smile and said he would wait. Miyabo with eager efficiency promised to bring a chair and instantly disappeared behind the door. A little while later, he returned with a design in his hands, filled with the spirit of admiration for the Dream World game. As he looked at the design, he was full of confidence in its superiority. Looking at the design, Duke noticed that Miyabo was inspired by the architecture of the Makalini Elven dynasty. This left Miyabo puzzled and somewhat annoyed, since in this world, something like this already existed. Miyabo, upon realizing this, experienced some disappointment and bewilderment. A little later, Herzog and Weiss were discussing the progress of the work. Weiss noted that everything was going well and according to plan, with the exception of the Great Bath. The Duke, with a smile, remarked that it would still take a long time to complete. Weiss agreed, adding that it would be boring if things were too easy. The Duke reminded him that he had already approved the final design of the bath in his mind. Weiss remarked in response that if it failed, he could always use his. Weiss remarked that he had a hunch, as if the Duke himself was okay with the idea. Herzog admitted that it was all because of his habit of being indefatigable. As soon as he sees an opportunity, he can't resist seizing it. Weiss noticed that Duke's craving for new things has not diminished at all, and he remains the same as before. He has noticed that the same thing happens to himself. Even sometimes a client's desire cannot stop him. Even though he is called a master, he still felt like a novice, eager to see where this young man's talent would lead him. The Duke noted that the latter seemed a bit cocky, but since Weiss had paid attention to him, he would trust him. Miyabo, immersed in creating new designs, suddenly announced to Karen that he had some fascinating ideas. Elena was sitting by the fountain, enjoying the tranquility and reading a book, when Liz called out to her. Liz apologized for the delay, but Elena reassured her by saying that she had just walked up herself. She then praised Liz's outfit, and Liz revealed that it had cost her a lot of money. Liz remarked that it had been a while since they had seen each other, which was why she had decided to wear something different from her usual adventurous style. Liz explained that she doesn't usually consider such purchases, but when Miyabo is around, she feels more confident. Elena expressed her opinion that using someone else's space storage as a closet was not a good idea, which surprised Liz a little. Elena then said that if Miyabo didn't mind, it was fine. Then she remarked that she hadn't seen Miyabo among the adventurers in a while, and Liz was going to tell her about him. Liz shared with Elena that Miyabo was going to take part in the renovation of the Duke Mansion, and Elena smiled when she heard that. At this time, Miyabo was lying on the floor feeling exhausted. For the third day in a row, he continued to present his designs to the Duke, and the Duke relentlessly rejected them. Because of this, the progress of the bathroom renovation was stuck in place. During this time, Miyabo realized that almost all of the fantastic architecture from the game had already been realized in this world. After that, he headed to the library in the Duke's residence and was amazed by the magnificent collection of books. Since they didn't have much work to do, the other team took Karen away. Miyabo remembered Herzog's words about wanting to see something unique and new, but the irritation caused by this vague assignment began to grow. He felt that the Duke should be more specific in his demands. In demonstrating the next design, Herzog observed that Miyabo seemed to have deviated from the original direction, and Miyabo agreed with this observation. This reminded Miyabo of the times when he had tried to satisfy the client's desires, but in the end, his work was rejected because it did not meet the client's expectations. This was not surprising because sometimes the vision of the client and the performer diverge, and also because the client's desires may change during the process. Miyabo realized that he did not have the ability to read minds or be psychic. Therefore, it was crucial for him to listen carefully to the customer in order to understand their needs and desires. This required the ability to see things from the customer's point of view and to flexibly adapt to the customer's vision of the project. Miyabo realized that he needed to think like his customers. He realized that it was important to see the project through the eyes of the customer to accurately understand their expectations and needs. Miyabo walked out into the hall, and as he plunged into thought, he felt that he was getting lost in the luxury. There were so many exquisite details around that his head began to spin. Deciding to look at the palace from the outside to realize its grandeur, Miyabo began to descend the stairs when suddenly he was stopped. The maid approached Miyabo and announced that he was going to an inappropriate place where there were no renovations. Miyabo felt embarrassed and admitted that he was a little lost. The maid, upon learning where Miyabo was headed, listened to his explanation that he was headed for the bathroom. With surprise, she explained that the room in question was in a neighboring building. She then apologized for the misunderstanding and offered to take him where he needed to go because going outside the area being repaired was prohibited. Miyabo noticed that the maid was probably very busy, and so suggested that she simply show him the way. However, the maid insisted that she would escort him, and Miyabo could not understand what was going on. Miyabo introduced himself and announced that he was a member of the construction team. The maid replied that she was looking forward to seeing the results. Then, Miyabo looked at the garden and remarked on its beauty and noticed the many roses, wondering if they were blooming at this time of year. The maid confirmed his observation but continued to remain silent, causing Miyabo some anxiety. Miyabo felt uncomfortable, as if he was in the company of an unfamiliar friend of his friend. He couldn't stand this silence and waited impatiently for them to finally reach their destination. Miyabo suddenly turned his attention to the girls having fun nearby. Miyabo felt joy when he saw Mel and approached her and curiously asked her what she was doing in this place. Mel remarked that she kept seeing Miyabo everywhere, to which he exclaimed that those were his words. The girl standing next to Mel asked who this gentleman was. Mel introduced Miyabo as F-ranked Miyabo, who she said is great at getting lost. However, Miyabo objected, loudly proclaiming that he was now a D rank. What caught his eye was the expensive quality of the fabric used to sew the girl's clothes. The girl was surprised to hear that he was an adventurer and admitted that she had forgotten to introduce herself. Miyabo could not help but notice her soft voice and refined manners. When the girl introduced herself as Chiffon Verdini, Miyabo smiled as he realized what kind of playmate Mel had found. He couldn't help but notice the exquisite fabric of her clothes that spoke of her high status. Then, looking at Mel curiously, he asked what they were doing in this place. Chiffon explained that they were just playing dolls, nothing special. She said that they had accidentally dropped Mr. Bear in the mud and were now washing him while continuing to play. The maid, named Alicia, remarked that they could have just called her. Chiffon asked her not to look so serious. She added that she wanted to do the laundry herself. Mel, turning to Miyabo, asked what is he doing in this place and is he lost? Miyabo replied that it's easy to get lost in the Lord's estate, and problems are not uncommon here. He admitted that he did wander around a bit, and then revealed that Mr. Weiss had asked him to help with the reconstruction. Miyabo admitted that it was far from easy help. He had been entrusted with developing blueprints for an entire bathhouse, but so far he had encountered difficulties. Chiffon remarked that Miyabo was very young to already be in charge of such a serious project as a bathhouse. She expressed surprise and suggested that it might not be easy to please her father. Miyabo agreed with her, recognizing that it was indeed a challenge. Chiffon explained that her father, despite being busy, always finds time to take baths, and it is an important ritual for him. She was looking forward to looking at their beautiful new bathing facility. However, she recognized that it was beyond their power to help with the renovation, and their contribution would only be in support. Then, turning to Mel, she suggested that she go wash Mr. Bear. Miyabo reflected on Chiffon's words about her father. Her description of his busy yet constant dedication of time to bathing made him think. Apparently, even in the busiest of schedules, one could find room for such an important ritual as a bath. Miyabo looked around at his surroundings and marveled at its splendor that almost blinded his eyes. However, within this splendor, the Duke's words about his desire to see something new, never before seen, suddenly surfaced. Miyabo suddenly realized something important. Turning to Miss Alicia, he asked her to escort him. Miyabo politely asked Miss Alicia to escort him to Duke Verdini's room. As they walked, he was already anticipating the moment when he would be able to present his new design to the Duke. When they finally arrived at the room, Miyabo began to talk passionately about his idea. Karen approached Miyabo with curiosity in his eyes and asked if his design had really been approved. Miyabo, excited, exclaimed that his idea had finally been accepted and added that they were now embarking on the path of executing the design. Karen expressed his admiration, saying that it was wonderful. The thought flashed through his mind of how Miyabo had managed to create a blueprint that even the Duke approved of, and he wondered how he too could master such secret techniques. He declared that he wanted to become a master of the craft like Miyabo. Karen reminded Miyabo of his words that he too could reach the same level and asked him to teach him. He stated that he was willing to do anything not to be a burden and that he was tired of feeling useless. Karen said that Weiss had taken him into the workshop out of pity, and he was only slightly better than the others at enchanting, but he was no good at anything else. He added that he couldn't just sit back and watch others labor and that it annoyed him. Miyabo looked at his serious look and thought about the fact that Karen was the first artisan, besides himself, that he had met in this world. When he first came to this world, his thoughts were centered on survival and adaptation, and he had no time to think about others. Miyabo decided that perhaps he could at least help this young boy in front of him a little. He cautioned Karen that he could give no guarantee of success and asked if it would suit him. Karen, excited by the opportunity, hugged him and called him teacher. Miyabo replied that first he wanted to see what Karen already knew how to create. Karen told him that he was good at hammers because he used them often. Miyabo carefully watched every step Karen took to create a hammer, from sawing and shaping the parts by hand, to assembling them. He then asked Karen why he didn't use the crafting skill that allows him to instantly create items. Karen explained that when he used the skillet, he got something strange and not even like a hammer. Showing Miyabo the result, he added that he then had to spend time fixing what he got. Miyabo agreed that the quality of the finished product is very important, and the quickness of production is meaningless if it takes time to fix in the end. Miyabo thought about the fact that there might be a chance that his skill was special, but besides inventory and support magic, there might be a level of skill that simply no one knew about. He realized that the only solution was to pump. Only one item was suitable for that and for the reconstruction of the bathhouse, and Miyabo announced that he had figured out what to entrust Karen with. Miyabo, holding a small cube between two fingers, suggested that Karen use the crafting skill and create 5,000 stone blocks of the same small size. Karen responded to Miyabo's request by expressing doubts about his ability to create such quantity and quality of blocks. However, Miyabo insisted that the use of the skill was necessary to improve it. He emphasized the importance of these blocks as a key element for the bathing house and asked Karen to give himself a chance. Realizing the difficulty of the task, Miyabo expressed his willingness to help and support Karen in the process. Although Karen was hesitant, he agreed to give it a try, given Miyabo's persistence. As Miyabo watched Karen attempt to create blocks, he began to think about his role in the Lord's estate. He realized that Mr. Weiss had probably brought him here for a purpose. Perhaps it was to unite the artisans and manage them effectively. Miyabo began to guess that it was more likely that they were being skillfully managed. Miyabo decided to entrust the making of the blocks to Karen and set about his own work. He set about building a prototype of a self-heating bathtub. The plan was simple: prepare the stone blocks by imbuing them with the enchantments of fire and water. Miyabo set up a block with the water element as the source and a block with the fire element as the heater, alternating them for a constant supply of hot water. He looked at the prototype and realized that it worked out perfectly. Such a bathtub did not require manually fetching water from a well. He noticed that the result exceeded his expectations and decided to go to get materials for the real bathtub. But suddenly he was called. Weiss asked what the final result was, hearing that Miyabo had gotten permission, and asked to see the drawing. Miyabo responded by asking Weiss to stop giving such crazy orders and noticed Weiss' calmness. Weiss smiled, noting that such orders suited him just fine, and looked carefully at the blueprint. Miyabo smiled as Weiss noticed the enchantment on the blueprint filling the bathtub with hot water. It confirmed his skill. He explained that enchantments could create water, so he designed a system using that idea. With confidence, he stated that such an ingenious idea was worthy of praise. Miyabo, continuing the conversation, asked Weiss if he was interested in seeing the prototype. He was ready to demonstrate his work. However, Weiss shouted that Miyabo had better hurry back to the prototype. And at that moment, Karen called out to Miyabo, warning him of the trouble that had occurred. Miyabo, Weiss, and Karen instantly ran to the bathing area, where they found that everything was flooded with water. Miyabo instantly realized that there had been a serious accident in the bathing room. Alicia, holding a mop in her hands, asked for permission to leave. Miyabo quickly admitted his guilt and apologized to her for all the inconvenience she had to suffer because of the bathing incident. Weiss expressed his displeasure, noting that even a small child knows not to leave a running faucet unattended. Karen added that one should also not just walk away and leave things unattended. Miyabo apologized, feeling like a child being followed by a displeasure expressed. Karen wondered how the place cleaned up the water afterward, given that it was always used in large quantities in that bathroom. Weiss explained that the estate is 200 years old and the entire infrastructure, including the water system, is also old. Probably, just like in the past, the water is just being removed with magic. Miyabo realized that the estate had no plumbing systems, which meant that the whole process relied on magic. It made him think about manual labor and how it was valued in such a world. Weiss, noticing his musings, asked what he was thinking. Weiss realized that Miyabo was committed to not overburdening mages with unnecessary work. Karen expressed admiration, noting that such a caring approach to others was what was expected of a true teacher. Weiss observed that if Miyabo aimed for such a change, they faced two problems. Weiss explained that the first problem was that the bathtub Miyabo had created was inadequate. Miyabo smiled and asked if Weiss thought the real bathtub would be the same as the prototype. But Weiss clarified that wasn't the problem. He suggested that Miyabo try rearranging the enchanted stones the way they had been arranged before. Miyabo noticed that the system still worked and the water remained warm. Weiss then suggested that he take off his shoes and step into the tub. When Miyabo touched the bottom of the tub with his feet, he flinched in sharp pain and screamed because he had been burned. Karen immediately ran up to him, anxiously asking if he was all right. Weiss explained that the power of the enchantment could be adjusted by changing the amount of mana invested, and that the idea of using enchanted stones to heat water was a great solution, but leaving them on the surface of the bathtub was not a good idea because of the risk of getting burned. Miyabo nodded, showing his understanding, and joked, asking if it was necessary to show this with his example. He then asked about the second problem, wanting to know what else needed to be fixed. Weiss pointed to the stones that made up the floor of the bathtub. He explained that the foundation of the Duke's estate was much thicker than usual and consisted of 3 layers of such stones. Running a water pipe through this foundation would require considerable effort. Weiss expressed doubts that they would be able to complete the job on time. In response, Karen assured him that it was not a problem for teacher Miyabo's technicians. A few seconds later, Miyabo had already dug a floor several meters deep. Weiss was shocked at such speed and efficiency. Miyabo, despite the physical exertion, calmly asked if he needed to continue digging all the way to the river. Weiss, amazed by these abilities, felt a bit uneasy, not realizing who Miyabo really was. Suddenly, Miyabo went upstairs, sat down next to Weiss, and stated that he had gotten an idea while working. Weiss was amazed that Miyabo returned as if nothing had happened, with a smile on his face. Miyabo, noticing his surprise, remarked that Weiss had the same reaction every time. He joked that if Weiss wouldn't be surprised, then he must be doing something wrong. Weiss asked, with mild displeasure, not to annoy him, and asked what was so important that Miyabo came up with. Miyabo expressed his idea of how hot water could be provided without heating the bathtub blocks. He suggested using water from the river, which could be run through a special chamber for heating, and then feeding the already heated water through a valve directly into the bathtub. He explained that this method would allow them to get hot water without the risk of damaging the structure of the bathtub blocks. Weiss quickly grasped the essence of Miyabo's idea. The water would circulate while the bathtub was not in use, after which it would return back to the river. Miyabo expressed regret that the water would be wasted for nothing, and Weiss, smiling, noted that for them, the common people, this was a real luxury. For Miyabo, who was used to living near hot springs, it was a reminder of how simple his first days at the inn had been, where the only source of hot water was a basin. Miyabo expressed concern that discharging hot water into the river could negatively impact the ecosystem and wildlife in the water body. Karen suggested the option of cooling the water before draining it to minimize its environmental impact. Miyabo reflected on this idea, considering possible ways to implement it. Miyabo approached Weiss and Karen with a genuine smile on his face to share his idea. He animatedly described how they could use the water from the river for heating and cooling to make the bath system even more efficient and environmentally friendly. At this time, there was a knock on Zion's door in the Adventurers Guild. Elena apologized for the disturbance and noticed that Zion had just returned. Zion looked at her tiredly and asked where she had dressed up like that. Elena, with a slight smile on her face, stated that she was going on a date. Zion, a little surprised, asked why she was bothering him on his day off. Elena stated that she had heard something curious and thought it best to report just in case. Zion, slightly wary, asked if it was a problem, to which Elena nodded in agreement. After explaining the situation, she said that an adventurer had taken up an order under the jurisdiction of the Production Guild without prior authorization. Other artisans approached Miyabo and Karen and asked what made them work late every day. Miyabo explained that they were working on a test relief for a project scheduled for tomorrow. The artisans expressed their concern, saying that working all night could negatively affect their health. Miyabo tiredly replied that he would try to finish as soon as possible and go rest. Miyabo showed the artisans the relief and explained that he was having trouble with the flower petals. Despite that, the artisans claimed that everything looked fine. At this time, more people came up and asked what Miyabo was doing. They started to explain to them that he was in the business of carving relief. One of the artisans remarked that if Miyabo made the petals even thinner, the relief might break. Suddenly, Sid came up to them and declared that he would handle everything now. With confidence, he took hold of the relief and began to carve a new pattern. His movements were confident and quick, as if he had been born to do this work. The gazes of the other artisans were immediately filled with respect and interest in his skill. Sid ordered Miyabo to watch carefully and memorize his every movement. When Sid returned the relief to Miyabo, the latter was amazed. The petals looked so realistic, as if they had come to life right before his eyes. Miyabo couldn't stop wondering how one could create such a thing out of stone. Miyabo was amazed that blacksmiths had such skills. Everyone around them laughed, causing Miyabo to be perplexed. He stared at them with mixed feelings. Hank felt the need to explain the situation and apologized to Miyabo. He explained that he hadn't seen such a reaction in a long time, and Sid is actually a sculptor. Miyabo, surprised, asked that weren't they from their workshop? Hank clarified that although Miyabo calls it a workshop, there are actually many. He explained that the chief usually has not only simple blacksmiths like him in the forge, but also strange individuals who aspire to become blacksmiths despite the sculptor's profession. Hank emphasized that the chief's view is not limited by rigid boundaries of specialization, and he always states that craft is an art without boundaries. Therefore, those who show potential he invites to join him. Hank shared that he often repeats that raising youngsters is not just a job for him, but a real passion, a hobby. Miyabo suddenly realized why there were so many young craftsmen among them, despite the fact that the order was placed by the Duke himself. The craftsman explained that this was a unique opportunity for them to prove themselves, as the chief expected outstanding results from them. The opportunity to work on such a project under the guidance of an outstanding master inspired them to strive for excellence and professional growth. Sid stated with importance in his voice that this was why they would never allow any lapses in their black iron work. When Miyabo felt Karen calling him, he flinched and opened his eyes. Karen was standing in front of him holding a small cube and exclaimed in delight that he was able to create it with his skill. Miyabo was amazed and asked Karen to create another cube. Amazingly, Karen was able to repeat his achievement. Miyabo felt satisfaction seeing that Karen had actually created one with his skill. Karen expressed his joy and admiration, saying that he was now able to create them in huge quantities. Miyabo sincerely praised him for this achievement. Miyabo, staring at Karen, suddenly proposed an idea to him: enchant all the cubes with wind elements. Karen looked at him in surprise with a questioning look, and Miyabo continued, clarifying his idea. Miyabo was amazed at the reaction of the masters surrounding Karen, who said that his act was ruthless. For the first time, Miyabo realized how difficult it was to interact with enchantment magic that required precise control over mana, especially when it was done repeatedly. Only then Did he realize why his actions had caused such outrage upon learning about the limitations of using enchantment magic? In the morning, sitting on the floor, Miyabo scrutinized his relief from all sides. Miyabo decided to ask Sid for the secret of his carving skills, expecting the latter to share some of his techniques. However, Sid, in turn, questioned why he should share his secrets, given that Miyabo had shown up at his workplace. This led Miyabo to realize that his visit might have interfered with Sid's work. Sid, somewhat distracted, remarked that Miyabo's relief was also appreciated, but Miyabo modestly replied that he had originally decided that it would do just fine. Miyabo continued the conversation by expressing his point of view. He added that when you are in the business of creating something new, it is important to strive for the best possible result. For him, this meant giving everything from himself and creating works that he could be proud of. Sid exclaimed that Miyabo didn't seem to like to lose, even though he was always smiling. Miyabo tried to refute this, but Sid insisted on his opinion, arguing that Miyabo strives to defeat the sculptor in his own art. Miyabo exclaimed that his goal was not to win, but rather to continually improve his skills. He emphasized that he sought improvement, not superiority over others. In response, Sid remarked that Miyabo clearly aimed to produce work of the same high quality as his own, and even from his facial expression one could tell that he was confident in his abilities. Suddenly Sid agreed and pronounced that he would train Miyabo. This stunned Miyabo as he expected to receive a rejection. Sid explained that he would lose nothing by helping Miyabo and added that he would like to dispel any hubris he might have. Over the next few days, Sid actively taught Miyabo, sharing his knowledge and experience. In turn, Miyabo not only studied hard, but also designed his own designs, striving for perfection. In addition, he constantly treated the masters to delicious food that he had in his inventory, creating a friendly and creative atmosphere. Miyabo and Karen worked tirelessly on their design, putting all their passion and talent into it. Miyabo noticed with satisfaction that Weiss watched them work with pleasure, which gave them even more motivation and energy to create. When the day came to present their designs in front of Duke, the first of the projects was Sid's design. The Duke scrutinized his work and was not slow to express his approval. He praised Sid's skill and talent, noting the quality and originality of his designs. One of the craftsmen approached Hank to inquire about the completion of the project. Hank confidently assured him that everything was going according to plan, adding that Sid had been told to fix a few things. A cheerful atmosphere took over as Hank pointed out that it wasn't often that the Duke himself did construction inspection. That was usually delegated to the secretaries, but today's situation seemed special. Sid reminded everyone that there was still Miyabo's work left to do, and everyone moved on to await his presentation. Duke, accompanied by Weiss, approached the room where Miyabo was working on the design. They asked Miyabo if his work was ready, and Miyabo confidently replied that everything was absolutely ready. While Duke and Weiss were assessing the situation, Karen, turning to Miyabo, admitted that his heart was ready to jump out of his chest with excitement. Miyabo asked him to be patient for a little longer. He himself also felt some anxiety, not being used to criticism of his work. The Duke noted that the locker room was fine, and thanks to the flame enchantment inside, it was warm and cozy. Miyabo noticed that it was usually cold inside stone buildings, which was somewhat unpleasant. He always started to get nervous when it came to criticism, though he was confident in his work. After suggesting to go to the bathing room, Miyabo tried to distract himself from the tension and focus on the next stage of the evaluation. Miyabo realized that not meeting the expectations placed on him would be rude of him. He decided to approach it with confidence and open the door to the bathing room, relying on his skills and creativity. At the sight of the bathing room, the Duke could not contain his admiration. Trees and flowers towered all around him, while sculptures and exquisite patterns gave the room a special charm. Each element appeared thoughtful and fit perfectly into the overall ensemble, creating an atmosphere of coziness and sophistication. Before proceeding with the inspection, Miyabo asked the Duke for a few minutes of explanation. Miyabo pointed to the new generation relaxation room and explained to Herzog that it was an entirely new take on the concept of relaxation. He noted that the creation of this bathing hall was based on their desire to provide a place for true relaxation. By combining architecture and sculptures that embody 2 centuries of history with the warmth of the trees, they created a unique space for relaxation. Glass windows allowed for a greenhouse garden view where flowers and foliage delighted the eyes year-round. Karen complimented by explaining the workings of the jacuzzi. Fine bubbles coming out of the stone blocks massaged the body, bringing a pleasant sensation. He specified that he had counted about 5,000 of these blocks, and the work on them was so extensive that he almost died while he was finishing. Miyabo continued, talking about the newest style sauna that even the royal palace had praised. He assured the Duke that by means of this sauna and bath, he would be able to achieve a state of supreme pleasure that many call bliss. Originally, this bathhouse was just a bathtub surrounded on 4 sides by statues of the goddess. Miyabo explained that even the conservative stone statues were completely transformed by the new concept. The bathing area now contained a medicinal bath, a jacuzzi decorated in the shape of rice paddies, and imitation open-air baths. Miyabo explained that they had prepared 4 kinds of hot springs and a greenhouse garden that could be admired even in winter. The Duke, smiling, remarked that there seemed to be a problem with the springs, but Miyabo had managed it, for which Miyabo apologized. Duke remarked that there were some aspects that would be difficult to evaluate under the current circumstances, and asked if Miyabo had figured out what to do. Miyabo, reassuring him, stated that the Duke could inspect everything. He then turned to the craftsmen standing on the glass ceiling and asked them to help demonstrate certain features of the bathing house. The foreman asked if Miyabo needed help. Miyabo replied that they could do so when their supervision was over, but warned that it would require physical labor. However, they insisted that he just trust them with everything, claiming that they were one team. Taking up the black cloth, they began spreading it across the surface of the bathing room's ceiling. Duke always thought that nothing unexpected could happen during an inspection. The Duke did not expect to see something new, for he had previously seen all these details on the blueprint. They were in the bathing room of the Lord's residence, where the night lighting gave a special magical charm to the whole environment. The Duke could not understand why he was so much moved by this natural peace. Miyabo pointed to the statues that used to adorn the bathing area and explained that although the Duke would not have objected to their removal, the statues were so beautiful that he had decided to preserve them as part of history. Herzog remarked that the bathing house lacks unnecessary decorations and the whole concept is aimed at creating an atmosphere of relaxation. The new design, inspired by nature, not only meets the functional requirements, but also reflects respect for the previous architect. It is exactly what Herzog was looking for. The Duke expressed his gratitude to Miyabo. Initially, Miyabo didn't take this order seriously. He just wanted to see how professionals worked and look at the estates of the nobles. He didn't expect his talents to be in such high demand. However, in the process, he met another artisan for the first time. He made a friend who was not very honest with himself, and other people who agreed to lend him a helping hand. Miyabo realized that the work was not without mistakes, but he had fun in the process. He reflected on his own credit for this success and, turning to the Duke, expressed his joy at being able to live up to his expectations. The Duke announced that it was time for work control. Miyabo recalled that up to this point, everything up to this point had only been an excursion from his side. Offering to check the blueprints, Miyabo stated that it would be more reliable that way, but the Duke assured him that it was not necessary. Instead, he suggested another, more efficient way to verify that everything met his requirements. The Duke stated that the test was to take a bath, and immediately attempted to enter the warm water. However, Weiss intervened, stopping him, and stated that the Duke should postpone bathing until a later time. In the evening, at the party, Miyabo noticed Duke and told Weiss that he looked very different now. Weiss noticed that despite his fondness for baths, he was still a local lord. Miyabo questioned whether they should really be here. He clarified that of course they were taking part in the reenactment for the nobles, but they were still commoners after all. Weiss stated that since they had been invited, there was no point in being modest. Weiss remarked that Miyabo had come up with something interesting with these different baths. Miyabo explained that such facilities were common in his homeland, and he drew inspiration from the past. He revealed that he had to do some serious thinking at first, as nothing seemed to fit. Eventually, he came up with the idea of creating something truly extraordinary. Miyabo complimented by noting that he was wrong, however. He marveled at how deep and multifaceted the knowledge in the Duke's head was, surpassing the volume of an entire library. At every turn on the estate, one could find masterpieces of art that were not only decoration, but also a reflection of the Duke's rich cultural inheritance. Miyabo noticed that the Duke's eyes seemed no longer impressed by anything, and so he began to speculate that the Duke was probably aiming for something more exciting. However, he was wrong. Miyabo recalled Miss Chiffin's words about his father being busy and always taking time out for a bath. That reminded him that Duke just needed a place to relax. So he created an artificial waterfall, the sound of which was soothing and leaving the atmosphere of a nobleman's residence, and added wood to the decor that was pleasing to the eye. Miyabo realized that he could have simply copied an ordinary Japanese bathhouse, but then his work would have lacked his own style and sense of. Miyabo remembered Sid's words about his aversion to defeat and thought about it. The time spent together with Sid had brought many new and useful things into his life. He realized that Sid had helped him grow as a master and as a person. Suddenly, Karen called out to Miyabo and raved about the great flavor of the meat and the incredible lightness of the omelet. Hearing this, Miyabo smiled and said that he hadn't eaten anything yet, then went to join them. At this time, Weiss watched them with a smile on his face, realizing that he felt envious of the adventurers and their adventures. Miss Chiffin approached her father, who was standing in the exquisite garden illuminated by the night light. She told him that she had just seen off the last of the guests, and that Sir Shanble had proved to be a pleasant conversationalist, able to make interesting conversation. The Duke smiled and agreed, noting that Sir Shanble did indeed prefer long conversations. He then thanked his daughter for helping him organize the meeting with his guests. Chiffin remarked in return that although it was already winter and dark outside, the garden was pleasantly warm and cozy. The Duke remarked that it was all thanks to that artisan, and according to him, the heat was kept warm by the fact that steam from the bathing house passed into the garden through special pipes. He added that such a system creates a unique environment and even allows the cultivation of plants that normally thrive only in tropical climates. The Duke noticed that Miyabo had transplanted sepia roses that had already begun to wilt, and they seemed to like it very much in the new garden. He added that apparently they would see beautiful flowers in the spring that would be a delight to look at, just like Chiffon's curls. Chiffin smiled back and asked interestedly if flowers from the capital could be grown here. The Duke, showing interest, asked which ones she had in mind. Chiffin cryptically replied that it was a secret, to which the Duke smilingly remarked that with children her age, it was hard to guess. Suddenly, Chiffin pointed to the papers and asked curiously, "What are those blueprints?" Her father, smiling, explained that they were blueprints of the estate and the surrounding land. Chiffin then pointed to one of the lines on the blueprints and asked what that line that stretched into town meant. Liz hurried Miyabo by grabbing his arm, and he shouted that he was perfectly capable of walking on his own, but she insisted, claiming that he was moving too slowly. Miyabo countered that he had just gotten home yesterday and couldn't have known about the plans ahead of time. However, Liz noted that they were already running late. Upon arrival, Liz sadly noted that there were already many people gathered. People were talking about the new special foot bath they had heard about. Someone claimed to have seen the announcement of its opening today. Everyone wondered what unique features this bath offered and what benefits it could bring. Hearing the conversation, Miyabo recalled his discussion with Duke about innovations in the bathhouse. He had suggested using the enchantment features to provide a continuous stream of hot water that could be sent to the river after use, lowering the temperature through a long pipe. The remaining heat was proposed to be used to heat the greenhouse. In addition, he begged the Duke to allow him to open a special bath for the common people. Thinking back on it, Miyabo realized that today was the opening of a new facility. He heard Liz exclaim that she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Liz and Miyabo sat dipping their feet into the warm water of the bathtub. Suddenly, Liz remembered something and turned to Miyabo, informing him that Miss Alina had asked him to tell him to visit her as soon as he arrived. Surprised, Miyabo asked what the occasion was, but Liz admitted that she didn't even know herself and only relayed the exact date and time Alina had given. Then Miyabo realized why Liz was in such a hurry to see him. A little later, Alina escorted Liz and Miyabo to Zion, after which she left them in the room and went out. Zion looked at Miyabo and stated that it was unfortunate that his actions had caused him to work without the authorization of the Adventurer Guild and the Production Guild. Miyabo and Liz expressed their apologies and understanding of the situation to him. Miyabo admitted that he never thought things would turn out this way. Liz added that she, too, had no idea that she was granting him permission without due consideration and expressed her sincere apologies. Zion noted that, in a way, they had been victims of the situation themselves and warned them to be more careful in the future to avoid similar repercussions. Zion also noted that they had already figured out that the source of all the problems turned out to be Mr. Weiss, who, he said, was known for his tendency to do things his own way. Zion reminded them of the importance of what they had heard and added that he had invited them for another purpose. Handing them a paper, he announced that it was their personal order. Zion announced that they would now go to meet the customer. Upon arriving at the meeting place, they were greeted by the Duke, and Liz and Miyabo were amazed at this unexpected turn of events. Miyabo, turning to Liz, expressed his surprise and asked if such frequent meetings with lords were common. Liz replied in the negative and sharply inquired who he thought the nobles were. She added that she'd assumed he'd have connections, of course, but she hadn't expected this turn of events. Zion intervened, asking how they were behaving in front of the Lord, and they both apologized for their behavior. Liz introduced herself as an adventurer and expressed the honor of meeting the Duke. The Duke brushed off the formalities, inviting them to make themselves at home. He shared that he had recently marveled at Miyabo's talent as an artisan, adding that Mr. Weiss had claimed as if Miyabo's main occupation was adventurer, prompting him to take an interest in his companions. Liz reacted with embarrassment, saying that she seemed quite ordinary compared to Miyabo, but Duke quickly shut her up, noting that they were quite aware of her accomplishments. He admitted that he could not deny her lack of experience in dealing with nobles, but he wanted to entrust them with the task of guarding his daughter on a journey 600 kilometers from the capital. This was the perfect moment for Liz to show her honesty to the Duke. She expressed her concerns about the number of escorts and guards, arguing that a mage and an artisan might have their own limitations in combat. Liz emphasized the need for at least 2 more melee fighters and 1 ranged fighter in addition to her for security. She recognized that she had limited experience in selecting adventurers, and so they would consider candidates suggested by the Duke himself. The Duke noted that he had heard Liz was always very circumspect, and asked how she would take the news that the selection of executors had been finalized. He announced that 1 group of ranked adventurers and 1 rank B adventuress had been hired, and he felt that should be sufficient. The Duke slowly opened the curtain and said, in other words, their presence was already redundant. Before them stood a group of A rank adventurers called Radcliffe, and a B rank adventurer named Mel. He announced that only 1 thing was required of them. The Duke raised his voice and pronounced that all that was required of them was to prove their usefulness. He then added that it was widely believed that the goddess of fortune had only 1 strand of hair, and whether or not they could capture it depended solely on them. Suddenly, a new order came upon them to escort and guard the Duke's daughter, Chiffin, to the Royal Academy of Magic in the capital city. A group of high-class bodyguards had already been formed, and Miyabo and Liz found themselves superfluous. They were tasked to perform something extremely vague to show how they could be useful. From the moment they left the Lord's mansion, Liz seemed depressed. Miyabo asked her if she was interested in this order, offering to refuse if necessary. However, Liz firmly rejected the thought, claiming that they would never have such an opportunity again. Liz admitted that she had certain concerns. She did not say what they were about, but her words sounded serious and thoughtful. Suddenly, they noticed Eleanor, and Liz was not slow to inform her of the invitation from the guild head. Eleanor expressed some interest and said that there were some formalities to be settled. She then invited them to follow her, as if hinting at the importance of the upcoming conversation. Eleanor congratulated them and remarked that not everyone was able to receive a personal order from the Duke himself, emphasizing that they continued to surprise everyone with their accomplishments. Liz modestly remarked that if anyone deserved to be surprised, it was Miyabo, not her. Upon hearing this, Miyabo was surprised and wondered if receiving an order from Duke was so rare. Eleanor explained that it was common practice for nobles to only approach adventurers of rank B and above. She noted that this was because without widespread fame, impeccable reputation, and serious achievements, no one would pay attention to them. Elena emphasized that the mere fact that a nobleman had approached Miyabo and Liz would give them prestige among adventurers. Miyabo realized this as well, realizing why Liz had mentioned the connections. Liz emphasized that this moment was more like a test and trial of their abilities than just getting an order. She believed it was an opportunity to show what they were capable of and prove their worth in front of the nobles. Elena expressed surprise and asked if the Duke had communicated this, but Liz replied in the negative, claiming that the Duke had only encouraged them to demonstrate their usefulness. Liz emphasized that the stakes were high this time. If they could not demonstrate their value, it would be difficult for them to get any future orders. She recalled that in the original conversation with the Duke, there had been no mention of a departure date or the size of the caravan, suggesting that this was another test. Liz had expressed doubts about whether careless people who couldn't plan even basic details could be trusted. Miyabo sensed that she was exaggerating, stating that Duke didn't seem like the kind of person who would do such a thing. These words stunned Liz and Elena. Elena and Liz laughed at Miyabo and noted that he is sometimes too naive that he even seems nice. Liz emphasized that nobles were different from common people in their common sense and ideas. Miyabo realized that their upbringing had taken place in different environments, but he didn't want to think about social differences. When they turned their gaze to the approaching people, Liz reported in consternation that they were other adventurers. Liz looked back fearfully at the approaching adventurers and, clinging to Miyabo, asked him to stay where he was and not move. Her voice trembled with excitement as she asked him to do so. Miyabo looked admiringly at the group of adventurers approaching. His gaze was full of respect and interest as he regarded them, as if he saw them as some symbol of adventure and opportunity. Miyabo felt an incredible energy reeking from this group of adventurers. Turning to Liz, he noticed that she was sweating and asked what was wrong. She asked him to wait for a while. Suddenly, she was called out. One of the adventuresses approached Liz from behind and affectionately called her Lisanka, causing a smile to appear on the girl's face. The girl exclaimed with joy that Liz had finally been found and began asking her questions one by one. She wondered where Liz had been, how she lived, and what had happened to her during all this time. Another adventurer in a hat remarked that it was such an oversight that they had missed their muse and offered Liz a hug in honor of the reunion. Liz, feeling embarrassed, looked at Miyabo and apologized for not telling him the details right away. Liz explained that the Radcliffe group were her old acquaintances with whom they had spent many adventures and quests together. Liz introduced Miyabo to the adventurer Laura, the healer, Tyson the tank, and Dorth the swordsman. She explained that they make up the Radcliffe group, one of the most prestigious groups of grade and adventurers to work with. Laura noticed that Liz looked great. Miyabo, looking at Laura, noticed her typical long ears and assumed that she must be an elf. Elena turned to Miyabo and asked if he noticed that Laura spoke in a typical elven dialect. At that moment, Dorth turned to Elena. Dorth, pointing to Miyabo, asked who he was. Elena explained that his name was Miyabo, and that he was a member of the team he and Liz had created, where he played a support role. Laura asked not to be told that Miyabo and Liz were walking as a couple, and Elena clarified that the group consisted of just the two of them. Laura, slumped on the floor, stated that she didn't remember raising Liz to be such a bad girl, and Liz in turn remarked that she didn't remember Laura raising her at all. Tyson, with tears in his eyes, turned to Miyabo and expressed his willingness to give him their girl if he was committed to a serious relationship. Miyabo reflected on his support role in the group, realizing that being a tinker in the group must be quite normal. And suddenly Dorth turned to Miyabo. Dorth looked at Miyabo and asked suggestively if he was willing to give his life to protect Liz. In response, Miyabo paused and counter-questioned whether Dorth was sure he understood the true meaning of the word support, but Dorth merely repeated his question. Miyabo realized that the question could only be answered with a yes or a yes. At Dorth's persistent stare, Miyabo replied that it was difficult to speak of a determination to protect, given that Liz was an experienced adventurer who could likely handle any danger better than he could. Miyabo confidently stated that his primary goal was to ensure that Liz was as comfortable as possible during the adventure. He expressed confidence in his ability to do so, emphasizing that it lay within his power. Dorth asked Miyabo if he had just asserted that Liz would be happier with him than with anyone else. Miyabo and Liz simultaneously protested, shouting that he had said no such words. All three members of the Radcliffe group turned to Miyabo in one voice, stating that they accepted his declaration of war. They expressed their intention to see if he was worthy of being a man suitable for Liz. According to them, if he actually says so, they want to see his efforts in creating a comfortable atmosphere in this adventure. They've instructed him to think of them as Liz's favorite and try to give them a pleasant and safe trip. And if Miyabo can do that, they will bless their relationship with Liz. Miyabo exclaimed, amazed at how they had come to this, and Eleanor suggested they get down to business. A little later, Weiss, turning to Liz, remarked that she had gotten involved with those troublesome types again. Liz stated that she had avoided meeting with them for a long time, and now they were finally out of luck with such an important order. Miyabo remembered that Radcliffe were a rank adventurers, after all, and asked if they always acted like that. Liz explained that all three adventurers were veterans with excellent reputations and corresponding skills, but sometimes they went crazy, especially in her presence. Liz explained that her own father was also a member of Radcliffe. During her childhood, they spent time together playing in between their missions. Their care for her seemed normal until her father was killed on one of their missions 8 years ago. That blow had been especially hard on Liz. She remembered Weiss, known as Black Iron. She revealed that Weiss had become her foster father. Miyabo thought that was exactly as he had suspected. Liz continued the story, saying that after her father died, the members of the Radcliffe group became obsessed with hyper-opaque, and it was very hard for her. Weiss explained that the adventurers had become completely inadequate due to grief and had lost control of themselves, so he'd had to adopt Liz and shelter her from them. Liz sincerely apologized to Weiss for all the trouble she had caused him. Liz, holding the staff in her hands, reminded him that Weiss had just had to make that staff for her father. Weiss reacted sharply, asking her not to talk nonsense. He emphasized that since Liz had become adventurous, she had brought him much more trouble, and her appearance at home usually only involved repairs. Liz apologized with a smile and gratefully admitted that she appreciated his patience. Miyabo noticed that there was some distance between Weiss and Liz despite being an adoptive father and daughter. Although their friendly relationship seemed natural, Miyabo felt that there was some kind of wall between them. Weiss, turning to Liz, asked if she would accept an escort order, given that she didn't want to travel with Radcliffe. Liz confirmed that she would honor the order because it would be foolish to turn down the opportunity because of personal emotions. She added that there was only one reason that could prevent them. She told Weiss that Radcliffe had declared war on Miyabo. In response, Weiss remarked that it was very likely that they considered Liz and Miyabo a couple. Liz remarked that if they did not find a way to resolve this misunderstanding, the problems would only get worse. Miyabo supported her, noting that if Liz hadn't noticed it, the problems were already in full swing. He added that in the end, he was just saying that his role was support and nothing else. Miyabo expressed his disappointment, noting that they weren't listening to him at all. Liz, teasing him slightly, noted that he was too naive. She explained that if they had listened and understood what they were being told, she wouldn't have run away from them. Both concluded that the situation was not happy and something needed to change. Miyabo thought for a moment, weighing his options for dealing with this uncomfortable situation. He realized that he needed to come up with something that would help resolve the conflict and improve group relations. Suddenly, Miyabo exclaimed as if some idea had hit him, and Liz sensed that it was probably not the best possible idea. Miyabo asked why it was the worst, since he hadn't even expressed his idea yet, and Liz replied that she could tell by the look on his face that the idea wasn't very encouraging. Miyabo declared that he had thought of a great way to resolve the misunderstanding without resorting to words. He announced that if words didn't help, they would make them understand with the help of their bodies. Liz noticed with bewilderment that Miyabo's suggestion did indeed look like a disaster, as she had anticipated. As Eleanor stood in the library, she heard the girls behind her talking about the Radcliffe group that had arrived in the city and even entered the guild. One of the girls stated that she was a fan of theirs and regretted that she was on second shift today, so she wouldn't be able to see them. Eleanor, upon hearing the mention of the Radcliffe group, wondered, This was the same group of adventurers who had stopped a rampage of monsters in the capital 8 years ago, instantly becoming heroes. And there wasn't a person who didn't have respect for them. Leaving the library, Elena met the Radcliffe group. They approached her with a request to talk about Liz. Looking at them, Elena wondered how they could have turned into the people they were now. Elena knocked on Liz's door, and she greeted her with a smile. Liz reflected that when the person you adore comes to visit you herself, it must be a joyous occasion. Liz greeted her with a smile, reflecting on how nice it was to see a loved one, even if it was work-related. Meeting such a person should always bring joy and warmth, no matter the circumstances. With a smile on her face, Liz asked Eleanor why she had come. Upon entering the room, Eleanor noticed that Liz and Miyabo had already sat down at the table. She explained that she didn't usually come straight home, but Liz reassured her that everything was fine. Miyabo exclaimed, asking if they had done something again that they should apologize for. But Eleanor stated that it wasn't as if she had come to scold them. She explained that she needed to clarify some issues with the two of them today. Hearing that, Miyabo expressed his surprise. Hearing the story from Eleanor, Liz exclaimed, expressing her surprise, and asked why exactly she would be the one to lead the group. Eleanor began to recount what had happened the week before to explain her decision. A week ago, when the Radcliffe group approached Eleanor, Dorth clarified that she was the one accepting the request this time, and she confirmed his words. Eleanor then, expressing interest, asked what their request was. Dorth announced that they had decided to make Liz the leader of the group. Eleanor thought she had overheard and asked them to repeat it. Laura said with a smile that she thought once was enough and confirmed that the request to accompany with Chiffon Chan was just that. She clarified that Liz would be the leader, exactly what they had said. Eleanor, shocked at what she had heard, stated that it was impossible, as the leader of the group had to have a higher rank. Dorth assured her that this was just an unofficial rule that they chose to ignore in this case. Dorth added that the rule was not necessary at all, and Eleanor wondered why such a decision had been made. Dorth silently turned away from Eleanor's question, only saying that it would be a surprise to Liz. Eleanor, turning to Liz and Miyabo, asked if they had heard about it. Liz exclaimed that there were A and B ranked adventurers in the group, implying that there was no need to make her the leader. Eleanor confirmed that she had told them the same thing. However, she added that she even had documents stating that the client had expressed consent, so Liz would have to agree. Miyabo expressed surprise that this could be done to nobles and asked if the Duke had any objection to it. Elena replied that, unfortunately, yes, no contrary decision had been made. Miyabo pointed out that this assignment carried a lot of responsibility, something the Duke was clearly interested in, so they would have to try harder. Liz glanced at him and asked if he was serious. She indignantly stated that the Radcliffe group, who had a rank of A, had chosen an unknown adventurer with a rank of C as their leader, and how high did he think they could have high expectations in such a case? Liz became angry, unable to understand why they only did such unnecessary things all the time. Meanwhile, the Duke, sitting in his office, inquired about the status of the confirmation. He turned to Alicia, and she stated that she had received a message from the guard. Respectfully, they wanted to know the true intentions behind the appointment of an inexperienced newcomer to such an important position. The Duke explained to her that it was an offer from Radcliffe, and he wondered why they were so passionately in favor of Liz. Alicia apologized for her impertinence, but added that if he decided to play the game, she asked that he prioritize the young lady's safety. She observed that he could no longer rely on Radcliffe the way he used to. The Duke looked at her thoughtfully and stated that he understood her train of thought well, and if she was thinking of Mrs. Chiffon, he understood her feelings. But he had something to object to. The Duke asked Alicia not to think too much and to concentrate solely on her duties. The bright sun enveloped everything around with golden light, creating a play of shadows and highlights on the ground. Rustling leaves and birdsong could be heard in the distance, and the atmosphere was filled with the warmth and freshness of a spring morning. The carriage slowly approached, leaving behind it a thin trail of dust on the winding road. As they pulled up, Mel got out of the carriage and immediately noticed Miyabo and Liz walking up to her. Miyabo looked at her small backpack and asked if that was all she had brought. Mel only nodded in response, confirming his words. Mel handed him her backpack and told him that she trusted him. At this time, another carriage pulled up, from which a group of Radcliffe adventurers got out. Dorth, pointing to his huge backpack, remarked in a deep bass voice that he seemed to be a bit overloaded with things. Laura also handed Miyabo an equally massive backpack and admitted that she too had overestimated the amount of stuff she needed. Tyson followed suit, handing his backpack to Miyabo. Suddenly, Liz looked around at them, adorned with flowers hidden in their hair, and asked in surprise, "What's with the jewelry and the disgusting way of talking?" All three adventurers of the Radcliffe group smiled, and stated that they had decided to style themselves that way to be closer to Liz. But her face expressed displeasure, and she angrily exclaimed that her patience had limits. Dorth, turning to Miyabo, called him his assistant and announced that this was the first test, as a true adventurer should not worry about luggage. He ordered Miyabo to carry the items, calling him Meat Prince in jest, playing on his strength. Dorth smirked and added that if, of course, Miyabo could carry these things. Miyabo sensed that Dorth had decided to provoke him with that nickname, and there was tension between them. But he decided to let it go without comment and just took the burden. Miyabo instantly took Dorth's backpack to his inventory. Laura shouted for him to take her things too, and he didn't hesitate to repeat his trick with her backpack. He then turned his attention to Tyson's stuff and added it to his inventory without hesitation. When Radcliffe's group saw this, they began to whisper that Miyabo had indeed removed all of it to his inventory, and the rumors were in no way exaggerated. Liz, turning to them, asked if they thought they had too much baggage for adventurers of such high rank. She noted that Miyabo had a lot of inventory space, which was certainly convenient, but emphasized that they would otherwise have to drag a whole cart behind them. Liz asked them to consider that point. Liz stated that since they were the ones who had offered her the role of group leader, they should make the effort. Dorth agreed with her. Suddenly, Miyabo informed Liz that Duke had already arrived. The carriage stopped and the Duke and his daughter got out. Liz stepped forward and introduced herself as the leader of the group fulfilling the escort request. She assured that she would make every effort to ensure that Chiffon arrived safely in the capital, taking responsibility for the 2 weeks of travel. The Duke introduced Alicia's maid to Liz and announced that she would once again accompany his daughter on the journey. Chiffon, smiling, confirmed that she was relying on them completely. Zion also emerged from the carriage and noticed that Liz was a little worried. He stated that on this assignment, where she would be traveling with the A-rank adventurers, it was a valuable opportunity to gain experience as a group leader. He hoped for a good report and looked forward to it. Liz assured him that she would do her best to complete the mission successfully. Liz then asked Miyabo where Mel was, and he pointed to the roof of the wagon, explaining that she was getting ready for the night and sleeping there. As Chiffon was about to board the carriage, her father reminded her about the diary. Chiffon assured him that she would be sure to keep notes. The escort mission began, and it was the first day of the journey when the carriage finally pulled away. The sun shone brightly on the horizon, illuminating the path ahead. The air was filled with anticipation of new adventures, and Liz, who had taken on the role of group leader, had already begun to ponder what lay ahead. As they were already traversing the thick of the forest, Miyabo remarked admiringly how beautiful the scenery around them was, and that it was already lunchtime. Dorth agreed with him, adding that they were walking right on schedule. At this time, Laura announced that it was time for the second challenge. Since it was the assistant's responsibility to prepare for the meal, Miyabo was to take over the job. Taking advantage of his crafting skills, Miyabo instantly created cozy tables decorated with flowers and candles and comfortable chairs from the surrounding materials. Light umbrellas hovered over them, creating a cool and comfortable place to dine. This instant transformation of nature amazed everyone with its beauty and sophistication. Liz marveled at such craftsmanship and asked if he thought it was a bit excessive. Miyabo replied that he had decided that ordinary tables would not be enough for so many people. Dorth asked Miyabo to explain what all this meant, but Miyabo stopped him, raising his hand to ask him to wait, and said that he would now concentrate on preparing the food. Later, when the Radcliffe group was already seated at the table, Miyabo noticed that the beginning of the mission was going great. He glanced at Chiffon and Alicia and noticed that they were frozen. An alarm arose in his mind that these two had been dragged into something unpleasant. Turning to them, he asked them to sit down and assured them that everything was fine. Miyabo politely seated them on the chairs. Suddenly, Alicia screamed at him, asking why he had seated her. Miyabo explained that it was so that she could eat. However, Alicia continued to be indignant, claiming that she was just a maid. Chiffon intervened, asking Alicia to just trust Miyabo. Suddenly, Dorth began to inhale the air and then, turning to Miyabo, exclaimed that he could smell a creamy stew with lots of vegetables and milk bread. He expressed his surprise, adding that such a meal was totally unexpected, and asked if this was also in his inventory. Dorth objected, arguing that it was impossible for stew to smell like that on a mission. Suddenly, however, Tyson, after tasting a spoonful of the stew, expressed his delight, saying that it was delicious. After finishing lunch, Mel approached Miyabo, holding out her empty plate to him and gently asked for some more. Miyabo, accepting her plate, with a slight smile on his face, inquired if just a little would really be enough, and Mel responded by stating that she wanted more meat. Upon exiting the carriage, Liz noted that they had already reached their intended destination, and Miyabo agreed, adding that they had moved faster than he had expected. However, Dorth reacted sharply, yelling at Miyabo that now was not the time to relax. Miyabo looked at him and noticed that Dorth was full of energy as always. Dorth glanced at Miyabo and noted that although one tent had already been set up at lunchtime, it was vital to set up another tent for a fully comfortable trip. Liz turned to Miyabo, expressing concern, but he assured her that everything would be fine. While Miyabo pondered over the fact that he had to carry the burden of luggage, prepare food, and take care of many other things, he had also already had time to think about this aspect. Dorth announced that it was time for the third test and ordered Miyabo to show them the tent he had prepared. Confidently meeting Dorth's gaze, Miyabo declared that he was about to show them everything they had asked about. Miyabo added, stating that he was ready to show them the full essence of his strategy. Suddenly, a huge house, instead of a modest tent, appeared before their eyes. The Radcliffe group, clearly not expecting such a thing, stared perplexed at what was happening. Miyabo, smiling, motioned for them to enter and lead them to their rooms. The Radcliffe group was amazed that Miyabo had built an entire house. They could not believe their eyes when they saw such an unexpected display of craftsmanship. Looks of amazement and admiration flashed across their faces as they inspected this unusual house. All three of them asked Miyabo to explain what kind of house it was, and he began to describe how he had equipped it with stables and other amenities. However, they interrupted him by clarifying that they were interested in the general purpose of the house. Miyabo began to explain that there was no road from the house to the stables, but Dorth interrupted him and said that was not what he was talking about. He exclaimed that this could be a serious problem that would be forever remembered in history. Dorth emphasized that the appearance of an entire house in an empty lot looked strange and could attract unwanted attention. He asked Miyabo not to pretend like he understood, but rather to ask a question if something was not clear. Dorth, turning to Liz, exclaimed, urging her to speak up, but Liz only looked at the house in silence. Pointing to the wall, she stated that she wanted there to be a passage and a roof, and Miyabo gladly complied with her wish. In response, all three adventurers in Radcliffe's group shouted as if expressing their bewilderment and surprise. Miyabo realized that his strategy had worked. His plan was to create an atmosphere of ordinariness so that the Radcliffe group members would stop dwelling on the unexpected appearance of the house. Miyabo called his strategy, "If your brain is useless, stop using it." He noticed that Liz calmed down a bit, although she was initially anxious. The Radcliffe group, looking at Miyabo, emphasized that the competition was not over, showing their willingness to continue the challenges and trials. Dorth expressed doubts about the comfort of the house, claiming that it was only papier-mâché and its convenience was in question. Liz observed that even such a shelter could protect from rain, which was already some level of comfort. Dorth supplemented that cold and hunger were the main difficulties when traveling, and, with a glance at Miyabo, noted that eventually the details had to be cleared up, or they would not be able to trust him to take care of Liz. After everyone entered the house, Chiffon expressed her admiration for its interior, noting its beauty. Mel, turning to Miyabo, asked if he had created this interior himself, but Miyabo modestly replied that his skills were not yet high enough to create something like this. Looking at the facial expressions of the Radcliffe group members, Miyabo felt that they had already admitted their defeat. After realizing that the battle was over, everyone began to prepare for dinner. Closer to nightfall, Alicia, looking around at her surroundings, asked what was she even doing in this place. Chiffon, smiling, explained that she was taking a bath. She then admitted that she never thought she would be taking a bath while traveling. As they approached the door, Alicia asked what was behind it, and Chiffon explained that it was their room. Alicia expressed surprise. Vetty she thought they were sure to spend the night in that huge house. Chiffon stated that Miyabo had suggested it as a quieter alternative for the whole group. Suddenly, Alicia lost her balance and fell to the floor. She apologized and explained that she couldn't help herself. Chiffon calmed her down, assuring her that everything was fine, and suggested that Alicia was probably tired from driving the wagon. Alicia reminded that she was only a maid belonging solely to Chiffon. Alicia, lowering her eyes, whispered that she thought she was pathetic. Chiffon, looking into her eyes, confidently stated that there was not a single moment when she thought her work was a failure. After all, it had been so many years since she had started her service, and every time, Alicia had been loyal and faithful. Chiffon fell into Alicia's arms and gently addressed her by her first and last name, emphasizing her importance and dignity. In a confident tone, she assured Alicia that she was doing an excellent job. Lying in bed, Alicia reflected on the fact that long journeys put a tremendous strain on the body, and even if you were an aristocrat, it didn't make the strain any less severe. At least, that's what she thought. She noticed that the bed she was lying on now seemed softer than the one she usually rested on at the mansion. With sadness in her voice, Alicia realized that despite Milady's consolations, she felt helpless. She realized that she did not have the luxury of showing weakness even if she felt tired. Alicia made a firm promise to herself that with the new day she would return to her usual dedication and become the perfect maid for Milady again. She resolved that she would not let fatigue and doubt weaken her determination and dedication to her duties. The next morning, Miyabo awoke to a heavy downpour that pounded on the roof like 1,000 hammers. Walking out of his room, he ran into Mel, who suddenly popped out from around the corner, making him startled. Asking her if she had noticed anything unusual, Mel only replied that, except for the loud snoring of the Radcliffe band, which overrode even the noise of the rain, nothing unusual had happened. Liz came out to Miyabo and told her that the departure plan would have to be changed because of the heavy downpour, and they would have to wait until the rain abated. Miyabo, looking at the downpour, expressed his concern and asked if the road would become dangerous because of the weather. Liz explained that that was exactly what she was thinking. The weather could change suddenly in these parts, and if the rain subsided by lunchtime, they could continue on their way. Otherwise, they would have to stay another night. As Miyabo was setting the table for breakfast, Mel came over and asked, "What is this?" Miyabo explained that it was just breakfast. Mel stated that she had worked very hard on guard duty and therefore deserved to be rewarded. Miyabo, realizing that she meant to say that she needed something more nourishing, promised to cook something special. Miyabo placed a plate of ramen on the table with black orc meat on top of it on a pork bone. He noticed that it was a lunch dish, but Mel could eat it for breakfast as well. Liz, coming up from behind, admiringly remarked that the ramen looked very appetizing and asked for a portion for herself as well. Miyabo, a little hesitantly, asked if it would be too heavy for breakfast. In response, Liz confidently stated that teenagers' stomachs were incredibly hearty. Miyabo suggested that it might be time to wake everyone else up already. With those words, they went to the door of the room and knocked on it to alert the others about breakfast. Miyabo started waking up Dorth, Laura, and Tyson to get up for breakfast. Liz remarked that Miyabo was probably a little too much for this house, and Miyabo agreed with her. He added that he himself had expected them to oversleep, but not as long as it turned out. Suddenly, Alicia popped out of the next room. Miyabo said hello to her, and she immediately asked what time it was. Miyabo explained that due to the heavy rain, the departure time was delayed, so there was no need to hurry. He noticed that the members of the Radcliffe group were also still asleep, unaware of the delay. Miyabo pronounced that breakfast was already waiting for them in the dining room, and suggested that Alicia change and tidy up first before joining the others. Alicia, upon hearing this, suddenly realized that she had come right out in her pajamas, with her hair tangled after her sleep. A slight blush of shame covered her face as she realized that she had not contributed any care to her appearance. Alicia, slamming the door, walked briskly back into the room. Liz, turning to Miyabo, expressed her concern, noting that it was an unfortunate move. She explained that maids are very concerned about their appearance, and their appearance is of great importance to them. After a while, Alicia, already dressed, came out of the room and apologized to Miyabo and Liz. She expressed her desire to restore her honor after the recent incident and offered to take over cooking or other tasks. Miyabo assured her that there was no need to worry about what had happened, but Alicia insisted, believing it was her duty to make things right. Chiffon, with a smile on her face, explained that Alicia had one of the strongest feelings of responsibility in the world. Turning to Miyabo, she asked to take into consideration that their actions had inconvenienced them and suggested that Alicia be assigned some responsibilities. Alicia asked to take care of her. Miyabo, looking out the window, realized that the rain was not going to stop, which meant that they would have to stay in this place for another whole day. Suddenly, the Radcliffe band popped up in his thoughts. All three adventurers from the Radcliffe group expressed their apologies to Miyabo, admitting their guilt and regretting their actions. They openly admitted that they were wrong and realized that they were wrong in their actions. Miyabo noticed that upon waking up after lunch, all three adventurers of the Radcliffe group were considerably downcast, and to lift their spirits, he invited them all to the table to discuss next steps. Dorth couldn't help but remark on the wonderful flavor of the soup, and Laura shared that her teeth were so strong that they had no trouble tearing the meat into bite-sized pieces. Tyson marveled at the perfection of this orc-style dish. Miyabo watched as after eating the ramen, their spirits lifted, realizing that they were quickly getting used to new things, which reminded him of Liz and her determination. The third day of the trip had arrived, and along with the first rays of sunshine, the rain had stopped. Today was the day they could continue their journey. Mel peeked through the window of Miyabo's room and announced that she was hungry. Miyabo turned his attention to Alicia as he left the room and noticed that she was up early today. Alicia announced that she couldn't afford to oversleep for the second day in a row. Miyabo smiled, noting that this was typical of an experienced maid. Chiffon left the room and smiled, noticing that Alicia looked very serious. She added that yesterday, Alicia had even laid down on the floor so that she wouldn't oversleep. Miyabo noticed that Alicia seemed more stern before. Alicia turned to Miyabo seriously and asked if they should start making breakfast already. Miyabo noticed that there was some cute feature in Alicia's behavior. At this time, Zion met with the head of the production guild named George. After exchanging greetings, Zion hesitated after realizing that he had avoided meeting him for a while. Zion noted that it had been a long time since he had seen Georgiou and apologized again for the inconvenience caused by the repairs. Georgiou, in response, stated that it was just a waste of time and effort. As he looked at Zion, he thought about the fact that the craftsman didn't even know the manners typical of guild members, and that perhaps he should be blacklisted. However, Zion clarified that the artisan had already admitted his sloppiness and had been told off, so he asked Georgius to be lenient. As Zion stepped back, the Duke arose behind him and expressed his displeasure about Georgius and his dislike of the artisans. Turning his attention to Zion, the Duke noted his quick appearance and stated that he had something he would like to show him. Inviting Zion in, he led him into the bathing room, arousing his curiosity. Seeing this splendor before him, Zion was amazed. He expressed his amazement, noting that it was so sudden and breathtaking that even professionals would have difficulty creating something like it. Turning to Zion, Herzog asked if this was of particular interest to him because the project was clearly unorthodox. Herzog stated that even though Miyabo is an artisan, usually limited to producing only low-grade goods, he was able to create a piece that could match the work of the most talented professionals. He added that Miyabo even has an inventory in another dimension, making his achievement even more impressive. Duke added that through this, Miyabo had even managed to establish a connection with the houses of the 5 great dukes. The Duke, turning to Zion, asked how Miyabo was presenting himself to him now. Zion suddenly froze, staring into the void, as if he was immersed in thought and could not find an answer. At this time, Miyabo, Liz, and the rest of the travelers were enjoying cheerful conversation and fine food. savoring every moment in a pleasant atmosphere. For Radcliffe's group, the journey from Angeln to the royal capital was about 10 rai, equivalent to about 30 kilometers. They had to cover this distance in 2 weeks in order to reach their destination in time. They managed to advance tirelessly from morning to evening, overcoming all the difficulties of the journey. However, suddenly something happened for which they were not prepared. It was already the 6th day since their request for an escort had begun, and it suddenly began to rain, making Miyabo wonder why. Sitting at the table inside the house again, they stopped their journey and discussed the next steps. Chiffin noted that their arrival in the capital would be late. Liz added that due to the unstable weather, the arrival might be delayed by several days, to which Chiffin agreed, calling it very inconvenient. Miyabo asked if it would affect her ability to attend the commencement, but Chiffin remarked that the problem lay in something else. Chiffin explained that the problem was that she was behind in her studies. These words surprised Miyabo. She added that they had probably assumed as if she was just a carefree girl despite her noble background. However, Miyabo and Liz refuted that. Chiffin also remarked that it was probably just her excuse. Chiffon announced that she was returning to Angeln in order to study territory management as well as to establish ties with guilds and other aristocrats. This is necessary for her, for unless something unexpected happens, she, as the only daughter, will become the next feudal lord according to the laws of inheritance. Chiffon added that it was because of this great distance that she was forced to skip her studies. Even the long vacations were not enough for her to catch up, so her teachers prepared assignments for her while she was away. She noted that even when she arrived, she would probably have to give up sleep for a while. Liz asked Chiffin if she remembered the topics of the lessons she had missed, and Chiffin nodded. A confused Liz offered to explain the topics to her if it was okay with Chiffin. Everyone around her was surprised to hear such an offer. After a while, Liz took up the explanation. Pointing to the blackboard, she explained that she assumed that Chiffin had studied Marf's experiment of measuring specific gravity in magical mechanics, especially in the context of the element of earth magic, which was considered one of the heaviest compared to others. Liz explained that the elements of magic and water were light and highly permeable, so it was difficult to combine them with others. Chiffin raised her hand and expressed her question. She asked if it was against Alvin's definition that elements of the same element should combine well with each other. Liz began to talk about Vermo's theory of magic structure, which might shed some light on this question. Listening to all this, Miyabo turned to Laura and asked what was going on. But she only shrugged her shoulders and said that she didn't understand anything either, which surprised Miyabo. Miyabo, noticing the magic book on Laura's belt, showed interest and asked her about its contents. Laura, in response, offered him a glance at the book with a smile. Miyabo opened the book with curiosity and was surprised to see only decorations made of flowers. He couldn't understand what it was and turned to Laura with a question. Laura explained that in the world of adventurers, magic is used intuitively, by feel, and there is little room for theories and academic approaches. She added that in the adventurous world, practical skills and experience are important, not theories and books. Laura added that among adventurists, there are few who are capable of even trying to explain something to a noble lady. She then looked at Liz and said that it was probably expected of Rise's daughter. Chiffin, smiling at Liz, expressed her admiration at how well she knew the theory of Schulzut's magical properties. Liz explained that the basics were laid out everywhere too complicated. Chiffin insisted that Liz shouldn't be modest, saying that it wasn't often that one met someone who had mastered the theories so easily. She asked who Liz had studied with. Liz replied that self-education was her way. Chiffin was surprised, noting that she had heard that Liz had been raised by Weiss-sama. Liz sadly noted that Weiss had shown no interest in such education and only provided her with financial support. Therefore, she had to rely on books from the Adventurers Guild library for her education. Chiffin expressed her admiration as she turned to Alicia and said that it was simply impossible to imagine meeting such an incredibly talented girl. Alicia replied that, unfortunately, she could not imagine. Liz modestly pointed out that it was just a theory. Chiffin wanted to stop her, but suddenly, Laura sneezed and noticed that the rain made it cold at the window. Liz explained that it was her clothes and that she needed to dress warmer. Laura countered that no way, since an open belly was a sign of youth. Liz sharply pointed out that it was no reason to dress like that. Laura glanced out the window and noted that it was indeed a strange rain. Liz agreed with her and added that it was still early for the rainy season. Suddenly, Dorth approached them and, addressing everyone, announced that he wanted to hold an emergency meeting, causing everyone to be puzzled and curious. When everyone had gathered together, Dorth announced that he had received some data from a nearby village. Lifting up a piece of paper, he declared that it was a weather report for the past week or so. Everyone looked at the paper with curiosity. Mel, showing interest, asked how much % rain there was. Dorth pointed to another page of the report and explained that it was data from the village branch of the Adventurers Guild, and that the current weather record for the past 5 years was recorded. Liz, looking at the report, suddenly realized the importance of what was happening. Liz suddenly realized that the rainy season had started earlier than usual, so it had been raining for a long time. Dorth introduced a new point of view by stating that they had another, more serious problem: snow. Dorth explained that the capital city was surrounded by mountains, creating a natural barrier defense. He emphasized that with snow came additional dangers such as frostbite. At the same time, crossing the valley, the altitude increases dramatically. Miyabo, listening intently, realized that it would be ideal to reach the capital before the snowfall began. Dorth announced that therefore, starting the next day, he wanted Liz and Miyabo to travel in a wagon. Miyabo clarified if they would be traveling as luggage, and Dorth explained that his plan was to double their speed, meaning they would have to run for 8 hours straight. He looked at Miyabo and Liz and asked if they could handle it. Miyabo hesitated, realizing that even with his increasing physical strength and decreasing fatigue gear, he would have a hard time, let alone Liz. Lowering her eyes, Liz whispered that she couldn't. Dorth stated that in that case, the intelligence would be on her. The 7th day of the journey came as their wagon moved slowly along a winding road surrounded by dense forest. Suddenly, an obstacle in the form of a fallen tree appeared in the wagon's path. Dorth asked Miyabo if he was able to remove it, and Miyabo, quickly getting off the wagon, instantly placed it in his inventory. Dorth expressed admiration and said that with Miyabo aboard, any road becomes smooth and straight despite obstacles. When they decided to take a break, Laura turned to Miyabo and expressed her desire to swap the food for something that could be made or eaten quickly. While lying in their beds, Liz turned to Miyabo with words of praise, noting his skill and reliability, emphasizing that everyone in the Radcliffe group relied on him. Upon hearing this, Miyabo was pleasantly surprised and noted that Liz also displayed outstanding intelligence skills. Miyabo emphasized that even Laura appreciated Liz's skills, as it was necessary to have a deep knowledge of magic to accurately determine distances and numbers. He expressed surprise, asking if it was an indication of high praise that she was being praised by a rank adventurer. Miyabo, noticing Liz's silence, decided that she had probably already fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Liz reflected on how well Miyabo was doing, and not surprisingly, the Radcliffe members were impressed. She reflected on the fact that probably no one else would be able to replicate his skills. Therein lay his unique value. Liz closed her eyes, sinking into contemplation of her usefulness in all of this. She wondered exactly what role she played on the team and what she could contribute to their adventures. Doubts and perplexities surfaced in her thoughts, for her skills and abilities seemed less prominent compared to Miyabo's. Karen slowly crawled on the ground, going through the items in his inventory. He was busy counting 150 pieces of earth, 200 branches, and 150 crushed stone. Suddenly, he felt a jolt and turned around. It was Sid, who asked if this was the activity that was taking him all day at work, adding that Karen had a very suspicious look. Sid, interested, asked Karen if he was practicing handling the inventory. Karen nodded in response and began to tell that on the last day of construction, his teacher had given him a special schedule that he used himself. It made him one step closer to the teacher and his methods. Sid noticed that Miyabo's inventory looked more organized, and Karen added that Miyabo was just a monster. He said that he wanted to go with him to go mining, but suddenly it turned out that Miyabo had already left town. Karen, looking up at the sky, wondered what Miyabo was doing now. His thoughts went back to the past when they were building together, and he remembered how Miyabo was always enthusiastic about his experiments and research. Miyabo peeked into the wagon and, turning to Liz, asked if she was alright. He noticed that she seemed tired yesterday. Liz replied that her body was perfectly rested, thanks to sitting in the wagon. Miyabo thought about how Liz's aura was simply terrifying. He understood that she was aware of the necessity of such a mode of transportation for a safe arrival. Reflecting on Dorth's suggestion, Miyabo realized that this situation was weighing on Liz. After all, she had spent time in the library before setting off, gathering information about the route and the monsters. She acted as a true leader, willing to take responsibility for the success of the entire group. But now the role of leader had practically passed to Dorth. Miyabo sensed that this turn of events was disappointing to Liz, and he wondered what Dorth was thinking now. He wondered how this change would affect the future course of the journey and the dynamics within the group. The wagon came to a stop and Dorth suddenly beckoned Liz and Miyabo to get out of it. As they stepped onto the ground, an incredible scene unfolded before them. A massive rock towered in front of them, on top of which an eagle was soaring proudly. Miyabo couldn't resist asking what kind of monument it was, and Dorth explained with a smile that it was a boundary stone, a symbol that separated territories from each other. Miyabo looked carefully at the surroundings, and Dorth added that the royal lands belonging to Ragpater began from this spot, and the capital itself was located behind a mountain visible in the distance. Suddenly, Liz shrieked, pointing behind her back to the right that there were monsters looming in the sky. Dorth, glancing upward, discerned 3 creatures about 50 meters away and asked Liz if she could hit them. She confidently replied that she could. Liz quickly summoned an ice needle spell and aimed it towards the approaching birds. However, Miyabo suddenly cried out, noting that the birds had cleverly dodged the attack. Liz watched the ice needles carefully and noticed that they seemed to change trajectory at the last moment, still hitting the birds. She noted with surprise that it was unexpected, but since they had gotten rid of the monsters, it was a good result. After Liz returned to the wagon, Chiffin approached her to ask if the ice needle spells Liz had used were first-level ice needle spells. Liz confirmed her assumption, and Chiffin remarked that she thought so, but still found it strange. Chiffin observed that ice needles was a simple ice magic spell that created needles of ice and launched them into the air. But what she had seen recently seemed as if the trajectory changed mid-flight. Chiffin asked why this happened, and Liz replied that the explanation would be a bit complicated, but if simplified, it was the result of magic manipulation. However, in order to master it, one would need to spend a lot of time practicing, working with objects at a distance. Chiffin interestedly expressed her desire to hear the details from Liz. Liz stated with a smile that if Chiffin was interested, she would be happy to be able to train her. Chiffin gladly agreed to the offer. At this time, Dorth remarked admiringly that they were moving at an excellent pace, and if they continued at the same rhythm, they could reach in 5 days. Dorth expressed the hope that the sky would retain its clarity and purity until the very end of their journey. Later, during the lesson when Liz was teaching Chiffin ice needle magic, Chiffin expressed her concern, saying that it was quite difficult given the constant obstacles in their path. In response, Liz confirmed that encountering obstacles is something inevitable in life. Liz then offered Chiffin cookies and a mug of tea to support her in this endeavor. Chiffin, seeing the cookies, asked if Miyabo had made them, and Liz nodded, announcing that it was for a snack during the break. Chiffin remembered hearing about it from her father and always tried to be prepared, but she seemed to have forgotten that they were on the road. She noted that if it rained, there were crosswalks, and if there were classes going on, there was a chalkboard. This phenomenon still amazed her. She then asked Liz how she met Miyabo. Liz said that they met when Miyabo got lost in the woods near Angel. Liz revealed that she walked Miyabo to town, but he had no money for lodging. So they, as if floating on a common current, teamed up. Chiffin, looking at her in surprise, remarked that Liz had worked alone before, and this was a new experience for her. Liz explained that she usually acted as a rearguard mage, so it was strange for her to work in a team. Then, turning to Chiffon, she asked how well trained she was in magic control. Chiffon smiled and remarked that she was more in the way, adding that her training prioritized only high-level magic. Chiffon, turning to Liz, expressed her admiration for her immense magical power. In Liz's understanding, magic depended on innate talent, and she recognized that she had little magical power from birth. 3 basic conditions were required for the use of magic. First, one had to possess the methodology of creating magic, that is, theoretical knowledge. Second, equally important were the skills to manipulate magic according to one's desire. Finally, the third necessary condition was the presence of sufficient energy capable of generating magical power. Having enough magical power was thought to be especially important. Unlike skills and theory, which can be acquired through experience, magical power is present from birth and is different for everyone. It's something that doesn't increase in process, but if used constantly, it, like muscles in training, can slowly but slowly increase. That's what Liz thought as she continued to load herself up with training. However, about a year ago, her magical power almost stopped growing. To better utilize her limited supply of magical power, Liz devoted herself to training in magic control. Looking for ways to use a small amount of magical energy to perform resource-intensive magic, she immersed herself in the study of magic theory. At this time, those who possessed innate abilities pulled far ahead, leaving behind them a chasm that was difficult to bridge with effort. Without physical and magical strength, and with slowness in decision-making, it seemed impossible. Liz was coming to the conclusion that she had none of the above at all. Liz realized that thinking alone could not change anything, so she made the decision to do what she could. She felt that now was the time to focus on training. Turning to Chiffon, Liz asked for her hand. Liz responded to Chiffon's surprised look by explaining that magic power comes out of the palm of her hand, and she would control the particles of her magic power with her own. She asked Chiffon to try to memorize the feeling. Chiffon, surprised, asked if she could do that, and Liz, taking her hand, noted that her father had taught her such a method. Miyabo, approaching the door of the room where Radcliffe slept, knocked. The door was opened by Tyson, and Miyabo expressed his desire to deliver a message to Dorth. Tyson clarified that they were resting and asked if Miyabo's conversation was related to Liz. Tyson invited Miyabo to sit down and handed him a cup of Heigo fruit tea. He explained that this tea was often drunk at Radcliffe. Miyabo gratefully accepted the cup and, after thinking about it, marveled at his politeness. Tyson asked how Liz was feeling, and Miyabo explained that she had been in a constant state of depression lately, especially since she had started riding in the wagon. Tyson said that it had been obvious to him from the beginning, and Miyabo was amazed that Tyson had actually paid attention. Tyson explained that Liz was an easy read and asked if Miyabo wanted to tell Dorth about it. He noted that the situation could no longer be changed. Miyabo noted that something different happened after that. He said that Radcliffe was making different decisions, and the leadership role belonging to Liz seemed to have been taken away. Miyabo admitted that although he believed the decisions made were correct, but since she had been appointed as a leader, he would like her to be respected accordingly. Miyabo added that all this is because Liz is as adventurous as they are. Suddenly, he noticed that Tyson started crying. However, Tyson assured him that everything was fine. Tyson stated that this girl had grown up too, and all this was happening precisely because she had become an adult. He apologized to Miyabo for not being considerate enough, but added that even if he were to inform Dorth now, he would still say something random that might hurt her. Tyson emphasized that this is why Radcliffe relies on Miyabo. Tyson expressed his hope that Miyabo would take care of Liz and asked him to be there for her. Miyabo confidently assured that he understood his request and would support Liz. Tyson, crying, remarked that Liz had found herself a good boyfriend, but Miyabo exclaimed that he was not her boyfriend. It had been 2 days since that conversation, and today was the 10th day of their journey. Along the way, Miyabo noticed that Tyson remained the same, but he seemed to be thinking about something. Liz turned to Miyabo and informed him that they had reached their destination, noting that he must have been looking forward to it. Miyabo looked up and saw that they were at Dragon Gorge. Miyabo stared admiringly at the actual dragons, and Liz remarked with a smile that he seemed to have a slightly delayed reaction. She explained that the dragons living here are quite peaceful, and are even able to coexist with humans. Suddenly, an obstacle appeared in the path of their wagon, and after examining the barrier, Dorth explained that it was meant to be, because dragons were in egg-laying season. Dorth explained that it seems that all the immediate area was blocked off because dragons become aggressive during the laying period. He added that these territories would not be passable for several months. Laura asked what they should do in that case, and Dorth replied that there was nothing else to do but use the bypass. Liz was surprised to hear about the possibility of a bypass and looked at the map that Dorth was showing. He explained that if they chose the road around the mountain, they could reach the other side of the gorge in 4 or 5 days. Laura expressed her disapproval, calling such a path foolish, and Dorth noted that in that case they had little choice. Liz ran her finger along the route on the map, indicating the path they were to take, and all agreed on the choice. Miyabo started digging straight across the mountain, causing Radcliffe's group to gasp in surprise. Dorth simply could not believe his eyes. Tyson expressed admiration, calling Miyabo a powerful digger, but Miyabo asked them to refrain from strange nicknames because he had suddenly stumbled upon something interesting that intrigued him. Miyabo dug straight into the huge cave, where they were greeted by a stunning view, a waterfall coming down from the high cliffs, and the play of light created a mesmerizing atmosphere. Everyone on entering inside was amazed by this amazing sight and marveled at its beauty. It was a stalactite grotto, impressive in its beauty and mystery. Dorth declared that they could go no farther, and Miyabo suggested that they go back a little way and explore another part of the cave. Suddenly something dripped on Miyabo, and he looked up, pensive. Something strange began to slowly descend directly on Miyabo, but Mel reacted quickly, jumped up and cut it with her sword, securing Miyabo and the others from possible danger. Dorth chopped up another similar thing, and Liz realized with horror that they were trapped. Strange creatures began to crawl out of the crevices of the cave. Moments later, the entire cave was filled with a colony of transparent slimes that slowly but surely approached the group, causing them to surround themselves. Miyabo, terrified, couldn't keep his balance and fell to the ground, his gaze frozen, fixed on the approaching monsters whose forms melted in the dim light of the cave. Suddenly, Miyabo realized that the situation was repeating itself, just like the last time they were trapped with these creatures. Miyabo pondered the possibility of water below, though he realized that even if it wasn't there, the slimes could be underground, just like last time. Mel pushed Miyabo away and resolutely ran towards the slimes, aptly chopping them in her path with her sword. Her movements were fast and precise, and her confidence cheered up the others. Mel continued to aptly chop up the monsters, turning to Liz to clarify about the retreat path. Her attention to detail and determination were essential in this tense moment. Liz reported that the passageway was also crowded with slimes, and Mel responded by confidently stating that in that case, it would be cleared. Mel boldly rushed forward, heading for the passage and destroying monsters in her path. Slimes are magical creatures known for their ability to attack with acid. Although they move relatively slowly, their numbers can pose a serious threat, especially if they manage to surround their opponents. The vulnerable spots of these creatures are their cores, and these are where you should focus your strikes to quickly and effectively destroy slimes. Liz reflected on the fact that they were in a confined space, and the slimes were capable of penetrating the smallest of crevices. In a narrow passage, it would be extremely difficult for them to defend the entire wagon. She pondered that perhaps they should leave the wagon behind and let Chiffon-san escape. Liz realized that she was the one who had suggested that everyone go through the mountains, so she felt guilty about the situation. Suddenly, a slime attacked Dorth with acid right in his hand, and Liz worriedly noticed it, but Dorth calmed her down by assuring her that he was fine. Dorth reminded them that they had Laura with them, and Laura, reading the spells, ordered no one to scatter. She then focused her magic and created a circle of healing to provide protection and healing for the entire group. Dorth's wounded arm instantly recovered under the influence of the healing circle. Magic with this kind of range usually required a significant amount of magic power, but healing magic was a whole other level. Liz was surprised to notice the ease with which Laura wielded this magic. She couldn't help but notice the famous smell of elven magical energy that enveloped the healing circle. Liz realized that she should not relax and rely only on Laura's help. She realized that her mistake had caused the boys to get hurt, and that was the unchangeable truth. She was now determined to be helpful and take an active part in the battle to protect her friends. Suddenly, the ground around the entire group began to rise as if creating an impenetrable dome that shielded them from hostile attacks. Dorth used fire magic, and the outer dome of their defenses impenetrably enveloped them, and beyond it a bright fire erupted, encircling the group in a ring of fire. Liz watched Dorth's power and skill with admiration, realizing that she wasn't even close to him. At the end of the battle, as the dome disappeared, Miyabo was surprised to note that all the slimes were gone and none remained. He declared that it was now his turn to take the lead. Alicia stopped Miyabo and said that it was too early for the next step. Suddenly, slimes began to descend from the walls, and Miyabo exclaimed that it was impossible, and to destroy them all, they wouldn't be able to. Laura turned to Liz and asked if she knew how her father fought. Laura took Liz's hand, and she felt a flow of magical energy coming from Laura. Laura began to remember the times when Liz's father, Rise, was still alive. He had once suggested to her a magical attribute that he thought would be perfect for her. Laura had reacted with some irony, calling him annoying and noting that she hadn't asked for it herself. This attribute was meant to control magical power, and Rise wondered if she could learn it intuitively. This style of battle required fine-tuning and controlling magical energy. Laura remembered walking into Rise's room one day and seeing him practicing again. She noted with a touch of irony that he wouldn't be able to master advanced magical techniques anyway. However, he replied that it might not be him, but perhaps her. The same was true of knowledge of magic. He believed that Laura had the power to attain a high level of mastery of magic. Now Laura asked Liz to think about it. Slimes were capable of entering the narrowest of crevices, and they needed to break through the passage. But Laura wondered if they couldn't think of more efficient ways, like choosing from options she hadn't even considered. Suddenly Liz had a thought. If the slimes are climbing out of the crevices, why don't they cover all the available openings? After all, there's plenty of water around, which would make such a plan even more effective. She hadn't realized this option until now. The principle was similar to the one Liz had used when practicing with Chiffin. That night, during the exercise, she manipulated the remaining magic particles after activation by controlling their trajectory. According to the theory, it was nearly impossible to control magic at all stages, from conception to activation. In other words, Liz could attack using her magic power. The difficulty of control was incomparable. Liz realized that she had a responsibility for this action, and together with Laura, they resorted to advanced magic. They decided to use powerful freezing magic covering all the slimes in the area. As they stood clasping hands, scrutinizing the frozen landscape around them, Dorth suddenly recalled Liz's father. Miyabo noticed that the ice covered everything around them, the slimes, the ceiling, and even the water. Dorth noted that although they had spent a lot of time fighting the slimes, it had yielded results. Miyabo suddenly caught a glimpse of light in a far corner of the cave, and his gaze was instantly attracted by this unexpected brightness. Dorth noticed this and realized that the water in the cave was flowing in from outside. Miyabo was ready to move forward, but Dorth interrupted him, explaining that traveling on the ice would slow them down greatly. He advised Miyabo to keep digging, arguing that it would speed up the process. After offering them a glimpse of his idea, Miyabo began to explain his plan. Miyabo skillfully cut the parts out of a sheet of metal, then carefully curved them to better fit together. He then carefully sharpened the underside of each part to ensure perfect adhesion. Now all that remained was to start mass production and make his idea a reality. In the final step, all Miyabo did was glue these parts to his shoes, and something resembling skates appeared in front of them. He was now confident that their plan would work, and they would be able to get out of this situation thanks to his invention. Miyabo explained that these spikes would help them move forward quickly. He quickly attached them to his shoes and grabbed Liz's hand to demonstrate how they worked. However, Liz became indignant when she noticed that Miyabo could barely stay on them and could not even stand properly. Dorth, noticing the spikes, noted that they did help increase the speed of travel, but there remained a problem with the cart. In response, Miyabo assured him that he had already attached the skids to it, so they were ready to move. Suddenly, Dorth warned that they needed to leave quickly as suddenly there was an explosive sound behind them. They turned around to see what had happened. Dorth explained that slimes, being jelly-like, thaw faster than liquid. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in horror, accusing him of only now telling them about it. They rushed toward the exit, anxious to get away from the danger. As they exited the cave, Liz turned to Chiffin to apologize. Surprised, Chiffin asked what was the matter. Liz explained that she felt guilty for offering to take a shortcut, which had led to the danger. As a leader, she felt responsible and apologized for the trouble. Chiffin refused to accept the apology, explaining that their priority at the moment was to get to the capital quickly. She noted that Liz had correctly considered the danger of snow and had made the most sensible decision, but unfortunately the road was blocked. Chiffin emphasized that although a detour was unavoidable, thanks to Liz's ingenuity, they were able to successfully traverse the valley. She assured her that all had turned out well and saw no need to apologize. Liz tried to justify herself by remarking that perhaps things might have been different under other circumstances, but Chiffin interrupted her, emphasizing that it was the results that were important, and in that respect they had acted correctly. Chiffin explained to Liz that focusing only on failures could cause even the most sincere aspirations to turn to poison. At that point, they were joined by Alicia, who asked if something had happened. Chiffin replied in the negative, and Alicia remarked that she only thought Chiffin had been generous. Dorth and Laura abruptly hugged Liz, causing a surge of bewilderment in her voice. She exclaimed that her musings had suddenly taken an unexpected turn. Dorth expressed admiration for her resilience and dedication to her work. He mentioned how he and Laura had shined when fighting shoulder to shoulder and how winningly Liz had manipulated magic. Laura exclaimed that it was because Liz was truly a master of her craft. Liz reflected, realizing that without regard to her, the Radcliffe team were really good adventurers. Suddenly, Dorth interrupted her musings by stating that, in short, it was time to express it out loud. Turning to Liz, he added that her presence was the one thing they had been missing until now. Dorth lifted Liz into his arms, smiled, and motioned for her to join Radcliffe. His voice was full of confidence, and his gaze was filled with a call for new adventures and cooperation. Zion leaned over the desk in his office, frowning his eyebrows grimly. His fingers slid over the documents, but no answer came. Among the many affiliated guilds that owned Angelm's territory, Miyabo's name was nowhere to be found. In the back of his mind, he felt that it was unusual, even suspicious. In the Forsha Kingdom, trade flourished thanks to guilds. Once a child reached the age of 12, he was considered ready for labor and joined one of the guilds. This was the normal order of things. Even after thoroughly checking the ledgers of all the guilds, Zion never found any trace of Miyabo. The absence of his name in the guild membership lists raised many questions for him. Could it be that Miyabo was the son of an elite, or the heir of a family who had yet to rise to a high position, or had come from other lands? Remembering the Duke's words about Miyabo's possible connection to the 5 great houses of the Marquis, Zion wondered, was Miyabo a spy? Liz sat immersed in thought. Miyabo walked over to her and, noticing her thoughtfulness, asked what was wrong. She apologized for her thoughts and explained that she was just thinking. Miyabo asked if he was disturbing her, but Liz replied in the negative, assuring her that everything was fine. Liz sat right at the entrance to the cave, and Miyabo inquired if it was really a good place to rest. Liz assured him that it wasn't a problem, and explained that slimes preferred places with high humidity, so they rarely appeared in well-ventilated sunny places. Afterward, Miyabo asked Liz what had happened. Liz asked how he noticed that something had happened, and Miyabo replied that it was evident from her facial expression. He then asked if she wanted to share it with him, because maybe she would feel better afterward. He added that, of course, as long as it wasn't too personal. Liz stated that she wanted him to hear her out, since it was also about him. Liz revealed that she had recently been asked to join Radcliffe. Miyabo asked in surprise how she had responded to that offer. Liz explained that she had asked for some time to think about it. She said that she had been invited once before, back when she was just beginning her journey as an adventurer and had completed her first assignment. Liz revealed that she was only 10 years old at the time when she first encountered the Radcliffe rank assessment. But since she had always strived for independence, and it was against her principles to start depending on them, she decided to refuse their offer. Now Liz admitted that she wasn't sure if she had the strength to accept such an opportunity. She added that if she missed this chance, she might never be able to reach rank A. Cradling her head in her lap, Liz admitted that these thoughts had become unbearable for her, as if her head was bursting. Liz added that in addition, he was also invited to join. Miyabo looked at her in surprise, and Liz explained that he currently had a rank D, but he was not inferior to a rank A adventurer in anything. If he joined Radcliffe as an adventurer, he could get better reputation and pay. Liz looked at Miyabo with a questioning look and asked what he was going to do in this situation. Miyabo frowned and stated that both options had merit. Liz was surprised, and he explained that if you had the skill to create things, you would always find a place, and rank wasn't as important to him. Liz stated that, unlike him, she was aiming for high ranks because it was the natural path for an adventurer. Miyabo said that he does not blame her for this. Miyabo stated that, just as he told Dorth and the others before he went on the road, he just wanted to make the adventure comfortable for Liz. He declared that he was doing what he thought was right, and that was already a good thing. Miyabo added that, besides, it's just his theory. Miyabo remarked that it's an important choice because no matter which option you choose, there will always be something you will regret. Liz, looking at him, saw her father's features in him. Miyabo explained that after even the smallest mistake, one begins to doubt and wonder, what would have happened if I had made a different choice? But in those moments when regrets seem unbearable, it helps to think that it was your own choice. Miyabo smiled and, looking at Liz, declared that no matter what she chose, he would follow her and be her support. Liz wiped away her tears and admitted that he reminded her of her father. She then thanked him for his advice and told him that she needed to think about it some more. A little later, Liz and Miyabo approached the others. Miyabo noticed Alicia clearing the table and apologized for disturbing her. He asked her to leave all the cleaning to him, but she replied that it was her responsibility. Miyabo insisted that he would handle it quickly, because if the monsters smelled the food, it could become a danger. Suddenly, they turned around and were startled to see a huge bear approaching the table, its menacing figure filling everything around them with sudden tension. Suddenly, a man appeared right in front of them, and behind his back, they saw many different animals and people. He apologized for scaring them and introduced himself as the Brandol group traveling through the kingdom. He shook Dorth's hand and introduced himself as Dominic, the leader of the group. Miyabo wondered if this was a circus. Dominic stated that he was very surprised. He explained that they were attracted by the delicious smell, and when they arrived, they saw that everything looked like a restaurant in the mountains. He even jokingly stated that he wondered if the goddess had finally come for him. Dominic glanced at the wagon standing nearby and realized that they were accompanying a nobleman. Dorth introduced himself and explained that he was of Radcliffe's group. Dominic exclaimed that he was a fan of theirs and added that they had proved themselves during the influx of monsters. However, Dorth remarked that it had been a long time ago. Dominic held out his hat to him and asked him to leave his signature on it, but he suddenly lost his balance and fell. Dorth helped him up, and Dominique assured him that he was fine and only dizzy. Dorth inquired if this road was on the Targu side. Dominic explained that they were going to hold the next performance in Angelma, but apparently there had been a change of plans. They apologized for the inconvenience and asked that food be shared with them. They said that during the long drive, it kept raining, which soaked their clothes and equipment, leaving everything soaked. When they finally stopped and decided to eat, they found that all their food had spoiled due to the moisture. Unfortunately, they noticed this too late, and it had been a full 4 days since their last meal. Under such circumstances, they were forced to turn to Dorth and his company for help and food, hoping for mercy and understanding. Dominic declared that they had enough and very little, but if they were given help, they could resupply at the village in Dragon Hollow. He begged to bail them out by providing some help. Dorth explained to him that the Dragon's Hollow was closed due to egg-laying season, so the village was inaccessible via anything but a detour. Dominic exclaimed and said that he had heard that the detour route took 4 or 5 days. Liz turned to Dorth and asked if they could escort them the way they themselves had come, since the village was nearby. However, Dorth answered this question in the negative. Dorth explained that the cave was still full of slimes, and with so many people guarding them, they couldn't handle it. Besides, they couldn't recognize this task as more important than their current one. Liz agreed with him and remained uncomplaining, not knowing what to say. Laura turned to Miyabo and asked how much food he had in his inventory. Miyabo stated that if you didn't count the food he had prepared for the duration of the mission, there was enough for another week. Then, after looking at the group, he realized that even if not counting everyone, there were 20 people. Tyson asked if Miyabo was sure that there would be enough food, even if they gave away everything they had. Miyabo explained that although he had taken the food just in case, it would not last long. He noted that they still had some black orc meat left to stock up on. Dorth suggested that they not go too far, and then turning to Miyabo asked if he could get their things. Miyabo retrieved items from the Radcliffe group's backpacks, and upon unpacking them, found dried meat, crackers, cheese, nuts, and more. Dorth stated that he wanted to give it all to them. Then, turning to Chiffin, he asked if she minded, and she replied that of course not. Chiffin asked Dorth to continue observing the neighborhood. Chiffin expressed her desire for the people of Brandal to get some rest. Miyabo, continuing to look at the backpacks, even noticed the tent. This made him realize that Radcliffe's group had planned from the beginning to help them if they were unprepared. Miyabo thought about the possibility of joining Radcliffe. Admittedly, it sounded good, especially considering Liz's dream of reaching a rank, which was definitely the shortest path. He reflected on the fact that if they traveled together, every day would be filled with fun. When Brandal's group started to leave after resting, they shouted that they would never forget the favor they had done. The only thing that embarrassed Miyabo was that he didn't want to see that look on Liz's face again. In the evening, as the Radcliffe group relaxed around the campfire, Laura remarked that the day had been very eventful. But she added that trouble was the spice of adventure. Tyson turned to Dorth, asking if he had invited Miyabo and Liz to join them. Dorth nodded, and Tyson noted that they usually did so near the end of the trip. Dorth suggested that it was probably because of Miyabo. Dorth explained that while he wouldn't say Miyabo was very manly, he was a good guy. He never thought he would want a craftsman assistant on his team, but if it was about Miyabo, he would like him to join them. Laura noticed that Liz had also experienced a lot of hardships, even though she was working in the rear guard, but she was alone the whole time. Laura remarked that Miyabo was really cool, but after all he was an assistant, so they would have a full team. Dorth supported her by saying that Liz's success as the leader on this errand for the noble family left no doubt about her abilities. And if so, she could definitely join Radcliffe this time without any doubts. Tyson asked if she could indeed join, and Dorth confirmed that because the three of them had already made that decision. Tyson remarked that his opinion changed only after he saw them actually join and talk to Miyabo. Tyson stated that he was against Liz joining Radcliffe. Dorth and Laura were stunned. Laura wondered why Tyson was suddenly so adamantly against it. Tyson explained that, after all, they were the ones who had taken Rise away from Liz 8 years earlier. Tyson recalled that after that incident, they had vowed to do everything they could to make sure that Liz's life was haunted by nothing but smiles. Dorth remarked that that was what had happened. Tyson asked how closely they had followed Liz, and both replied that they did not take their eyes off her for a moment. Tyson talked about facial expressions. He stated that he had always thought that for Liz, joining Radcliffe would be a source of happiness. Tyson looked at Laura and Dorth and noted that Liz never smiles when she is with them. They began to comfort Tyson and noticed that he had already managed to go blind. Tyson then asked when was the last time they had seen Liz smile during their trip. Dorth began to recall the moment he had appointed Liz as leader, but did not recall seeing a smile on her face. Tyson began to recall other moments, when Liz asked them if she and Miyabo were an extra burden to them. When Liz noticed that Dorth had been attacked by a slug, and when Dorth suggested that Liz join them. He then asked what expression she had on her face at those moments. Dorth, upon reflection, stated that he was sure she was definitely smiling, but the next moment realized that she was not. A little later, Dorth reflected on the fact that Tyson, some kind of pessimist. He began to ponder, did Liz really never smile? Up ahead, he saw Miyabo and Liz. Miyabo noticed that Liz looked more refreshed, and she announced with a smile that it was probably because she had gotten a good night's sleep. Dorth noticed that here she was smiling and walked over to them. Liz turned around to Dorth and asked what he was doing here. The smile instantly disappeared from her face. It was the 11th day of the escort request. As they approached the capital, the number of wagons only increased. Dorth reported that there was no damage and there was still 20 kilometers to go to the resting place. Then, noticing starlings, he suggested that it was probably raining nearby. Dorth turned around to Miyabo and asked what was wrong. Miyabo replied that he was a little cold, so he put on his coat. Dorth noticed that his inventory was indeed a very comfortable thing. Suddenly, Miyabo turned to Dorth to ask if he could stop the horses for a short time. Miyabo entered the wagon and handed Chiffin and Liz a warming pad. He noted that it had gotten colder since they rode into the mountains, and apologized for noticing it so late. Chiffin consoled him, saying that this happens a lot in the mountains, and there was nothing wrong with it. Mel, who was sitting on the roof of the wagon, put her head down and looked at Miyabo. Noticing the pillow in his hands, she suddenly jumped on it and exclaimed that it was very soft. Liz, seeing this, also laughed. Dorth, who was watching closely, and Tyson, who was behind him, noticed that Liz's smile appeared. At that moment, Dorth realized that they could at least make her a little warmer, and, quickly removing his scarf, wrapped it around Liz. Dorth couldn't help but smile as he saw that Liz was feeling more comfortable, but she quickly noticed that she was even hotter. After politely offering to pass the warm things to Laura, Liz turned to Miyabo. He immediately offered to retrieve the jacket, but Laura reported that she had forgotten to take it out of her backpack. While Liz removed the scarf, she asked them to stop doing strange things and not to worry about her. As they continued on their way, Dorth began to reflect on how much all the events of the day seemed like pure coincidence. Dorth reflected on the fact that Liz had been a smiling child since she was a little girl, and he felt a responsibility to protect that smile. He thought about her childhood and how she had always found joy and pleasure in the small moments of life with ease. Dorth realized that now that they faced hardships and challenges, it was important to keep that bright and joyful spirit that Liz had always carried with her. Suddenly, the wagon came to an abrupt stop, and everyone inside noticed how it began to snow all around them. Dorth, pacing in the snow, noticed that it had snowed quite a bit in a few hours. Miyabo suggested stopping and pitching a tent to rest for a while and wait for the snowfall to subside. However, Dorth decided that it would be better for them to continue on despite the weather. At this point, every minute became precious, and he felt that they needed to move forward to reach their destination as soon as possible. Miyabo gave him a surprised look, and Dorth explained that the snowfall might last until late afternoon, so they had better get moving while the snow was still not heavily covering the road. He realized that the longer they were on the road in this weather, the harder it would be to advance, and decided not to take any chances. Dorth explained that in 3 hours they would reach a slope facing the side of the capital where the snow would no longer be as much of a hindrance. He also emphasized that from a safety point of view, it would be better to continue on and begin the journey tomorrow, starting in the morning, with clearer skies. Suddenly, Liz got out of the wagon and expressed the opinion that they should stop after all. Liz emphasized that in addition to the fact that the usual factors such as physical exhaustion from running and cold already posed a serious threat, the frozen ground, poor visibility, and increased monster activity during the hours of darkness would add to it. In her opinion, these are too many dangers to ignore. Laura, upon hearing this, remarked that Liz was worried about them, but Liz stated that she was worried about the horses and about Chiffin-sama. Dorth explained that he understood Liz, but if they decided to postpone the journey until morning, they would face more difficulties because the snow would make the road difficult. He asked Liz to trust him with the decision. Liz confirmed that she understood Dorth's logic, but reminded him that they always had Miyabo to offer alternatives. On the 12th day of the trip, they continued to weigh their decisions and concerns. Liz recalled her previous experience with going through the rock and suggested a similar approach in the snow. Miyabo explained that they could advance by clearing the road of snow. Liz suggested that with that, as long as Miyabo was leading the squad, they wouldn't have to run, and they had a chance of reaching the capital today. Liz confidently declared that she wasn't wrong this time. Dorth supported her, noting that this approach would allow them to conserve their strength and advance without problems. He expressed that it was a good decision, and Liz smiled in response. Liz asked Miyabo to try her best, and he told her to leave it to him. Dorth pondered over the reason for Liz's smile. Was it due to the fact that he praised her? Dorth concluded that Liz probably smiled because he approved of her decision. He then approached Tyson and Laura, expressing his desire to speak with them privately. Dorth emphasized that Rise was the heart of Radcliffe. Him, who was fine on his own, the exuberant Laura, and Tyson, who joined a little later, it was Rise who bound them all together. But when he was gone, their link was Liz. Dorth confessed that they had all been real fools to lose sight of her true self, and it was only now that he realized it. Laura could not hold back her tears, and Dorth suggested that they sit down together again and discuss how to learn how to better express their love for each other. Mel held out an empty plate to Miyabo and asked for more. Miyabo accepted the plate from Mel with a smile and added another portion of the spicy black orc meat sandwich. He noticed that Mel was actually enjoying the food, and it satisfied her quite a bit. Liz interjected that perhaps the physical strength of the beastmen required a lot of food, and that was why they ate so often. Mel only nodded in response, agreeing with that assumption. Miyabo curiously observed Mel looking at him intently and decided to ask what was going on. However, she only silently continued eating. Miyabo then turned his gaze to Tyson, still unsure whether or not he had taken any action. Miyabo observed the situation carefully and noticed that since the day the snowfall began, something had changed in the atmosphere around Dorth-san. Miyabo realized that they were approaching the end of the path that seemed impossible to reach. The capital city was already visible in front, and the 14th day of the escort was already at an end. Liz felt mixed emotions, for they were already almost at the capital. Miyabo noticed that Liz was agonizing today and asked her if she could decide what to do about Radcliffe's proposal. Liz silently pondered. Liz stated that she was thinking about it, of course, but also about the gentleman. Miyabo remarked that they were being helpful, after all. He reflected that it wasn't up to them to decide either way, though he still thought they had done their best. Liz stated that she had ended up being the most useless of them all. Miyabo exclaimed in surprise and said that those were his words. Miyabo loudly reprimanded that everything was going fine thanks to the efforts of each of them, including her. He emphasized that the idea of continuing to move forward was her idea. Liz tried to compliment him by pointing to Miyabo as the one who had done the bulk of the work. But Miyabo quickly objected, pointing to their success in traversing Dragon Gorge, where every minute was worth its weight in gold. Liz recalled the slimes they had encountered, but Miyabo strongly emphasized that they were all unharmed. Liz glanced at Miyabo in surprise and noticed that Chiffin-sama had expressed the same. Miyabo looked at Liz and wondered about her tendency to think negatively. He wondered if she had always been this pessimistic. The past began to clarify the background of this trait of hers. Liz turned to Miyabo and asked him if her desire for more was a bad thing. Liz told Miyabo about a conversation with Chiffon-sama, where the latter claimed that by focusing only on what is lacking, such striving becomes poison. She asked Miyabo if one should still try harder and strive for what is lacking. Miyabo replied that it wasn't worth it, and Liz sensed the coldness in his words. He added that he thought her experiences were evidence of her goodness, but that might not be a healthy enough approach. Miyabo noted that Liz was too hard on herself. Hearing this, Liz was surprised, and Miyabo asked what sides of herself she considered strong. Liz thought about it and remarked that she likes to learn. Liz quietly replied that she just enjoys it, and it doesn't mean anything. To this, Miyabo exclaimed that that was exactly what he was talking about. Hearing him shout, Liz asked why he was being so loud. Miyabo argued that it is important to start by stopping denying one's merit. He noted that Liz deserved more self-praise. In response, Liz said that she really had nothing to praise her for, but Miyabo insisted that her gentleness and love of learning were valuable qualities. Miyabo whispered that he only wanted to tell her that once, but Liz didn't seem to realize that she really had many fine traits. He noted that she is quick to come up with strategies and is always attentive to those around her, as well as skillfully managing finances. Miyabo opened the window and invited her to express her thoughts aloud. Liz loudly announced that she really enjoyed learning, and Miyabo confidently affirmed that let the whole world know she was invincible. Liz asked Miyabo if he thought all this was strange. The next day, as they sat in the wagon, Chiffin turned to Liz and remarked that they seemed to be having fun with Miyabo yesterday. Liz looked at her in surprise, and Chiffin added that even in their room, they could hear them repeating those phrases. Liz blushed and asked her to forget it. Chiffin noticed that Liz's face was transformed at that moment, glowing with joy. She was embarrassingly silent. And so on the 15th day, they reached the capital. Chiffon, addressing everyone, noted that it had been 2 weeks since they had left Anjouan, and the fact that they had reached the capital safely was their joint merit. She expressed her gratitude for their efforts in fulfilling this request. Alicia opened the door and reported that everything inside was ready for rest. The Radcliffe group gathered around Liz, and Dorth, speaking to her, expressed a general desire to know her decision regarding joining their team. They all waited anxiously to hear what Liz, their hopeful addition to the team, had to say. Liz took a moment and admitted that all these days she had been thinking about her real desires. She turned to Laura and expressed her gratitude for opening her eyes to the ways she had fought alongside her father. It was an experience Liz could never have imagined. Liz admitted that she was delighted to be able to use high-level magic. However, she could not imagine herself standing next to Laura and performing the same actions as her father. Liz admitted that it feels wrong. She said that it may sound childish, but she did not want to be just a substitute for her father. She aspired to find her own path and use her magic to bring joy to different people. She wanted to be recognized and acknowledged. Liz confidently took Miyabo's hand. Holding Miyabo's hand, Liz exclaimed that they would not join Radcliffe. Miyabo felt that this might cause a misunderstanding, and Liz apologized, explaining that her thoughts were a bit jumbled. But all the members of the Radcliffe group smiled, and Dorth expressed understanding, saying that in that case they would go their own way. He also added that they had already passed the information to the Adventurers Guild. Turning around, Dorth asked them not to worry as they had not awarded any over or under grades. He also added that a report would probably also come from Mrs. Chiffon. Dorth stated that whether they would have any more inquiries from noble persons would probably be finally decided by the Duke of Verdimi. Liz asked in surprise if they would try to keep her, to which Dorth replied that there was no need, as they already made a great team. Laura blurted out that Liz needed to find someone for the Vanguard immediately. Tyson supported her, adding that maintaining balance was important. After that, all three said their goodbyes and began to retreat. Liz waved her hand with a smile on her face as she said goodbye to them. All the Radcliffe members expressed their hope to meet again soon. Once Liz and Miyabo were alone, Chiffon came down to join them. Liz couldn't help but apologize for what they had arranged on their property, but Chiffon quickly allayed her fears by stating that it was a new experience for her. She admitted that the situation was indeed confusing, especially since all the details were known only to the members of Radcliffe. Chiffon, barely audibly, spoke about the parental heart, as if remembering something important. She then turned to Liz, asking when they were going to return to Angel. Liz replied that they would like to stay a little longer, as it was not easy to get to the capital, and being able to visit was a rare event. Miyabo added that he was also interested in just walking around, admiring the architecture and other sights. Chiffon smiled and expressed her desire for them to accompany her somewhere. Zion stood, immersed in thought, and gazed out over the city from above, as if trying to penetrate its mysteries. The Duke suggested that Zion had never been able to fully unlock the adventurer Miyabo's secrets, and Zion only nodded in agreement. He admitted that they had even consulted the archives and his connections, but all attempts to uncover his past before arriving in this city had been unsuccessful. The Duke asked Zion what he thought of this, and Zion replied that usually those who produce anything rarely join the Adventurers Guild. They are more likely to join the Craftsmen's Guild. Zion noted that the shortage of Sayports was only the beginning of the problem. He was alarmed by Miyabo's past, which was shrouded in mystery, and his arbitrary joining to work on the Lord's estate. Putting all the facts together, the most frightening possible theory is that Miyabo could be a spy. The Duke confirmed with a smile that Zion had not disappointed his expectations. Duke emphasized that this was indeed an outstanding response. However, he pointed out that Zion's reasoning missed an important detail Weiss. If Miyabo were to use him to deliberately infiltrate the Lord's house, it would be extremely risky. Weiss is able to see people's true intentions just by looking into their eyes. And the Duke was sure that he would definitely recognize a person with ulterior motives. Duke emphasized that what mattered to Weiss was a sincere passion for making things, and his words when he introduced Miyabo to him did not look like a trap. The Duke noted that even if information about the mansion's renovation leaked to the public, self-definition as an artisan looked foolish, given the many aristocrats like Gregory with a bias against artisans. However, he recognized that he could not rule out malice in Miyabo. The Duke observed that he who does not take risks does not reach the heights, and admitted that in the end he was only interested in how Miyabo achieved this power and nothing else. Zion suddenly realized that the inquiry was just an excuse to study Miyabo's power and nothing else. He inquired about Liz and noticed that Duke didn't even pay attention to her. Zion asked if the desired result had been achieved, but Duke replied that it hadn't yet. But that wasn't a problem, because the next step was already ready to be accomplished,